Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Mr. Malfoy, regarding the compensation for the Manor Gate. Hearing Aris' words, Lucius' legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Mr. Shafik, please don't mention this matter again. It was my fault for being so ignorant and not hospitality enough. I should have greeted you at the door from the beginning. The fact that the door is now in this state is entirely my fault and has nothing to do with you. Lucius looked sincere at this moment, and there was no sign of being forced at all. It was as if the previous incident of asking for compensation at the gate of the manor had never happened. Not only that, Lucius was even feeling lucky at this moment. Fortunately, he had the wisdom to not take action just now, and when Aris roared, he cleverly retreated behind Aris, thus escaping danger. Now, he was the only pure-blood wizard still standing in the entire living room, except for Aris and others. As if to prove his sincerity, before Aris could speak, he continued, "The Malfoy family is willing to give up all of its wealth, hoping that Mr. Shafik can give us a way out. We are willing to manage the property for you, even without salary. Dr. Song wants us to eat as a meal." At this moment, Lucius knew very well that this might be the only possibility to survive. Judging from Aris's thunderous actions tonight, he is definitely not a good person. He killed people without hesitation. Although this style of work has its reasons, it is no less bad than that of the Dark Lord back then. As for gate compensation, even if Aris offered him 50,000 gold galleons as compensation, would he really dare to take it? Even if you really accept it, you still have to hand it back in the end. Otherwise, the Barton family would never let them go easily. No one dared to disobey the boy's orders, especially after Reese showed such powerful strength. Thinking of that dark red dragon. Now, Lucius's fear of Aris is no less than that of Voldemort. 30. As for the compensation, Aris Shafik, will keep my word. You will not lose a cent, but I will not lose a single gold galleon for what I should take. You wanted to unite and annex my Shafik family. I defeated you, and now I want you to hand over all your property. Is that okay? Aris looked at Lucius calmly and said, no problem at all. Lucius shook his head repeatedly. Although the boy's eyes were calm, he felt as if he was facing a giant beast. It seemed as if it would be completely swallowed up in the next second. This feeling of oppression was actually brought to him by an 11-year-old child. Lucius was unwilling to believe it in his heart, but the facts did not allow him to be embarrassed at all. You can ask Uncle Henry for this matter. Aris took one last look at Lucius, then looked away. He noticed from the beginning that there was a small figure in a corner of the living room, observing everything that happened there. It was not until this moment that Aris saw the true face of that figure. Dobby? That was also a house elf. The only elf Aris could think of in the Malfoy family was Dobby. I don't know if it's him. Come out. A faint voice sounded, and Reese's eyes were fixed on a small figure with a slit head not far away. Lucius turned around and also spotted the house elf over there. Come here, Dobby, he shouted, fearing that Aris would be angry again because of Dobby's neglect. The elf Dobby walked towards Aris timidly, walking very slowly and with small steps, obviously very scared of Aris. He saw everything that happened in the living room just now. Dobby had never seen a little boy who looked about the same age as Master Draco, so cruel and powerful. He even forgot that he could not appear in the living room without the owner's permission, especially when there are so many people in the living room. Your name is Dobby? Aris looked at the skinny elf in front of him, who was wearing a tattered rag. Yes, sir, I am Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoy family. Dobby introduced himself timidly and in a low voice. Although he lowered his head, his eyes kept glancing at Aris unconsciously. Because of Snoopy, I actually have a good impression of house elves. A faint smile appeared on Aris' face. He looked at Dobby and asked seriously, if I want you to leave the Malfoy family and go to Shafik Castle, would you be willing? From the original book, although Dobby is different from other elves, he has a very strong desire for freedom. But at the same time, he will also show extremely high loyalty to wizards or friends he identifies with. In other words, in this world, most house elves actually strictly abide by the agreement between them and the wizarding world. Once they become slaves of a wizarding family, they will regard serving that family as the highest honor and will never betray them. Otherwise, I will use all means to punish myself. Like Dobby in the original book, he was even willing to sacrifice his life to save Harry and his friends. Although Harry was not his master in name, because of the friendship between the two, Dobby might have already treated Harry as his master. Aris really appreciates this. He is not like other elves, who are more or less stubborn, but an extremely rare and interesting soul among house elves. Therefore, Aris wanted to bring Dobby to his side, perhaps to prevent the tragedy of his death in the future. Sir, Dobby is the elf of the Malfoy family. I cannot betray Master Malfoy. However, it was just as Reese guessed. Although Dobby had always wanted to be free because of Malfoy's bad attitude towards him. But at this moment, he couldn't say such words in front of Malfoy. Even after secretly saying that he wanted to leave the Malfoy family, he would punish himself severely. It's okay. I could talk to your master directly. Aris turned his gaze to Lucius. Of course, if you want. Lucius nodded without any hesitation and said, I can go with you anytime. Not to mention that the Malfoy family has other house elves. Even if there was only Dobby, Lucius probably wouldn't have any hesitation. After all, compared to offending Aris, losing a house elf was nothing to him. Thank you very much. Aris looked at Dobby again. In fact, he wanted to keep Dobby by his side, not just because he had a crush on him. Most importantly, he was impressed by the magical abilities of these house elves. They were definitely no weaker than any ordinary adult wizard. In some cases, it is even stronger. Just like Snoopy, he was able to break through the protective spell of the Malfoy Manor dungeon after receiving Aris's order, appear in the dungeon to rescue Luna and Xenophilius inside, and successfully bring Aris back into the dungeon. Such abilities are simply impossible for ordinary adult wizards to achieve. Even the elite aurors of the Ministry of Magic couldn't do it. That's the difference between wizards and house elves. Aris has always been thinking, if he could form an army composed entirely of elves, how powerful the fighting force would be. At least they're definitely much more powerful than those Death Eaters that Voldemort temporarily gathered together. Dobby, your former master has agreed to let you go with me. Aris looked at Dobby with a smile. But, Dobby still seemed to have concerns. What? Do you want to disobey my orders? Lucius was a little panicked before Aris said anything. Dobby actually dared to hesitate. If he angered Aris, the Malfoy family would be finished. At this time, he could not care about anything else and ordered again, I am giving you the last order now. From today on, you must serve Mr. Shafik for the rest of your life and be at his command. You are not allowed to have any opinions. Maybe he just wants you to give him a piece of clothing. Aris said lightly. Then, with a wave of the magic wand, he used the finest curtain fabric in the living room to cut out a very beautiful little dress that the elf could wear. This, Lucius hesitated. But if we give Dobby the clothes, he will be free again. If he doesn't want to serve you, he can just run away from here. It's okay. Aris smiled and shook his head. He looked at Dobby again and said, if Dobby wants to be free, I won't stop him from leaving. Of course, I can also provide him with a salary job so that he can support himself with his own abilities. What do you think, Tubby? Really, is it okay? Dobby became excited when he saw Lucius reluctantly picking up the clothes tailored by Aris and handing them to him. He looked at the beautiful little clothes in front of him. His eyes kept glancing at Aris, and tears welled up in his eyes. Apparently, Dobby was very excited at the moment, so excited that he wanted to cry. Sure, Dobby, as long as you accept this dress. Seeing this scene, Aris suddenly felt emotional. He had wondered before how an elf with such powerful magical abilities could be defeated by a human wizard and sign such an unequal contract. The loyalty to wizards that is engraved in their bones and will never betray them has actually caused the elves to suffer a lot of unfair treatment. No wonder Hermione had always wanted to do something for the elves. Coming from the Muggle world, she, like Aris, may not be able to tolerate the cruel behavior of some wizards towards elves, which can be described as abuse. Thank you, Master, and thank you, Mr. Shafik. Dobby took the small clothes and finally bowed to Lucius with a complicated look, and then bowed respectfully to Aris. Then, without hesitation, he threw aside the rag on his body and put on the new clothes in his hands. The style of that dress is very nice, black and white, like a shirt and suit in one. This was designed by Aris, based on the clothes worn by some pets in his original world. There's even a very gentlemanly little bow tie on it, making the overall look very energetic. This dress is so beautiful. Dobby, who had put on his clothes, turned around on the spot, with a look of joy on his face. Then he raised his head and looked at Aris again. Mr. Shafik, are you really willing to give me a paid job? Dobby asked with hope on his face. 7:30 then, he quickly added, the reward doesn't have to be much. 1 silver sickle per month will be enough. Then I can use the money too. My friend bought me some small gifts. Hearing this, Lucius's face suddenly turned gloomy again. Perhaps because he was used to the submissiveness of house elves, he never thought that Dobby would dare to ask for salary from a human wizard. Lucius, like all other pure-blood wizards, believed that house elves were born to be slaves of wizards. How dare a slave ask his master for money? If it were him from the past, he would have definitely hit Dobby with his cane. But now, Aris didn't speak, he didn't dare. At this time, Aris shook his head gently and said to Dobby, this won't work. Seeing Dobby's somewhat disappointed look, he suddenly smiled and said, what kind of gift can you buy with a silver coin? I could give you a gold galleon. Really, Dobby's disappointment turned into joy in an instant, his eyes shining. Then I am willing to go with Mr. Shafik. Okay. Aris was somewhat relieved. Originally, he thought the little guy would refuse. After all, he had just killed 2 people here. If it were an ordinary house elf, he would probably be regarded as a demon who kills people without blinking an eye. How dare I follow him? Okay, enough time has been wasted. Let's go. I wonder if Luna and Zeno are bored at home. Having said that, Aris turned around again and walked towards the gate of Malfoy Manor. Behind him, Dobby left the family he had served for many years without any reluctance, and followed Aris closely. Snoopy on the side glanced at Dobby with a look of disdain. Perhaps, in his opinion, Dobby was not qualified to join the Shafik family. What's even more outrageous is that this be ********D even dared to ask for the master's gold galleons. If Aris wasn't here, he would have taught this little guy a lesson. Henry, on the other hand, remained silent the entire time and just watched everything in silence. At this point, he became more respectful towards Aris. He could feel that his young master seemed to have a different kind of personality charm, which could actually make a house elf break away from its original owner and follow the ball. I have said that. 013904130 Fey 230231131. Possessing such a special personality charm, at this moment, Henry can be sure that the young master's future life will definitely be a legend. In fact, he is not inferior to the most respected white wizard in the wizarding world today, Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. After watching Aris leave, Henry turned around and looked at the group of pure-blood wizards in the living room. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Hino Barlate. We have sufficient evidence to prove that the Barlate family once participated in the First Wizard War and provided huge financial support to the mysterious person. Therefore, the current patriarch of the Shafik family, if your safety is threatened, kill him. Little Avery, a former Death Eater, concealed many cases of killing Muggles during the investigation by the Ministry of Magic. We can provide sufficient evidence to prove that his death is absolutely deserved. Mr. Shafik should be commended by the Ministry of Magic for this. Moritz Crowley, former Death Eater, Malika Rogier. One name after another was read out from Henry's mouth. Each one was followed by a list of crimes, which made Lucius more and more frightened. It turned out that the boy had already taken everything into account. With this information, even if the Ministry of Magic finds out what happened today, everything will be wiped out. Even Lycuin could not receive an order of Merlin for this. After all, he eliminated so many evil dark wizards overnight. This is enough to shock the entire wizarding world. Henry, we are not late. Just as Henry was counting the crimes of the pure-blood wizards present, 7 or 8 wizards hurried in from outside with a hint of anxiety on their faces. These people were all wearing black robes and had a badge on their chests with the emblem of the Barton family on it. Not too late, just right. Henry glanced at those people, and a smile appeared on his face. Narcissus Barton looked at the scene in the living room, his expression gradually becoming shocked. The expressions of the others were similar, as if they had never expected that this would be the scene when they arrived here. We haven't received any signal from you outside, and we didn't dare to come in rashly. We just saw the young master leave in a hurry, and we thought you were inside. Something happened. Narcissus swallowed, with a questioning look in his eyes. You did all this? He looked at several pure-blood wizards squatting in the corners with broken bones or lying on the ground, unable to move. There were also several wizards not far away who had obviously lost their breath. There was a sense of disbelief in the tone. It's not me, it's the young master. As soon as Henry said this, the members of the Barton family present looked at each other in surprise. Master, this is incredible. Was this done by the young master? He's only 11 years old, isn't he? Merlin bless you. Are these wizards just standing there and doing nothing? Obviously, they drew their wands. Soon, Narcisse roughly reconstructed what happened from some details of the scene, and the expression on his face became more and more exciting. They were all defeated or killed in a short period of time. It seems that several people lost their ability to fight as soon as they pulled out their wands. There are traces of damage caused by large creatures here. Could it be the young master's pet? But what kind of pet would be so big? It looks like the whole wizarding world will be in an uproar tomorrow. The people of the Barton family were talking to each other in low voices, and their expressions were becoming more and more surprised. Finally, everyone's eyes were focused on Henry, as if they wanted to get an answer from him. Your guesses are all correct. Henry nodded, then pointed at the pure-blood wizards lying on the ground, and said in a cold tone, "But now is not the time to discuss this." The young master said that anyone who participated in this plan must either hand over all the family property or die. Now, follow the master's instructions. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Barton family were shocked again, and several of them even showed hesitation, perhaps because they were afraid that the matter would become too serious and they would not be able to explain it to the outside world and the Ministry of Magic. After all, these pure-blood wizards present all represent pure-blood families, and each of them has more or less connections in the Ministry of Magic. But there were also people whose expressions gradually became excited, obviously because the emotions that had been suppressed for too long were finally released thoroughly. But no matter what they think, the first task at this time is to execute Aerys's orders. So, under Henry's leadership, other members of the Barton family also began to take action, picking up the pure-blood wizards lying on the ground one by one like catching chickens, and then throwing them into a pile. Lucius watched this scene from beginning to end and dared not say anything, because Narcissus was standing next to him, staring at him intently. The next day, Hogwarts. There are not many people in the auditorium today. Those little wizards who were going to go home for Christmas had basically left yesterday, and the rest either stayed here or, like Hermione, wanted to leave but had things to do. What should we do? Professor McGonagall is totally unresponsive and won't tell us anything. Harry frowned in distress. She didn't even tell us where Professor Dumbledore is now. I thought they should have known about Aerys's situation a long time ago and taken action. Hermione was obviously furious and kept pacing back and forth in front of the long table. A whole day has passed. It will be too late if we don't take action now. Yi has not gone back yet, and his expression is heavy. How about we go to Diagon Alley first? Harry suggested. Didn't Hermione say that Flourish and Blots is owned by the Aerys family? The people there should know some information, right? That's right, we're going to Diagon Alley now. Hermione immediately took action and went to the Gryffindor common room to pack her luggage. She didn't want to waste time here anymore. Aris was in danger. She had to do something. I'll go too. Sho stood up without hesitation. Actually, no news is the best news now, isn't it? Ronald suddenly interrupted. This sentence successfully made Hermione and Sho stop and turn around. Harry and the other three looked over instantly with unfriendly eyes. Isn't it? At least it proves that Aris is still safe. If something happened to the sole heir of the Shafik family, there would surely be news in the Daily Prophet, wouldn't there? Although this sounds a bit awkward, what he said does make sense. Harry sighed softly. By the way, hasn't today's newspaper arrived yet? Harry suddenly looked at Ronald. Not yet, but it should be coming soon. At this moment, the cry of an owl suddenly sounded outside the auditorium. It's Hedwig. Harry turned quickly and waved to the white owl that had just flown into the hall. The owl flew quickly towards Harry, dropped a newspaper, and landed on a long table. Harry patted the little guy's head, gave him some biscuits, and couldn't wait to open the newspaper on the table. How is it? Any news? Hikukiyu and others gathered around immediately. Ronald had been sitting next to Harry. He turned around and saw the front page headline of the newspaper. Before he could read the content clearly, a moving photo came into his eyes. The back figure was very familiar. It was a little boy. There's news about Aris. Harry's voice sounded at the right time, with a hint of excitement in his tone. The only heir of the Shafik family. Is he a devil or a hero? On the Daily Prophet, the news headlines about Aris occupied the entire front page of the Daily Prophet. Combined with Aris's small back, for some reason, it gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Last night, a shocking tragedy occurred at Malfoy Manor, in which several pure-blood wizards were killed and some were seriously injured. Among them was the former Death Eater, little Avery. It's hard to imagine that all this was done by a boy who is only 11 years old. Yes, he is the only heir of the Shafik family who has appeared frequently in our newspapers and made headlines recently. Aris Shafik. The cause of the incident is because, according to the latest news from the Ministry of Magic, Aris Shafik may be charged with murder and serious injury to others. If convicted, he will most likely spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. This newspaper will continue to follow up on this incident. As Harry quickly read out the contents of the newspaper, the expressions on the faces of the four little wizards became extremely interesting. Especially Harry and Ronald. They stared at each other with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe it, and read the contents of the newspaper again carefully. Aris has killed someone and may be imprisoned in Azkaban, Ronald exclaimed, his face turning pale. They must have made a mistake. How could Aris kill someone? Harry was obviously shocked and shook his head repeatedly. Then he looked at Hermione, as if wanting to get confirmation from the little witch. Didn't you see? Among those pure-blood wizards, there are even former Death Eaters. Hermione frowned and couldn't help pacing back and forth again. There must have been a big battle last night. Aris won't be injured. They're still planning on putting him in Azkaban. Why not put the people who did that to Reese in there? It is simply unimaginable that those pure-blood wizards would unite to bully an 11-year-old boy. How shameless. They deserve it. Aris must have had no choice but to fight back. Sho obviously trusted Aris blindly. So many pure-blood families have united and even found those notorious Death Eaters. In the end, they actually want to put Aris in Azkaban. We must find a way to find Aris as soon as possible. At least, we can testify for him in the trial. I think all the students and professors at Hogwarts are willing to believe that Aris definitely did not kill intentionally. Looking at the two little witches' strong reactions, Harry and Ronald looked at each other and then frowned slightly. No matter what, the most important thing now is to find Aris. If he is really imprisoned in Azkaban, then it will be all over, Ronald said in a trembling voice, as if he had thought of something, and his tone of voice was filled with fear. I once heard from my father that there is a terrifying creature in Azkaban called Dementors. That kind of monster specializes in sucking the positive energy of wizards. Wherever there are Dementors, the whole world will become dark, as if all the happy memories and the beliefs in the heart are fading away, leaving only deep despair, like falling into the deepest hell. If Aris was targeted by a monster like that, it's unimaginable. And the most terrifying thing is the Dementor's kiss. I heard that if a person is kissed by a Dementor, their soul will be devoured directly. Instant death. Stop it, Hermione yelled, then turned and left abruptly. Let's go to Diagon Alley together and find Aris. Chilly walked quickly towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, and without much hesitation, they also walked towards the Gryffindor common room. Although both of them had decided to spend Christmas at Hogwarts, how could they sit still in such an emergency? They had even decided that if they really couldn't come back, they would spend Christmas in Diagon Alley. Harry has money anyway, so he could just rent a room at the Leaky Cauldron. As for how to explain to Professor McGonagall, just say that Ronald's parents suddenly came back. That should be fine, right? Well, I hope so. Shafik Castle. In the restaurant, Ollie was also eating breakfast at this time. Snoopy and Dobby kept bringing delicious-looking breakfast to him, fearing that the boy couldn't reach the food. The two elves seemed to be competing with each other, and their eyes would occasionally meet, sparking a spark. Okay, you two. Aris looked at the two elves with a headache. He didn't expect Snoopy to be so dissatisfied with Dobby. Wasn't it just a salary of 1 gold galleon? In the world of house elves, the chain of contempt is so strange. Absolute loyalty is their highest controllable glory. This kind of loyalty even includes not being able to accept any rewards from a master and having to selflessly dedicate everything to the master, even life. Otherwise, it will become a shame among the elves, just like Dobby. He just asked Aris for a salary of 1 gold galleon every month. Now, he has become the most despised elf among all the house elves in the entire Shafik Castle. Owner, hearing Aris' words, Snoopy lowered his head quickly. Dobby looked at the boy nervously, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Snoopy, how about this? I'll pay you 1 galleon a month as well. How about that? No. Master, you can't do this to me. Did I do something wrong? Snoopy panicked instantly when he heard this. He fell to the ground, and his voice even started to cry. To him, the gold galleons Aris gave him were not a gift, but an absolute punishment or even an insult. Snoopy even wondered if Aris didn't want him anymore and wanted to kick him out of the castle. Okay, get up first. Aris sighed helplessly. I won't mention this matter again, but you can't bully Zaduobi. I brought him to the castle, so he is a part of the castle. You two have to get along well with each other from now on. Do you understand? Yes, master. Snoopy nodded quickly, then stood up carefully. On the side, the contrasting eyes were moist again. He kept wiping his tears and snot, looking at Aris with respect and reverence in his eyes. At this moment, footsteps were heard coming from the direction of the stairs behind me. Then, an ethereal voice with joy sounded. Brother, am I late for getting up? Aris turned around, and a smile appeared on his face. Of course not. Luna, come and have breakfast. Brother, if I were stronger, this might not be so bad, right? Diagon Alley. Aris and Luna came here after breakfast. Xenophilius had already returned to the Black Tower, insisting on going back to clean up the mess his house had made. In fact, Aris knew that he would definitely have to go back and finish the manuscript to publish the whole process of this matter in the Quibbler. He understood the pressure Aris was facing now. I also want to do my part to help Aris. In fact, even if you had the power of an adult wizard, you might not perform better than you do now in this incident. Aris smiled and comforted. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Even so, I will buy more books from Flourish and Blots this time. Only by working harder to enrich myself and become as powerful as you can I fight side by side with you in the future. If you want to control your own destiny to the greatest extent, you must make yourself stronger, right? That's right. Aris nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, the little girl could think of these things after what she experienced this time. It seems that she didn't gain nothing after all. Becoming stronger is a good thing, and Aris wholeheartedly agrees with Luna's ambition. He thought that there might be more dangers waiting for him in the future. If elemental magic wanted to be truly passed down in this world, there were too many problems to face and solve, which was equivalent to making an enemy of the entire world. Perhaps is not much different from what Grindelwald did. At that time, we will definitely face the situation of being enemies all over the world. Aris hopes that everyone around him can have the power to protect himself. This is what he has been doing, trying his best to improve their strength. Whether it's Hermione, Cho, or even Harry. So that one day in the future they can protect themselves. Then let's go, but you have to give me a discount. The little girl wrinkled her nose cutely and said pitifully, "My father only gave me 200 gold galleons. This is almost emptying his wallet. Of course, how about I give you a 10% discount?" Aris shook his head with amusement. After all, it's a family price. Isn't this discount too low? Luna was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "Brother, doing business like this will make you lose money. It's okay, the last thing I need is galleons." Aris still smiled. After not seeing her for a semester, the little girl seems to have grown a little taller and become more lovely. After all, she is my wife. No sister, so what if I support her? Aris alone probably couldn't squander all the wealth accumulated by the Shafik family, even if he spent 10 lifetimes. What's more, the family business is still making money for him. Money is something you can never spend. It's totally unbearable to spend. The two walked towards Flourish and Blot's bookstore. As soon as I walked to the door, I heard several familiar voices coming from inside. "You really don't know where Aris is? Then do you know where his home is? How about we look for Uncle Henry? Where is he? Uncle Henry isn't here, either. He hasn't shown up in a few days. How could this happen? Why didn't Aris write us a letter to tell us what happened? It's over. Aris is not being chased by the Ministry of Magic now, right?" Aris was very familiar with the voices of Harry, Ronald, Hermione, and Cho, and recognized them instantly. He looked at Luna, took her hand, and walked into the bookstore. "Have you been looking for me?" Aris' voice rang out. The four little wizards who were still pestering the clerk in the bookstore turned their heads. "Aris, why are you here? Aren't you going to be sent to Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic? I thought they would at least restrict your activities. It seems that the situation is not as serious as we thought. I can finally rest assured." Hermione and Cho rushed to Aris without much hesitation and hugged him. Harry and Ronald breathed a sigh of relief and finally smiled. "Brother, are these your classmates? I should know them." Luna's ethereal voice sounded. She looked at Hermione with a smile on her face. "We have met before, also in this bookstore last time. You should remember." "Of course, Luna. How could I forget?" As if realizing that she was being a little impulsive, Hermione quickly let go of Aris and gently hugged Luna. "Are you Cho?" Luna looked at Cho and called out her name accurately. "My brother often writes to me, and he mentions you in his letters. He praises you as a very smart little witch, the only female Quidditch seeker in the school, and you have helped my brother a lot in the laboratory. You are a trustworthy friend. And you, Harry Potter, we've met you too." Harry nodded. "Remember? In the leaky cauldron. Of course, it's nice to see you again." Harry greeted Luna a little stiffly. "You are Ronald Weasley." Luna finally looked at the red-haired boy. "My brother said that although you look a little silly sometimes, you are very loyal and a trustworthy friend. You're also very good at playing wizard chess, right?" Hello, Luna." Although he disagreed with Aris's comment that he was a little dull, Ronald still reached out his hand and shook it gently with Luna. After the introductions were completed, Aris coughed and said, "I didn't know you would come to me. This matter looks serious, but it's all under my control. Don't worry, everything will be fine." "Really?" Ronald was horrified when he heard that you might be imprisoned in Azkaban. Harry couldn't help but speak. "Not really. Are you scared?" Ronald scratched his head awkwardly. "Hermione is more anxious. She has been trying to find you. The main thing is, she even wrote to her mother to ask about you, but the information she got was not very clear." Hermione blushed and lowered her head. "By the way, Chio's mother works in the Ministry of Magic. You should know that." "Yeah, I know." Aris nodded. In the original book, there is very little information about Chio's mother, but from some details we can still see that she should work in the Ministry of Magic. For example, when Cho joined Dumbledore's army, her mother seemed to be strongly opposed. If it was an ordinary wizard family, even if they did not support it, they probably would not have a falling out with their child over this matter. There is only one possibility. Chio's mother works in the Ministry of Magic, so she is so taboo about this matter. You know, the relationship between the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore was very tense at that time. As an employee of the Ministry of Magic, Mother Chio certainly didn't want her daughter to stand on Dumbledore's side, which would undoubtedly bring great trouble to her work. Thank you. Aris smiled and nodded to the little wizards. Although what they did not really help Aris in fighting against the pureblood family. But it's still nice to be remembered and worried about by others. It's always a good thing to have such friends, isn't it? To thank you for your concern, I would like to invite you to visit Shafik Castle. Would you like to? Aris thought about it and invited Hermione and others. During the 2-week vacation, Rhys felt that being alone in the castle was too lonely. Although Luna is here, wouldn't it be more lively with more people? Moreover, he also wanted to take advantage of this time to improve the strength of several people, especially Hermione and Chio, who had studied elemental magic with him for a whole semester. Now their understanding and affinity for elemental magic had improved greatly. It was time to teach them some real elemental magic. Let's go to Shafik Castle. Ronald became excited instantly after hearing Aerys' words. If you can, that would be great. Well, we just happen to have nowhere to spend Christmas. To be honest, we sneaked out without telling Professor McGonagall. We will definitely be punished when we return, but it's worth it to see that you are okay. Harry also smiled. He has not really seen the castle of the wizarding world yet. I wonder if it will be as spectacular as Hogwarts. I might need to tell my parents. They know I'll be home, so... Hermione hesitated. Of course, no problem. You can go back first, and then I'll ask Henry to pick you up. Well, that's no problem for me. Hermione was obviously a little excited. Joe, what about you? Aris looked at the last little witch. I should be fine. Chio thought for a moment and said with a smile, I can write a letter to my mother. She's very busy anyway and doesn't have much time to spend with me. I could just spend a few more days with you guys. It's decided then. Aris clapped his hands happily. Afterwards, he selected a thick stack of books for Luna, all of which he thought were suitable for Luna to study at the moment. Then, the group left the bookstore. Shafik Castle. Aris led everyone back to the castle living room via the Floo network. As soon as they walked out of the fireplace, Harry and the others couldn't keep their eyes idle and began to look around. At this time, Henry hurried towards Aris. Henry, you're just in time. Please take Hermione home. She needs to tell her family about her vacation here. If her parents are willing, you can bring them over to play. But be polite to them. Got it? Yes, young master. Henry took a look at the little wizard who appeared in the living room and understood instantly. Well, is there something wrong with you? Why are you so anxious? Aris obviously noticed that Henry's expression was not right. Yes, that's what I was going to tell you. Henry's tone became a little serious. There will be an important person coming soon. Well, someone you should know. Also, the Ministry of Magic will send someone to ask you to help investigate what happened last night. When the time comes, you only need to... Henry was interrupted by Aris before he finished speaking. I know what to do. Don't worry. If they don't understand the nature of this matter, I will make them see it clearly. After that, Aris smiled at Henry and said, Thank you for your hard work this evening. We'll talk about the details later. You can send Hermione back first. If there is nothing else urgent, I will take care of the people from the Ministry of Magic. Yes, master. Henry nodded, then hesitated and pondered for a moment. There is one more thing. It is about the Malfoy family. Lucius Malfoy and his son Draco said they wanted. See you. Them. Aris thought for a moment, then nodded gently. Then let's wait until the people from the Ministry of Magic leave and ask them to come over. Yes, master. Henry bowed and nodded, then walked towards the He sect. He still remembered what Aris had deliberately reminded him of. This girl must have special meaning to the young master. Otherwise, he wouldn't pay so much attention to her. Well, the young master is still awesome. Not only did he get Miss Luna, but he also brought back 2 beautiful and lovely girls from Hogwarts. It seems that the Shafik family has hope of revival. Henry looked relieved. After carefully looking at the 3 girls in the living room, he put away the fatherly look on his face. Then, he straightened his appearance and walked towards Hermione. Over there, Aris gave Harry and the others a brief introduction to the castle, then asked the house elf Snoopy to take them on a tour. And Shirley, who was wearing a maid outfit, was brought by him. Someone from the Ministry of Magic will be coming soon. He can't go to negotiate alone. It looks lacking in momentum. Bringing a cute, lowly maid along, at least in terms of breadth of mind and momentum, it's already a space. Well, we need to bring Dobby too. Once you start, you'll have a helper. Although, Aris doesn't think that will happen. Master, there's an old wizard outside the castle, and he seems to have walked in on his own. Aris had just changed clothes and returned to the living room when she saw Shwellia suddenly rushing in. Perhaps because she was running too fast, her chest was heaving violently. Wongwon, old wizard? He walked in by himself. Aris frowned slightly. The defense of Shafik Castle is no joke. It is much stronger than Malfoy Manor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to ask Shirley to go to the gate to meet those people from the Ministry of Magic. Without someone to guide them, those people might not be able to reach the living room safely. Aris personally checked the defenses and found no problems. He even set up an elemental magic circle on the periphery to serve as a warning and expulsion. With such powerful defenses, how could someone enter the castle quietly? Aris, it's me. At this time, a familiar voice came from outside the Helmet Hall. Professor Dumbledore. Aris' eyes lit up slightly. Then, all the doubts in my heart disappeared immediately. If it was Dumbledore, then everything would be explained. He was probably the only one in the world who could break into Shafik Castle so easily, in addition to Dumbledore, who has also begun to study elemental magic. No one can get through the elemental array quietly. Professor Dumbledore. Aris quickly stood up and went to greet Dumbledore. He respected the old wizard from the bottom of his heart because he was the first one to tell him about Luna's accident, and he also abandoned the castle and rushed over it this time. You know, the matter of the Philosopher's Stone has not been resolved yet, and Voldemort's remaining soul and Quirrell may return to the castle to cause trouble at any time. At this time, Dumbledore undoubtedly took some risks. It seems that you handled the matter very well. Dumbledore walked into the living room with an admiring smile on his face. It's not that good. Aris smiled helplessly. Isn't it that the Ministry of Magic is still keeping an eye on me? They should come here soon and ask me to assist in the investigation. Although these things are within expectations, it's still a bit troublesome. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Dumbledore suddenly winked at Aris. They shouldn't make it difficult for you. Maybe they might even give you a surprise. Surprise? People from magic training will bring me a surprise? Aris was a little puzzled. Through the influence of the Barton family and the Shafik family in the Ministry of Magic, he had indeed suppressed the impact of the Malfoy Manor incident to the lowest level. But after all, a person was dead, and those people in the Ministry of Magic would definitely not let this matter go easily. The power behind those pureblood families is not small either, and there will definitely be a wave of secret gaming between the two sides in the next period of time. Aris had even made preparations before taking action. But now what Dumbledore said seemed to reveal, this matter doesn't seem so complicated. You should know it soon. Dumbledore still smiled, but did not continue to explain. At this time, footsteps were heard coming from the second floor of the living room. Then, Harry and the others walked down the stairs. When they saw Dumbledore, they subconsciously shrank their necks. Professor Dumbledore? Why are you here? Oh my God, is the professor here to take us back? Ronald muttered softly, silently took a step back and hid behind Harry, avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Shio greeted the old wizard with some joy. It seems that I didn't expect that I could still see this old wizard here in Aris after the holiday. You two little guys. Dumbledore looked at Harry and Ronald helplessly. If I remember correctly, you should have applied to stay in school during the holidays, right? Can you explain why I see you here? Professor. Harry hesitated for a moment and finally confessed. It was because of Aris. We were very worried about him, so we went to Diagon Alley to find him. Fortunately, we found him and came here. We didn't mean to sneak out. The news in the Daily Prophet was too scary. They said they were going to put Aris in Azkaban. We absolutely couldn't watch this happen. Ronald couldn't help but speak. Okay. Dumbledore shook his head, then suddenly looked outside the living room. You guys should go back upstairs first. Aris's guests have arrived. The old wizard gave Harry and Ronald a meaningful look and continued. Let's discuss your problem later, okay? Yes, Professor. Several little wizards greeted Aris, and then quickly ran back to the second floor. Meanwhile, Aris had already sensed the situation outside through the sensing of the elemental array. People from a Ministry of Magic are coming. Aris, those are your guests, so do you think I need to step away? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Of course not. Aris shook his head righteously. In my heart, you are the closest family. Are you kidding? This is Dumbledore. He is one of the most influential people in the entire wizarding world. With his support, even if those people in the Ministry of Magic want to hold someone accountable, they will definitely think carefully about it. Hold your thighs tight. How could he let go of such a good backer? You are quite clever. Dumbledore shook his head in amusement, then went straight to the sofa in the living room and sat down. This sofa is great. Sitting on it feels like sitting on cotton. The Shafik family's luxury is indeed as rumored by the outside world. The old wizard muttered to himself and began to look at the decoration of the living room. Kelia, Sir Professor Dumbledore the best tea. Aris gave an order, and then he came to the guest bed. At this time, outside Shafik Castle, 5 members of the Ministry of Magic staff, including 3 Smiters, Barty Crouch, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Request Flowers 0. Minister Fudge, do we really want to compromise with the Shafik family? You know, several pure-blood wizards died this time. The impact of this incident is extremely bad. If you don't punish them severely, it will definitely threaten your dignity in the ministry. Crouch stood beside Fudge and spoke in a serious tone. Why didn't you tell me that those pure-blood wizards were once Death Eaters? They even concealed the facts of their crimes from the Ministry of Magic and escaped punishment. And most importantly, the evidence is now on my desk, and every piece of it represents your incompetence. Fudge snorted unhappily and glared at Crouch. Even so, there is no need to award that Shafik, right? Why should he receive such an honor? Just because he killed a few former Death Eaters and slapped the faces of a group of pureblood families? Mr. Minister, Shafik's behavior and actions show that he doesn't respect you at all. He clearly knows that you have always been friendly to purebloods, but this time he openly went against so many pureblood families and even did something so outrageous that both humans and gods would hate him. Enough, Fudge suddenly said in a louder voice. There are some things you don't understand. Fudge adjusted his hat angrily, recalling the conversation they had with the silver-haired old wizard before coming here. A hint of helplessness unconsciously emerged in his eyes. Not to mention that all the evidence now is in favor of the Shafik family. Even if it is not, he has to refer to that person's opinion. Yes, I understand. Crouch's eyes flashed, and he quickly closed his mouth. A moment later, Cornelius Fudge's voice suddenly sounded again. Mr. Crouch, are you sure you have delivered the letter to Shafik Castle? He growled irritably, then looked at the closed door in front of him with displeasure, his voice cold. Mr. Minister, we did deliver the letter, but for some reason, no one came to greet it. Crouch frowned slightly as he looked at the magnificent and luxurious manor in front of him. Obviously, they were very dissatisfied with the arrangement made by the Shafik family. They had the audacity to make the respected Minister Fudge wait outside the door, which was nothing short of contempt and provocation. Mr. Minister, wait a moment. I'll go check out the situation. Behind him, a striker hurried forward, wanting to see what was going on inside the manor. At this moment, the gate of the manor slowly opened automatically, too. Welcome, Mr. Minister and Mr. Crouch, to Shafik Castle. Just as the Ministry of Magic people stepped into Shafik Castle, a virtual figure appeared in front of them. The virtual figure looked very realistic. If it had not suddenly appeared there, accompanied by flashes of light, Fudge and others would almost have thought it was a real person. Looking at the projection of the little boy in front of him, a look of surprise appeared on Fudge's face. Mr. Shafik, what are you doing? Hello, Mr. Minister, this is just some tricks in the castle. I'm very sorry, but I have very important guests now, so I can only greet you in this way. If I have been negligent, I will definitely offer you a generous gift to apologize." Aerys' voice sounded through the projection. Next to Fudge, Crouch also had a curious look on his face, his eyes constantly wandering to Aerys' projection. This kind of magic is not common. "What do you think, Mr. Minister?" Crouch thought carefully for a long time, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of such a magic spell, let alone seen it. Of course, some development spells are naturally known, but the portrait condensed by the development spell could not be so clear. Even the facial expressions could be seen clearly. "It's really amazing." Fudge nodded in agreement. "If you're interested, I can explain the principle of this magic to you in detail. At the same time, the generous gift I just mentioned is actually related to this projection magic. You can look forward to it." Of course, the projection magic Aris mentioned was just a casual remark. This projection is actually formed by the clone of the magic light brain moss, but it has been replaced by the image of Aris. The reason for doing this is to let the people in the Ministry of Magic see the strength of the Shafik family. Because they had not appeared in the wizarding world for such a long time, the impression given by the Shafik family was basically still stuck in the past 10 years. This time when Aris came back and the Shafik family reappeared in the world, it was naturally impossible for them to be like those impoverished pureblood families. It is necessary to present a brand new, powerful family that is feared, admired, and even envied. This was something Aris had thought of before. The reason for doing all this is naturally to pave the way for subsequent plans. He wanted the entire wizarding world to see the power of the Shafik family, so that they could establish their prestige in the outside world in the shortest possible time. I am surprised by the changes in the Shafik family. Fudge kept looking around the castle, and naturally found many unusual places along the way. For example, in a corner of the castle, a giant dragon was sleeping in the sun. "Dragon, there's a dragon in Shafik Castle." Crouch suddenly shouted, "Quick, be alert, beware of the dragon's attack. Mr. Minister, please step behind us." Several strikers nervously stood in front of Fudge and Crouch. "Everyone, don't worry. She won't hurt you." Aerys' projection spoke at the right time and explained, "This is a giant dragon that our family has tamed. It is a special breed and has very powerful magical abilities. As you can see, her body is also very strong. She's a very good partner." "That's right, that dragon is Aris." The reason why Aris was placed in the yard was also to intimidate those people in the Ministry of Magic. Anyway, the existence of the dark red dragon has already been known to those pure-blood wizards. At this time, Rhys simply stopped hiding it. In order to let the people in the Ministry of Magic see the power of the Shafik family, he directly let Aris, who had returned to the form of a dragon, lie down in the yard and sleep. Anyone who saw that scene would probably be shocked. Just like Fudge and Crouch now, shock has unconsciously appeared on their faces. A giant dragon that can perform magic? Fudge looked at the dark red dragon in surprise. "I don't think I've ever seen this type of dragon before," Crouch said with some difficulty. "She seems to be able to understand what we are saying." "Wait, God, what does she want to do?" His voice suddenly became trembling, because just now, Aris suddenly raised her head, glanced at a few people, then flew into the air as if mischievously and waved her wings at them. The consequence was that the howling wind almost blew Fudge and others from the ground into the sky. Fortunately, Aris was restrained and it was just a prank. Otherwise, BG and the others might really be blown away. Inside the castle, Dumbledore stood beside Aris and saw everything that happened after Fudge and others entered the manor. At this moment, he couldn't help laughing out loud. "Little guy, aren't you afraid that they will get angry if you do this? I believe that after seeing a dragon, even if they want to get angry, they might consider the consequences of doing so." Aris shrugged, not seeming to worry about Fudge and the others having any extreme reactions. "Bro, after all, it wasn't Elise who was under his control. It was the dear Minister of Magic who was fanning the flames. I understand what you are doing now, but you still can't go too far," Dumbledore reminded seriously. Understand. Aris nodded slightly. Then he suddenly walked towards the living room door and said with a smile, "Look, I'm just about to go and greet them. You little guy, you are so slippery." The old wizard smiled helplessly, then sat back on the sofa in the living room. Over there, Fudge and his companions left the territory of the dragon Aris in fear and finally arrived at the castle. Then, they saw Aris coming towards them. Afterwards, the shadow that had been guiding them gradually dissipated into spots of light and disappeared. "Mr. Minister, Mr. Crouch, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Elise to be so rude. I apologize to you on her behalf." Aris bowed slightly to the others and said sincerely, "Aris, is that the name of the dragon?" Fudge subconsciously adjusted his bald hair. The strong wind that Aris had just created had blown his hat away, forcing him to carefully protect his hair along the way. When Aris saw this, he immediately drew out his wand, waved it lightly, and cast a flying spell. 1.9 Then, Fudge's hat, which had flown away to who knows where, suddenly appeared in the sky not far away and flew towards him at a very fast speed. "Mr. Minister, your hat." Aris handed Fudge's hat back. Fudge looked at the little wizard in front of him, whose height only reached his chest, and nodded approvingly. "It's a very good spell. If I remember correctly, this spell should be learned in the 3rd year of Hogwarts, right? You are able to apply it so skillfully. Your talent is truly amazing." At this time, a voice came from the living room. "Minister Fudge, if you learn a little bit, you will find that Mr. Shafik's talent is far more than this." At the beginning of the first semester this year, he had already completed all the courses below grade 5, which surprised even me. "Dumbledore." Fudge turned around and saw an old silver-haired wizard standing next to the sofa, looking at everyone with a smile. "Is this the important guest you just mentioned?" He looked at Aris blankly again. "Yes, Mr. Minister." Aris nodded politely. "Mr. Dumbledore is my professor at school. He taught me a lot of knowledge and was very kind to me. He is as important as a family member in my heart. Minister Fudge, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Dumbledore walked forward and shook hands with Fudge and Crouch respectively. "Oh yes, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon." Fudge shrugged, but he was complaining wildly in his heart. This old guy must have just come out of his office and arrived at the Shafik castle, right? Is this to see him present the award to Shafik in person? Fudge didn't expect that Dumbledore would think so highly of Aris. Looking at the situation today, even the savior Harry Potter didn't receive such treatment. On the side, Crouch watched Dumbledore and Fudge greet each other cordially, and finally understood why the minister said those 30 things at the door earlier. If Dumbledore had intervened, things would have been really troublesome. Everyone knows how influential this silver-haired old wizard is in the wizarding world. He was the first white wizard who defeated Grindelwald and made outstanding contributions in the war against the mysterious man. Even if you're the Minister of Magic, you have to give this person enough face. Upstairs, Harry and the other two were looking at the situation below through the gaps between the handrails. That's Fudge, the Minister of Magic, and Mr. Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law. These two are both well-known figures in the Ministry of Magic. I didn't expect them to come to Aerys Castle together today. I'm afraid it's something serious. Chio was introducing the identities of the following people to Harry and Ronald. At the same time, his brows furrowed slightly. The fact that the Minister of Magic had to step in must be so serious that it was far beyond the imagination of these little wizards. Although Aris said before that he could handle this matter. But now, Chio couldn't help feeling a little worried. Do you think the Minister of Magic is here to cause trouble for Aris today? Harry asked with a frown. It's obvious. Ronald curled his lips. The Daily Prophet said today that the Ministry of Magic is going to send Aris to Azkaban. Now, they might be here to arrest Aris. What if a fight breaks out between the two sides? Ronald was obviously a little pessimistic and looked like he was about to cry. Are you crazy? Harry slapped Ronald on the back. Don't you see Professor Dumbledore is here? Those people from the Ministry of Magic will definitely not dare to do anything, right, Chio? Of course, Chio said affirmatively. You don't know how influential Dumbledore is in the wizarding world. Even the Minister of Magic has to give him enough face. With him around, Aris will definitely be fine. I just don't know how the Ministry of Magic will handle the matter of Malfoy Manor. The best outcome now is probably compensation. Even if Aris is not in prison in Azkaban, he will definitely have to pay a large sum of money to compensate those pure-blood wizards who died. And their families. Why, those dark wizards deserved to die, didn't they? Harry said indignantly. They killed my parents and that Voldemort. They're all unforgivable people. Aris did nothing wrong. Things are not as simple as you think. Cho sighed helplessly. The three little wizards all looked a little depressed, and soon they turned all their attention downwards. They had to listen carefully to every word of the conversation between Aris and those people from the Ministry of Magic. Harry even thought about it. If the Ministry of Magic really wanted to take Aris away unreasonably, he would definitely do something. So, Minister Fudge, what is the purpose of your visit today? After everyone greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries for a while, Aris took the initiative to bring up business. Fudge seemed to have just remembered that he came here for something important. He patted his head as if he was suddenly aware of something, and then said, "Look at my memory. I was so happy to chat with Dumbledore. Of course, I came here for something important." He waved behind him and glanced at Crouch out of the corner of his eye. Although Crouch was unwilling in his heart, he still showed a smile on his face. Minister Shafik's medal is here. As he spoke, he took out a rectangular box from his pocket. The box was not big, but Crouch's expression was very respectful at this moment, as if he was holding something very important in his hands. Mr. Shafik. At this time, Fudge's voice sounded again. Regarding the tragedy that occurred at Malfoy Manor, I express my deepest apologies to you. At the same time, I am very grateful to you for solving several backlog cases for the Ministry of Magic, upholding justice for the wizarding world, and bravely fighting against criminals. In recognition of your heroic actions and contributions to the wizarding world and the Ministry of Magic, I, Cornelius Fudge of the Ministry of Magic's Executive Office, would like to express my highest respect to you on behalf of the Order of Merlin and present you with the Order of Merlin, First Class. I hope you can continue to contribute to the wizarding world. Looking at the medal in Fudge's hand, Aris was a little dazed. He seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Dumbledore sharply. Then he saw the old wizard smiling at him. So, this is what Dumbledore was talking about, the surprise from the Ministry? Order of Merlin, First Class. This is the highest symbol of honor in the wizarding world, and such an honor was given to an 11-year-old little wizard. Moreover, it was awarded to him by the Minister of Magic himself after he had killed several people. This matter seems a bit magical no matter how you look at it. Master Shafik, we are all aware of your large donation to the Wizards' Aid Society. Crouch also bowed slightly to Aris and said sincerely, "On behalf of the many wizard families who have been harmed by the wizard war caused by the mysterious man, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." Although Aris didn't know how sincere Crouch's thanks were, he finally understood. It turns out that this first-class Order of Merlin is related to his donation. If you look at it this way, and add Dumbledore's influence, it makes a lot more sense. That's right. Early this morning, Reese asked Henry to donate a large sum of gold galleons to the Internet Aid Association. Of course, the money was squeezed out of those pure-blood wizards. Most of the galleons I got from Malfoy Manor were donated. The Shafik family's wealth was simply not enough to use up, and he had decided to do this from the beginning. Many of the families that were harmed by the Voldemort War had their lives severely affected. For example, Neville's family. Both his parents have been living in St. Mungo's Hospital, and only his grandmother lives at home. Fortunately, their family was once one of the sacred families and still has some heritage. Otherwise, they would not know how to live in the past 10 years. It is conceivable how miserable the lives of those people who came from poor families and were harmed by the Wizarding War would be. This is why Aris made this decision. What he didn't expect was that this matter unexpectedly took such a turn. I really didn't expect it. Upstairs, Harry and the others were also confused at this time. There was an expression of disbelief on their faces. The current progress of things has far exceeded their previous expectations. Aris received a medal. It's a first-class order of Merlin. This is incredible. Didn't the Daily Prophet say that? Never mind. I knew those guys weren't telling the truth. So, Aris is okay? Great. This is much cooler than winning the House Cup and the Quidditch game. That's the Order of Merlin, first class. Only a few people in the entire wizarding world have ever received it. It's like a dream. After a moment of confusion, Harry and several other young wizards became excited. Especially Chio. The way she looked at Aris below was full of stars. She looked at him with admiration. It seems that apart from Headmaster Dumbledore, no one else in Hogwarts has ever received the Order of Merlin. Ronald pulled Harry's clothes frantically, the excitement on his face being unable to be suppressed at all. I think so. He is simply the best after Dumbledore. Harry also took deep breaths, tried to adjust his inner shock. We thought the Ministry of Magic was going to take Dumbledore to Azkaban, but now it seems so stupid. Ronald managed to stop himself from pulling Harry's clothes and took a deep breath. This turn of events is so exciting. Look, Bingley's is going to receive the medal. Cho suddenly interrupted their discussion. Then, the three little wizards' attention was immediately turned to the living room below. Thank you, Minister Fudge. I never expected this. Really, it was a surprise. Aris said sincerely, thank you for the recognition from Sir Merlin, and thank you to the Ministry of Magic for upholding justice. Thank you to Mr. Crouch for bringing this medal here in person. As he spoke, Aris took the open box from Fudge, revealing the first-class Order of Merlin. Looking at this scene, Crouch forced a smile, his expression looking a little weird. At this moment, his mood was very complicated. Originally, before coming to Shafik Castle, he came with the idea of catching Aris, because at that time many people from pure-blood wizard families found him and asked him to help punish Aris, and they also gained a lot of benefits from it. But what he didn't expect was that Minister of Magic Fudge would suddenly come to his office and ask to go to Shafik Castle together. At that time, Crouch actually had some bad premonitions in his heart. Then, Fudge took out the first-class Order of Merlin. All of Crouch's plans went to waste. Not to mention sanctioning Aris. Even a small punishment might be impossible. That's the Order of Merlin, first class. With this medal, even if Minister Fudge wanted to do anything to the boy, he would have to consider the consequences. And what can he, a mere head of the Department of Magical Law, do at this time? Well, now that the medal has been delivered, it's time for me to leave. At this time, Fudge suddenly smiled and patted Aris on the shoulder. Little guy, work hard. The future wizarding world needs talented little wizards like you. Coming here this time makes me feel very emotional. The Shafik family's background is still shocking. There may be many things in the future that require your help. I also hope that Mr. Shafik can actively communicate with the Ministry of Magic. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. Fudge said as he winked at Aris. Of course, there will definitely be trouble for Minister Fudge in the future. Aris smiled neither humbly nor arrogantly. He did not look like an 11-year-old boy at all, but acted like a mature and steady adult wizard. Seeing the boy's performance, Fudge nodded slightly again and became more determined to have a good relationship with Aris in the future. You're welcome. The Ministry of Magic exists to serve the entire wizarding world, doesn't it? Fudge thought it was a humorous little joke, but I feel extremely emotional in my heart. A powerful, pure-blood family, whose wealth and strength are among the best in the wizarding world. He doesn't want to offend such a person at all. You know, the position of Minister of Magic is not that easy to hold. You are being watched every day, and any small mistake you make will be magnified infinitely. Every day when he sits in the office, he is always trembling with fear as if he is walking on thin ice. But if he had the support of some powerful families and wizards, he would be more confident. When he came to Shafik Castle today, he actually had the idea of winning over Aris. After a series of observations, he was completely certain that although the current leader of the Shafik family was young, his courage, intelligence, and attitude towards enemies were far superior to those of an average adult wizard. This can be seen from what he did at Malfoy Manor. If such a powerful family leader could become an ally, Fudge would naturally be very willing, especially since the boy had Dumbledore as his backer. With such a combination, Fudge could not imagine who would dare to offend them. 013904130 Falut 230241491. Then we'll leave now. Fudge greeted Dumbledore again. Wait a minute, Mr. Minister. Aris suddenly called out to a few people. Then he stretched out his hand and waved lightly, and several gift boxes appeared on the table in front of him. This is a small gift from me. I hope Mr. Minister and Mr. Crouch will not despise it. Mr. Shafik, you are too polite. As the Minister of Magic, I cannot take the lead in breaking the law. Fudge took a look at the gift box on the table, thinking it was some kind of special food. He quickly shook his head and politely refused. In fact, he didn't want to leave a greedy impression in Aerys' mind. After all, he would probably need Aerys' help often in the future. Crouch glanced at the box on the table and shook his head with a smile. He felt a little disdainful in his heart, thinking that the Shafik family was a great family, and they were just using such a small gift to fool people. Those boxes didn't look big. They looked like the boxes of a dress or the packaging boxes of small snacks that could be bought anywhere in Diagon Alley. The minister has misunderstood. Aris smiled and waved gently. All the boxes were opened at once, revealing the contents to everyone. Mr. Minister may have forgotten that I mentioned this when you just entered the manor. This is a virtual manor housekeeper projection module, which is made with a peculiar magic blessing method and the assistance of advanced alchemy. You can install this module in the manor so that the entire manor will be protected. You can easily use this module sensing system to sense what is happening in every corner of the manor, in real time. Not only that, the elemental magic array contained in this module can also add a protective barrier to your manor, making it safer. Finally, the virtual projection of the portrait you just saw outside. This module also has the same function. I think Minister Fudge might be interested in this little gadget. This manor housekeeper module was actually something that Moss developed by combining elemental magic arrays. It also contained some technologies that Aris didn't quite understand. Its function was similar to the monitoring system in the real world, but it had an additional defense function. The most important thing is that this thing was made by Moss, so of course he left some tricks behind. The reason why Aris gave these two things away was to make plans for the future. The Minister of Magic and the Director of the Department of Magical Law. These two people are at the top of the Ministry of Magic. In the future, I will inevitably have to deal with these two people frequently. Aris always likes to be in control and always makes some extra plans. Manor housekeeper. After hearing Aris' introduction, Fudge and Crouch's eyes lit up slightly. The two looked at each other, and both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. They had never thought before that such a small thing that looked like a piece of iron was actually the main device of the humanoid projection magic. If they had known it was such a novelty, they would definitely want it. But at this time, the words of refusal have already been said. Would it be a bit bad to suddenly change my mind and accept this thing? As if he saw the hesitation of the two, Aris smiled again and said, Mr. Minister, this product is actually the latest alchemical product of the Shafik family. I am giving it to you two now, and I have selfish motives. Oh, Fudge became interested after hearing this. Such a novel thing, according to Aris, can actually be mass-produced as a product? Yes, I want Mr. Minister to try this product first. If the response is good, we may put it in a mass production as soon as possible. At that time, we may need Mr. Minister's help in the process. Mr. Shafik, you are joking. As long as there is no problem with the product, the Ministry of Magic will naturally not interfere with your business. In that case, I'll take this little gadget and treat it as a test of a new product for Mr. Shafik. If it works, I'll definitely recommend it to my friends. A smile appeared on Fudge for 67's face. Just now, he was wondering if Aris would look down on him after accepting this gift. Unexpectedly, the boy's emotional intelligence is so high. He found a step in an instant and walked down smoothly. This EQ is even higher than those experienced veterans of the Ministry of Magic. At this moment, Fudge's evaluation of Aris could not help but increase a little. It will be a pleasant experience to cooperate with such people in the future. Thank you, Mr. Shafik. Crouch also smiled and picked up the things on the table and looked at them carefully. At this time, his mind became active, and he asked tentatively, "Such a profound alchemy. Mr. Shafik's family actually has such a talent. It must be a profound family if there is a chance. I wonder if I can meet him." Aris raised his eyebrows. "Meet Moss? No way. Don't get me wrong, sir. What I mean is that maybe I can introduce you to a master alchemist. I happen to have some friendship with Nico. You two can have some exchanges on alchemy research. I think this is always a good thing, isn't it?" Crouch smiled with the corners of his mouth pulled, but he was secretly thinking of other things in his heart. In fact, he just wanted to test Aris's strengths and see if the Manor Butler could really be mass-produced. From Aris's introduction just now, Crouch keenly observed something. Once the Manor Butler is truly put into mass production, it may become a huge fortune. If I can establish some connection with Aris at this time, maybe I can make a fortune in the future. Now, Crouch's attitude towards Aris has gradually changed. It would be foolish for him to target someone who even the minister couldn't deal with. Anyway, he doesn't have any mortal feud with the Shafik family, so if he can't beat them, just join them. Crouch thought that instead of going through the trouble of dealing with the Shafik family, it would be better to just climb aboard this big ship. With the strength and wealth of the Shafik family, how many in the 4 realms can rival it? At times like this, standing in line is the most important thing. Even the minister has made it clear that he wants to cooperate with Shafik. Of course, he needs to act quickly. As for those pure-blood wizards who came to him for help, they could go wherever they wanted. He no longer had the mind to think about them. Of course, this is definitely a good thing. Why didn't I think of it? At this time, Dumbledore, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. He touched his long silver-white beard and nodded gently. "Well, speaking of it, I have a good relationship with Tonka too. Aris, if you need anything, I think I can introduce you guys to each other some other day." Dumbledore's words immediately made Crouch look embarrassed. He just realized that Dumbledore is still here. Considering the friendship between this silver-haired old wizard and Nico Flamel, what can he do with it? What a waste of expressions. At this time, Aris smiled and said, "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, and thank you, Mr. Crouch, for your enthusiasm. Daff, to be honest, this product is actually my immature work. It would be great if I could get guidance from Mr. Nico Flamel." "You did this?" Fudge and Crouch were stunned for a moment. Then looks of surprise appeared on their faces. "You never mentioned this to me." Even Dumbledore looked at Aris with some surprise. "Yes, the product is not perfect yet, so I have no plans to announce mass production right now. Please keep this a secret for Aris for a while. I don't want to push an imperfect product to my family's store. That would be irresponsible to the buyers." "Of course." Fudge and Crouch nodded repeatedly. "It's incredible." The two of them looked at Aris and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It seems that Mr. Shafik's talent in alchemy is also amazing. At this moment, the two people's determination to cooperate with Aris became even stronger. "Minister Fudge, thank you for your compliment." Aris smiled modestly. "Why don't I take you to meet Nick during this 2-week vacation?" Dumbledore looked at Aris meaningfully, with an inexplicable meaning in his tone. "I think Nick will be very happy to see you." "Well, if there's nothing else important, I think it's fine." Aris nodded, although at this moment, he always felt that Dumbledore's expression was a little strange. But for a moment, I couldn't guess what this old fox was planning. Soon, Fudge and Crouch said goodbye to Aris one after another and left Shafik Castle. Of course, 2 sets of Manor Butler were also taken away. As soon as the 2 left, Harry and others rushed down from the 2nd floor. "Aris, there are so many things we don't know. This is outrageous." Harry rushed to Aris immediately, looking at the first-class Order of Merlin in his hand and the remaining set of Manor Steward on the table. "I bet that if this thing can really be mass-produced, it will definitely be sought after by countless people," Ronald said confidently. "Indeed, it is amazing that a humanoid projection can chat with others. What's more, it can provide additional protection for the residents." You know, most wizards' homes are only blessed with muggle-repelling spells and warding spells. These spells are too common. They are not very effective against dark wizards. Aris, how good is the defensive effect of this thing of yours? She'll ask curiously. Several people looked at Aris again. Not bad. Aris thought for a moment and said, "It's enough for the owner of the manor to apparate or ride away on a broom before the enemy invades the manor. Of course, if you encounter a master like Professor Dumbledore, I'm afraid it won't be very useful." "This is already amazing," Dumbledore suddenly interjected, giving recognition to the defensive ability of the steward of the manor. "Okay, Aris, let's put this aside for now." Dumbledore's eyes suddenly turned to Harry and Ronald. "Now, let's talk about the issue of you running out of school without permission." "Professor, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Professor, please forgive us this time." Harry and the other boy had bitter faces, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads when facing Dumbledore's gaze. Aris looked at the two of them, a smile appearing on his face. He knew that the old fox only wanted to scare the two of them and would never really punish them. This is only because it is not in school. If it were in school, Dumbledore might give them some extra house points for their courage in breaking the school rules for their friends. But now they are pretending, so shameless. Ahem. Aris coughed lightly and then said, "Professor, they both sneaked out of school for me. Why don't you forgive them this time for their dedication to their friends? Besides, it's better to spend the holidays in my manor than to be alone in school. There aren't many people in school right now. You should be able to understand how they feel. So, you want to help them?" Dumbledore glanced at Aris calmly. "Cough, cough," the boy coughed again. "No, we can't let old Dang lose face at this time." Aris decisively shut his mouth. Harry and the others should just wish for the best for themselves. However, Dumbledore did not really scold Harry and the others. Just as Aris thought, he just said some words that sounded very reasonable. Harry and the other two were stunned. Then they felt inexplicably that they had done something wrong. They looked like they were humbly seeking advice and let Dumbledore decide for them. "Since you are already here, you don't have to go back to Hogwarts." Dumbledore finally shook his head, then looked at Aris. "Since they are here to find you, their safety this holiday is in your hands." "I know. This should be your original plan." "Yes, Professor." Aris nodded. "I plan to use this time to give them some intensive training to catch up on their learning of elemental magic." "Elemental magic?" Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. "You taught them?" "Of course, this is very helpful for their learning and improvement, isn't it?" That being said, Dumbledore showed a hint of hesitation on his face, "but they are too young. Shouldn't learning something like this start from childhood?" Aris patted Harry's shoulder seriously and asked, "Right?" "Ah." Harry was still a little confused at this moment, with a wry smile on his face. "I thought that Binglisai invited us to play." Lingluo of the 10th Emperor muttered softly. Harry nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Obviously, he didn't want to be forced by Aris to take extra lessons during the holidays. Although elemental magic is cool and powerful, but except for top students like Aris and Hermione, everyone else would subconsciously resist such things as tutoring during the holidays. "I think it's good." Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, looked at Harry earnestly, and said, "The greater the responsibility, the more hardships you have to endure. Harry, I believe you can overcome your laziness." After saying that, he secretly winked at Reese. Old Dumbledore had always been worried that Harry's growth would not keep up with the speed of Voldemort's return. Now, with Aris supervising him, he can feel relieved. Although elemental magic is not the orthodoxy in the current wizarding world, Dumbledore has no opinion on Aris's approach. Perhaps, apart from Aris, he is the one who knows best how important the understanding of elements is for wizards to cast spells. If two people have the same magical power, the spells they learn are essentially the same. The only difference is that one of them sensed the existence of the elements and had a certain understanding of it. The other person had no knowledge of the elements at all. In a duel between two people, the player who can sense the existence of elements can definitely defeat the other one easily. This is not an exaggeration at all. Hermione and Cho are actually the best examples. Their strength almost suddenly increased dramatically as seen by the professors at Hogwarts. Many professors were not sure what was going on. Only Dumbledore had a rough guess. The previous speculation has now been verified. It was because Aris taught them elemental perception that they developed a certain affinity for elemental energy. Professor, I want to know. Harry and Xiong looked at each other. If we choose to go back to Hogwarts now, will it be okay? The two of them were about to cry because Aris just said that he would give them intensive training. They could even imagine how intensive this intensive training was. When they were in school, Aris only gave them ordinary exercises, which were more tiring than 8 classes a day. If it was intensive training, wouldn't it cripple them? 0 request flowers. Of course, Dumbledore smiled. But if that happens, the punishment for leaving school without permission will probably result in all of Gryffindor's house points being deducted. No, don't. Harry shook his head quickly. We're staying here and not going anywhere. Ronald promised, holding out his hand. The two poor guys just sat down on the sofa beside each other in silence, and everything was arranged clearly. The most annoying thing is that I dare not say a word. Well, now that we've reached an agreement, Dumbledore looked at Aris again. Remember, I will take you to see Nico in 3 days. It's best to arrange them first. We may not be able to come back on the same day. 0. Got it, Professor. Aris nodded. Aris actually wanted to meet the most powerful alchemist in the world. He was also very interested in alchemy. The most important thing is that the combination of modern alchemy and ancient elemental magic seems to have produced some very wonderful changes. Just like this steward of the estate, there is one thing Aris didn't lie about. Although this thing was mainly developed by Moss, Aris participated in most of the processes, so it can be considered as half of his completed work. He discovered this while studying it. Most of the principles of modern alchemy are similar to those of ancient elemental magic. For example, the use of materials in alchemy, the practice between spells, and the characteristics of alchemical items. These are all related to the characteristics of the elements, or, in other words, the principles are basically the same. This also made Aris look forward to meeting Nick Flamel. Nick Flamel. Just as Dumbledore disappeared out the living room door, Harry suddenly stood up. I just wanted to say this name. He looked at Ronald, and their eyes met. The telepathy between good friends made them think of the same thing instantly. So, is that an alchemy master? Both of them looked at Aris. Well, I think so. Aris nodded slightly. He is not just a master alchemist. He is also the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the door, and Hermione's figure appeared immediately. So what did you think of? Magic stone. Harry seemed to have thought of something and screamed. So, the thing hidden in the corridor on the 4th floor is most likely the Philosopher's Stone. And Snape wants to get it? Harry looked at Aris and Hermione for confirmation. Well, it's also possible that Professor Quirrell wants to get it. Seeing Aris and Hermione looking somewhat speechless, Harry shrugged and added, Wait, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Cho looked at them with confusion. Yes, it was Harry. He discovered some secrets in Hogwarts Castle about the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor that Dumbledore specifically told students not to approach. Aris raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, The corridor on the 4th floor? Cho glanced at Harry thoughtfully, then continued, I heard that there is a big dog in there, and it looks very fierce. It will attack any little wizard who breaks in. Is that right? 0, that's right. Aris nodded. But how did you know? The boy was a little confused. Shouldn't Cho know these things? It seems that this little girl is not as well behaved as she looks in school. We should discuss the Philosopher's Stone now, right? Ronald suddenly spoke, looking at Aris. So, what exactly is the Philosopher's Stone, and what does it do? In his opinion, Aris must know these things. Philosopher's Stone. Before Aris could speak, Hermione's voice rang out first. It represents the highest level of alchemy. It is rumored to be able to turn stone into gold and has many miraculous effects, but its most well-known and crazy effect should be immortality. Legend has it that Nick Flamel just celebrated his 665th birthday. Before this, he had been relying on the Philosopher's Stone to sustain his life. The Philosopher's Stone that can grant immortality. Harry frowned even more tightly. But Snape, or Professor Quirrell, why would they want the stone? I think there is no one in this world who doesn't want to get the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione rolled her eyes. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's each choose a room, and then we can discuss the elemental magic training for this holiday. Aris clapped his hands and pointed at Ronald, who was trying to sneak away. Don't even think about escaping. I know everything you do in this castle. Of course, if you don't want to undergo special training, I will discuss with Professor Dumbledore and let you return to Hogwarts. But Aris, Harry was still a little unwilling. We should tell Professor Dumbledore that Snape or Professor Quirrell coveted the Philosopher's Stone, right? He should be on guard. Whatever their ultimate goal in stealing the Philosopher's Stone is. Do you think Professor Dumbledore didn't notice anything? Aris looked at Harry helplessly. Think about it. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore is the boss. There's nothing in that castle that he doesn't know. So you don't need to think so much now. Just think carefully about how to improve your strength more quickly and efficiently in the next magic training. Do you understand? Oh, Harry scratched his head and responded gloomily. However, after Aris' explanation, he felt relieved. If you think about it carefully, this is indeed the truth. Dumbledore is so capable. What inside Hogwarts Castle does he not know? Aris, where do you live? At this time, Chio, who was choosing a room upstairs, suddenly poked his head out and asked. Then, Hermione also pretended to be casual and pricked up her ears. Oh, I live in the tallest tower on the east side of the castle. Aris didn't care and replied casually. Oh, Chio nodded thoughtfully and then asked, Then can I live in the room next to yours? Of course. Aris nodded. Great. A smile appeared on Chio's face, and he jumped towards the east tower. Hermione glanced at Chio, then at Aris, bit her lip lightly, and then followed Chio towards the east tower. She remembered that there seemed to be 3 rooms. Aris has 1 room, and Chio has 1 room, so there should be 1 room available. They will live in this huge castle for the next 2 weeks. The little girl had no sense of security, so naturally, she wanted to choose the room closest to Aris. Because in this castle, boys are the only ones who can give them a sense of security. What about you? Aris turned to look at Harry and Ronald. We can just live upstairs in the living room, they said in unison. Anyway, all the rooms in the castle are almost luxurious, and they just want to live in the closest place. This way, after the special training every day, I can climb into the bed as soon as possible. They didn't understand why the 2 girls would rather go so far to live in the East Tower. Aren't they tired? Aris didn't care about what they were thinking. He just nodded slightly and then said, Then you go and pack up first. We will meet in the open space in front of the living room in half an hour. After saying that, Aris walked out of the living room. He planned to convert a magic practice field not far from the small Quidditch field into a temporary special training base. There are many props for practicing magic here, such as magic dummies, simulated terrain, and so on. Moss, as Aris called softly, a cute elf in green clothes appeared beside him. First, draw 2 energy-gathering elemental magic circles here. Then, prepare a weakened version of the automatic elemental ball attack magic circle. After instructing Moss to prepare the software facility, Aris looked at the empty production area again, then waved to Shalia, who was waiting at the side with her hands down, and instructed, Shalia, give me some money so I can prepare some cushions in the corner of the training ground. If someone is unconscious or injured during training, they can rest there. In addition, there are these 2 areas. He pondered for a moment, then gently waved his wand under the gaze of Shirley's shining eyes. The easternmost area of the training ground began to change. Grass quickly grew on the stone bricks on the surface, and the terrain also changed rapidly, forming special terrain such as hills, low-lying pools of water, and woods 3.7. In order to make the simulated environment more realistic, he could also use the Traceless extension spell to expand the origin several times. Then, they repeated the same procedure on the west side of the training ground and prepared a simulated site with a desert terrain. With these 2 simulation fields, We can train several little wizards in combat and reaction abilities in actual combat. In addition, it is worth mentioning that these two simulation fields are not just about terrain changes. Aris also added some small surprises, such as small animals such as snakes and mice that suddenly pop out. In about 20 minutes, Aris had everything ready. Looking at the completely changed training ground in front of him, the boy nodded with satisfaction. Well, this looks like a training ground for elite wizards. Perhaps, in the future, we can consider organizing a training class every holiday and inviting different people to visit the castle. Brother, is this the training ground you prepared for them? At some point, Luna suddenly appeared behind Aris. After returning to the castle, the little girl went to play with Elise. She didn't even show up when Fudge and Dumbledore from the Ministry of Magic arrived. Aris knew that she was curious about the castle now, and might have gone to look for the scimitar horn snorkeler. So, I didn't bother with it and just told Snoopy to pay more attention. Yes, that's right. Aris nodded with a smile. Their spellcasting ability is improving too slowly and needs to be strengthened. It's time for their true elemental magic. I also want to learn with them. Is that okay? Luna looked at Aris seriously. But you don't have a wand. Is that okay? Looking at the little girl's expectant eyes, Aris smiled and shook his head. Okay, as long as you are happy. Thank you, brother. Luna smiled happily, revealing 2 dimples. 25 minutes later, with 5 minutes left before the time Aris and Harry agreed to meet, Hermione and Cho were the first to arrive at the training ground. 30. Is this the place for special training? Hermione looked around the training ground curiously. As for Cho, he was the first to rush to the simulated combat site. Wow, this place is so big. Cho made a sound of surprise. The actual combat field, where the traceless extension charm was performed, was as large as 2 or 3 regular Quidditch pitches. It was truly equivalent to a small outdoor training area, and it had all kinds of environments and terrains, making it very realistic. Next, the 4 of you, no, 5 of you. Aris glanced at Luna again and smiled. The 5 of you will undergo 2 weeks of special training here until the start of school. Harry, Ronald, being late is not allowed here either. Otherwise, the punishment will be even more severe than in Hogwarts Castle. Please remember this. Aris looked at the duo of saviors who had just arrived and said in a serious tone, Yes, Aris. Harry nodded. We shouldn't be late, right? Ronald scratched his head and looked at his good friend beside him with some uncertainty. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder and announcing the rules at the same time. Aris spread her hands and shrugged. After all, you guys have been through a lot at Hogwarts. Harry and Ronald lowered their heads and remained silent. Also, I'll give you one last chance. If anyone doesn't want to participate in this special training, you can tell me now. You can still have fun in the castle comfortably for 2 weeks, but once you choose to participate in the special training, you must strictly follow my teaching plan. Aris's eyes swept over several little wizards. Anyone want to quit? Although they didn't say anything, they all shook their heads silently. Hermione and Cho's idea is simple. Aris has always been their role model in study. Now, they have such a good opportunity to receive serious, individual instruction from Aris, and they are so happy. As for tiredness and hard work, when they were at Hogwarts, they had the experience of staying in the room of requirement for more than 20 hours a day. They gradually adapted to Aris's high-intensity learning method. As for Harry and Ronald, they are full of energy right now. Seeing how impressive and powerful Aris was, and how hard he studied, both of them subconsciously wanted to compete with him, especially Harry, who knew clearly that the murderer of his parents was most likely still alive. He must become stronger to have a chance of revenge. Ronald was just suffering along with his good friend. He actually wanted to quit and play comfortably in the castle for 2 weeks. But when I saw that the others were so excited, I felt embarrassed to be a deserter. However, think about it. As long as I become better, I will be excited to show off whether I go back to school or home. This way, I feel that all the hard work is worth it. Since no one wants to quit, then starting tomorrow, our training will officially begin. As for today, you guys should stay in a magic circle for another day. Especially Harry and Ronald, your perception of elemental energy is not that high yet. If you want to learn real elemental magic, you must work hard in the next 2 weeks. Then you may catch up with Hermione and Shio. Otherwise, you may be left far behind. Aris quickly made clear arrangements for everyone. Got it. Harry and Ronald looked at Hermione and Shio and nodded heavily. They had always been outshined by the two girls in terms of strength, and they had been feeling unhappy for a long time. Now, with the hope of catching up, they suddenly felt full of energy. Luna, you should also sit in the magic circle and feel the energy of the elements. This is the most important step in learning elemental magic. As for the method, you should have learned it, right? Yes, I still remember what my brother taught me before. Luna nodded slightly. Afterwards, the 5 people entered the elemental energy perception magic circle respectively and sat in different positions according to their respective attributes. During this period, Aris also conducted an attribute test on Luna. This little girl's main attribute is also wind, but like Harry, she also has 3 talents, and the other 2 secondary attributes are fire and ice. Aris had not thought of this before. Okay, you guys practice here first. After arranging several little wizards, Aris walked out of the training base. At this time, Henry happened to be walking over from not far away. Master, everything has been arranged. Well, where are they? Right in the living room. Then let's go. The two exchanged a quick and brief conversation, then walked towards the main living room. Lucius Malfoy and Draco Malfoy had been waiting at the manor for some time. 6:30, in fact, they had arrived before Fudge and Crouch. But at that time, Aris didn't have time, so the two of them waited in the side hall of the castle. At this time, Aris was free, so he asked Henry to arrange for the two of them to go to the main living room to meet. Have you dealt with all those pure-blood wizard families? Aris asked casually on the way. He knew that Henry would definitely do this matter with great care. From what happened in the past 2 days, it can be seen that now I just want to understand the specific situation. It's all done, young master. Most of those people are spineless and have basically surrendered to the Shafik family. Most of their property has been donated to the Wizard Aid Association. According to the young master's instructions, I have found a job for them all. As for the specific content of the work, most of them are chosen based on their own conditions. It won't be very good, but they won't starve to death. Not bad. Aris nodded with satisfaction. These pure-blood wizards are used to a luxurious life, and it would be great to let them have a taste of the life of a worker now. As for Lucius, he is actually quite capable. Aris thought, maybe give him a chance. If he can pass the test of loyalty, it is not impossible for him to become a grassroots manager of the Shafik family business. As for where he can climb to in the future, it all depends on his own ability. Shafik Castle, main living room. Lucius Malfoy and Draco were standing by the sofa, waiting. Father, why can't I sit down? Draco asked with a frown. They had been standing since they arrived at Shafik Castle. It was like this in the side hall, and it was still like this in the main living room. Is this the Shafik family's way of entertaining guests? What's even more outrageous is that even though no one was watching them, the father still looked very respectful and cautious, not even daring to sit for a while. He didn't understand why his father, a member of the noble Malfoy family, became like this. Totally incomprehensible. Even though the Shafik family has a high reputation in the wizarding world, they also seem to be very rich. But Draco still found it incredible. My father seemed to have become a different person, completely lacking the elegance and calmness that a noble should have. Draco, you and Master Shafik are classmates, so you should have some affection for each other. I may need you to cooperate with me this time. Remember, you must be careful with your words and actions, and put away your master's temper. Also, you must be respectful to Mr. Shafik and not do anything offensive. Do you understand? Lucius instructed his son earnestly, with a hint of sadness in his expression. At this time, he had not yet told Draco everything. One reason was time. Draco had just returned when he was dragged here, and had not yet had time to know what happened in Malfoy Manor last night. The second reason is that Lucius has not yet figured out how to explain this to Draco. At least, after this meeting, he needs to think carefully about how to make his son accept this fact. What on earth happened? Draco obviously sensed that something was wrong and asked with a frown. I'll tell you in detail after this meeting. Lucius' eyes flickered, and he didn't even dare to look Draco in the eye. Remember what I just said? Don't do anything that might anger Master Shafik. The life and death of our family may depend on this conversation today. I hope you can cooperate with me, and we can save the Malfoy family together. After saying that, Lucius subconsciously turned his head and looked outside the door. There, two figures were approaching slowly from afar. Father, why should we do this? What's so great about Shafik? Why? Draco still didn't understand, and was about to continue asking, but was rudely interrupted by Lucius. Shut up. Remember what I just said. They are coming. The future of the Malfoy family depends on the outcome of this conversation. You must keep this in mind. After saying this, Lucius forced a smile on his face and walked towards the door. Hello, Master Shafik. It's an honor to meet you again. Lucius bent over, just like those who had complimented him before, and looked at the 30-year-old boy who had just walked into the door. He had a bright smile on his face, and even though it looked obviously fake, he was trying his best to put it on. Such obvious flattery and fear, as well as that attentive look, stunned Draco behind him. Father! He wanted to yell and ask why he did this, but he remembered Lucius' previous instructions and serious expression. The words that were already on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back into his throat, and he could only utter two syllables with difficulty that only he could hear. At this moment, he just felt his whole body was stiff, and he didn't even know what expression to use to face Aris. After all, they were classmates in school, but now they had become like this for no apparent reason. Draco had never experienced this feeling before. Perhaps those who have come to his house to play would also have this kind of embarrassing experience. But he is Draco Malfoy. Since when did the noble Malfoy family need to be so servile in front of someone? Besides, I'm not just a 1-year-old boy. This was totally unacceptable to Draco. Hello, Mr. Malfoy. Aris smiled at Lucius, then naturally looked towards the figure standing stiffly in front of the sofa in the living room, and then greeted him again. Master Draco, I thought you were going to stay in school for 2 more days before coming back. I heard that you were planning to secretly visit Hogsmeade Village before leaving for the holiday. It seems that there has been a change of plan. Hello, Mr. Shafik. Draco greeted Aris with a stiff expression. He's no longer a young master. Lucius' voice suddenly interrupted again. He was still smiling, and humbly bowed his head and bent over, and said to Aris, compared with Master Shafik, Draco is just an ordinary Hogwarts freshman. I heard that you took good care of Draco at school. I'm very grateful. This is definitely an honor for our entire Malfoy family. Lucius started to flatter again immediately. Hearing these words, Draco felt even worse. He pinched his wrist hard, as if trying to confirm in this way whether this was just a dream. But the severe pain from his wrist made him realize it clearly. This is not a dream. Everything is real. His father really kowtowed in front of his classmates and showed no dignity at all. This scene made him want to explode on the spot. Father, why do you have to do this? In the end, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and question out loud. Have you never thought about my feelings when you treat Aris like this? How can I continue to get along with him in school from now on? Are you crazy? Then he looked at Aris. His eyes seemed to be breathing fire. What on earth did you do? What on earth is the reason for all this? Draco could no longer control his emotions and yelled without caring about anything. At this time, Lucius's expression had completely changed. He originally wanted to rely on the friendship between Draco and Aris, who both went to school at Hogwarts, to gain more living space for the family. But now, things seemed to be going wrong. He repeatedly warned his son not to do anything that might anger Aris. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk. D actually dared to yell at others. Master Shafik, I'm sorry. I'll take care of it right away. Lucius ran towards Draco in panic, fearing that Aris would get angry and start killing people again like he did last night. At this moment, his whole heart was lifted up. He had never felt fear so real hanging over him. Lucius! At this time, Aris' voice sounded faintly. Why don't you let Draco finish? I think he is right. In fact, Aris also didn't understand why this old man Lucius would do such a stupid thing. Even if you bring Draco with you, why don't you tell him the whole story? Not to mention Draco, who has a bad temper and a proud personality. No one can stand this. He now finds it interesting. This is a good show. It seems there is something to watch. Master Shafik. Lucius looked at Aris with some fear and confusion. He was somewhat unable to understand the boy's thoughts, yet he did not dare to make any decision rashly. He could only stand there at a loss as to what to do. Aris, are you threatening my father? Draco clenched his fists and stared at Aris. In his opinion, if it weren't for Aris's threat, Lucius would never have become like this. He had not even thought about how the Malfoy family, as one of the sacred 28 clans, would be willing to be threatened unless they were caught by someone or were under an irresistible force. After all, he is still a child, and Draco's ideas are still a bit naive. I thought that as long as I resisted bravely, I could change something. Little did he know that Lucius was about to cry at this moment. Threat. Aris smiled. Perhaps you can understand it this way. No, I, Draco Malfoy, will never be threatened by anyone, Draco said in a firm and stubborn voice. Bang! Lucius slapped Draco directly on the back of the head, almost knocking him to the ground. Apologize to Master Shaq immediately, Lucius said coldly. Draco still stared at Aris with an unyielding look. Okay, you two. Aris sighed. In fact, I know very well why you came here today, Draco. I admire your courage and understand the resentment in your heart. If you think that the noble Malfoy family does not need to ask for help, then let's end our conversation here. Having said that, Aris stood up and was about to leave. Wait, Master Shafik. Seeing that something was not right, Lucius quickly stepped forward, knelt on the ground, and grabbed Aris' arm. Master Shafik, it is Draco who is ignorant. Please don't be angry. The Malfoy family is willing to be loyal to you and willing to give everything. Please give us a chance and let us work for the Shafik family. Lucius's face was panicked, and his voice was even trembling. He knew very well that if Aris turned around and left now, then the Malfoy family would be really finished. Lucius Malfoy, like all the other pure-blood wizards, could only find the cheapest job outside, working hard every day, but still not enough to feed his family. He couldn't imagine how painful such a life would be. He would rather die than suffer such an insult. At this time, all the property of the Malfoy family had been looted by the Barton family. If they don't get a chance from Aris today, perhaps the 10 families will start to starve from tomorrow. Father! Draco stared at the scene in front of him in a daze, his gums almost breaking. He still didn't understand why things turned out like this. It just felt like everything was a nightmare. He even naively thought that if he woke up from the dream, everything would return to normal. Lucius, I think you should explain to Draco first. He has every chance of knowing the truth. Otherwise, he might not be able to get over it, and do something that you will regret. Aris glanced at Draco, chuckled, and shook his head. Okay, I'll explain it to him now, but please don't leave. I'll solve this matter right away. As he spoke, Lucius quickly came to Draco, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat painful. Draco, you have to be mentally prepared. The once noble Malfoy family has disappeared. We are bankrupt. If we can't get a job from Master Shafik, I'm afraid we will soon face a desperate situation. We may not even be able to afford food, let alone your pocket money at school. This is all my fault. Lucius finally lowered his head and told Draco everything. We have united to divide up the Shafik family's property, but Master Shafik has calculated everything, and our plan has failed. As Draco listened to Lucius's narration, his expression became uglier and uglier. His already pale face was now completely devoid of any color. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Father, how could you do such a thing? Draco muttered to himself, suppressing his shock, and listened to the whole story reluctantly. His clenched fists gradually loosened weakly. Then, he stared at Aris blankly with a complicated expression, as if he wanted to cry but couldn't. At this moment, he felt as if the whole world was about to collapse. If the Malfoy family simply had no money and had to live a hard life in the future, he could still endure it. What he couldn't stand was that the noble Malfoy family had done such a terrible, even disgusting thing, and Aris, who he had thought was the perpetrator, had turned out to be the victim. And now all of this is caused by his father's greed. It's all the Malfoy family's fault. He couldn't accept this fact, and even felt ashamed for what he had just said to Aris with confidence. So, now you already know everything. Lucius lowered his head awkwardly, looking at Aris from time to time, observing the boy's expression, and sighed heavily. I know, this is hard to accept, but this is really our last chance. As he said this, Lucius reached out his hand with some heartache, wanting to give Draco some comfort. Don't touch me. At this moment, Draco took several steps back as if he had been bitten by a snake. Lucius's outstretched hand froze in midair, and his expression became very ugly. As sorry son, he knew that Draco had been hit too hard this time, so it was normal that he couldn't accept it for a long time. But in fact, he has no other choice now. After a long moment, he sighed again, then turned to look at Aris. Master Shafik, I apologize to you again for Draco's rudeness. Lucius knelt on the ground. Once again, his voice was low and a little hoarse, and his body was shaking slightly with his head down. Please forgive our sins and give us a chance. I promise, as long as you can give me a decent job so that my family and children will not go hungry, I will do my best to create value for the Shafik family. I beg you. Lucius prostrated himself on the ground and knocked his head hard without any hesitation. Father, that's enough. Draco's heart broke when he saw this scene. He rushed to Lucius' side and tried to pull Lucius up from the ground. However, for the Malfoy family, Lucius gave it his all and just lay on the ground motionless. Aris, please. At this time, Draco completely put aside his so-called dignity and knelt down towards Aris. His tears flowed from his eyes, and he looked at Aris and said in a sobbing voice, Please, give us a chance. I, Draco Malfoy, will be your servant from today on. I will only be loyal to you in this life. Please, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Aris looked at the two people, one big and one small, kneeling on the ground with a complicated expression. Draco's nature is not bad. He is just a little bit arrogant and likes the feeling of everyone revolving around him. This kind of personality is actually the influence of the family since childhood. He had a very smooth life and had never suffered any setbacks or hardships. Lucius' family really loves their son Draco, which can be seen from the development of the plot in the original work. Unfortunately, they should never have messed with Aris. Get up, the boy said softly. I can give you a chance for the Malfoy family to stand up again. Aris looked at Lucius calmly, with a hint of majesty in her eyes. But whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you. As he spoke, Aris also felt a little bored. This drama of loving father and filial son did not make him feel very good. He had long since stopped wanting to stay here and see how sad they were. It's boring, so boring. After saying that, Aris turned and walked out of the living room. Next to him, Henry, who had been silent, came to Lucius. Get up, the young master has left. Hearing the sound, Lucius and Draco looked up quickly. Thank you, young master. Lucius kowtowed repeatedly towards Aris' back in gratitude. Draco, on the other hand, was completely confused at this moment. He didn't know how to face Aris when he went to school, and he didn't know how to face his family. The east tower of the castle at night. Hermione couldn't fall asleep in the room for a long time. Looking at the dark sky outside the window and the gauze curtains faintly floating in the room, she always felt an inexplicable chill, as if there was some invisible ghost staring at her in the dark room. Maybe the girl was a little scared because she was alone in a strange place. After a while, she gritted her teeth, got out of bed, and quickly ran to the door. Then, he put his ear against the door and listened carefully to the movements in the opposite room. Opposite this room is Aris' bedroom. I don't know what that guy is doing. The little witch turned around again, took a look at the dark room, and then subconsciously shrank her body. Never mind, let's go check it out. As she spoke, Hermione carefully opened the door and tiptoed to the door of Aris' room. She hesitated for a moment, then knocked gently on the door. Aris, are you asleep? No. With the boy's familiar voice, the door slowly opened. What's wrong? Can't sleep? At this moment, under the warm light, Aris was sitting at the desk with a thick book in his hands. Why are you still reading? Hermione pretended to be casual, put her hands behind her back, and walked into the room unsteadily. Then, he closed the door of the room. Why did you close the door? Aris looked at the little witch with some confusion. This little girl, although she's not very old, she still needs to be more reserved, right? In the dead of night, a girl ran into the boy's bedroom and closed the door. If other people saw this, even if they had 100 mouths, they wouldn't be able to explain it. Nothing. I just want to take a look at your room. Hermione suppressed her embarrassment and came to the bookshelf in Aris' room. There are so many books in your room. Soon, Hermione was attracted by the bookshelves filled with books, and her eyes began to wander around the shelves. Then, he picked up a book called Research on the Development of Modern Witchcraft. Ever since she met Aris, Hermione had gradually developed an interest in various research-related academic books. Although she could not understand most of those books, she felt that she had benefited a lot from just flipping through them. Her favorite thing to do is to ask Aris questions that she doesn't understand in research books. What made her feel magical was that Aris could give her the correct answer every time. The scope of knowledge covered is simply terrifying. Hermione often thought that perhaps even the professors at Hogwarts did not have as comprehensive knowledge as Aris in certain areas. This is definitely not an exaggeration. You want to read a book, too? I watched the girl holding a book, jumping directly onto the bed, and then skillfully lifting the quilt and getting in. Aris suddenly felt something inexplicably strange. She is so natural. She doesn't even know what to say. That's my bed, Miss Granger. Don't worry about me. Hermione's face was a little red, but she still pretended as if nothing had happened. I'll read a book for a while, and I'll fall asleep when I feel sleepy. She would let Aris know that she wanted to sleep in the boys' room because she was afraid. Aris stared at Hermione blankly and noticed the blush on the girl's face. At this point, he already understood a little. I know that girls may be a little scared when they sleep in a strange place for the first time. So, I could only smile and shake my head helplessly and not care about it anymore. Anyway, the bed was big enough, and considering the small bodies of the two 11-year-olds, it wouldn't feel crowded even if 4 or 5 of them slept on it. Then do whatever you want. I'll read some more books. Aris took one last look at the girl, and seeing that she still kept her head down and didn't dare to look at anyone, he shook his head in amusement. Soon, the room fell silent again. They both read quietly, and for a moment the only sound was the occasional call of the nightingale outside the castle. A cool breeze blew in from the window, and the little witch subconsciously shrank her body. Aris then waved his hand and controlled his magic to close most of the window, leaving only a tiny gap. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the little witch's face. Then, I found a more comfortable position on the bed and lay down. At this time, she was already feeling a little sleepy. 0. The book in my hand fell aside without me noticing. Soon, soft breathing sounds were heard, and Hermione actually fell asleep half lying down. At this moment, Aris's eyes suddenly looked outside the door again. Another one? The boy was a little stunned, and then before the girl outside the door knocked, he waved his hand and used magic to open the door. Cho, are you also afraid of not being able to sleep? Aris asked directly. The little witch outside the door obviously didn't expect Aris to ask so directly, and her face turned red instantly. Well, the castle and the rooms are too big. I'm not used to it. Cho stood at the door hesitantly, not knowing whether to go in or turn around and run away. At this moment, she felt so ashamed. It's okay, come in. Aris smiled, then pointed to the bed. Hermione was scared too, and fell asleep here with me. Cho was stunned for a moment. Then he looked into the room, and sure enough, he saw Hermione sleeping soundly on the bed. For some reason, Cho suddenly felt a little resentful. She came earlier than me. After seeing Hermione, Cho no longer hesitated. He walked straight into Aris' room and closed the door. Under Aris's gaze, he quickly crawled into Aris's big bed like a thief. Then, Not daring to look at the boy, she simply covered her little head with the quilt. "You'll be deprived of oxygen if you sleep like this," Aris reminded helplessly. However, Chio still didn't dare to stick his head out and even shrank back into the quilt. Seeing this, Aris could only shake his head helplessly. "Well, we really need to get together to play mahjong." Aris looked at the two little witches on the bed and sighed, feeling both amused and helpless. Hermione had already laid down on the bed without knowing when. The book she had been reading fell beside her arm. Her delicate white arms were sticking out from under the quilt, looking very small and cute. Her breathing was even, and it was obvious that she was fast asleep. Then, Aris glanced at Chio on the other side. The little witch in the quilt didn't move at all and looked like she had fallen asleep. But seeing the quilt occasionally lifted up next to her, Aris was sure that the girl was definitely still awake and even knew to lift the quilt to get some fresh air. Aris didn't go forward until the girl was extremely shy. Just as he passed by, he gently pulled the quilt, just enough to let Chio's head out. He suspected that if he didn't do this, the girl might be so shy that she would suffocate herself. "Okay, go to sleep." 180. The boy's soft voice reached Chio's ears, making her face even redder. But this time Chio didn't hide his head under the quilt stubbornly. He just turned around and faced Aris' desk with his back. After returning to the desk outside, Aris glanced out the window. Why hasn't Luna come back yet? I'm afraid these two guys are going crazy. Ever since she knew that Aris could transform into a giant dragon, she has been begging the little red dragon to take her flying. Just this evening, Luna successfully used a large piece of lamb leg to make Aris surrender. The lamb leg was roasted by Aris. Originally, each person had one, but Luna didn't eat it and gave it to Aris. The benefit is that it gives me a chance to be a dragon knight. When others saw her actions, they immediately regretted it. Unfortunately, they had already eaten the lamb shanks. As a well-educated dragon, Elise has no habit of eating other people's leftovers and decisively rejected other people's requests to become dragon knights. Fortunately, this bed is big enough. Otherwise, there would be no room for us. Aris took another look at the big bed in the bedroom and muttered something in a voice that only he could hear. Luna and Aris rested in this room these 2 days. After a while, when the man and the dragon came back and saw that the big bed had been occupied by someone else, I don't know if they would be angry. However, we are all little girls, so we should be able to understand each other, right? This castle is really too big. It was normal for the 11-year-old little witch to feel a little scared living alone in such a big and deserted room. Even Aris felt a little uncomfortable on the first day he lived in the castle. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that there seemed to be something mysterious in this castle. I wonder if there is some ghost hiding in some corner who doesn't want to show up. Hermione and Chio probably sensed it today, so they came to his room. "It seems that I have to ask Henry about this tomorrow." "Master, I made some tea for you. Do you want me to bring it in?" At this moment, a soft and sticky voice suddenly came from outside. "Come in, Shirley." Aris opened the door, casually. Standing outside the door was the maid Shirley, who was wearing a maid outfit, had a magnificent childlike face, and was trembling. "Are you still awake so late?" Aris looked at Zuelia with some surprise and asked, "Master, you haven't rested yet, so Shwelia doesn't dare to rest either." Shwelia said weakly, then lowered her head shyly. This little girl has been in the castle for a few days, and she always blushes when she sees Aris. Aris didn't know why, and could only pretend not to see it. "Thank you for your hard work. If it's too late next time, you can rest first and don't have to wait for me." "Yes, thank you, Master." After putting down the cup of black tea, Zuelia subconsciously glanced at the big bed. After seeing Hermione and Chio, his face suddenly became even redder. Then, the look he gave Aris became a little strange. "Anything else?" Seeing Zuelia's strange look, Aris asked in confusion. Zuelia couldn't help but lower her head and took a look at the magnificence on her chest. Then, she seemed to have made up her mind and said, "Master, if you need anything, Shirley can help you. Miss Granger and Miss Chiozhong are too young. Can you control them a little?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Aris almost spit out the black tea he had just drunk. "Do you have any misunderstanding?" The boy stared at the beautiful maid in front of him in amazement, and he felt that she seemed to have the wrong idea. Actually, I wanted to say this when Miss Luna was sleeping in your room. Shirley's face gradually became redder and redder, but some inexplicable sense of responsibility seemed to drive her to continue speaking. Even if you really like them, you should wait until they grow up a little bit. Besides, Master, you are still young, so you must take care of your health. Stop. Aris looked at Zuelia dimly, shaking his head in disbelief. Zero. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Shirley. Perhaps Uncle Henry and the others are mistaken. You are the most powerful third girl in the Barton family. Shirley was stunned for a moment, then suddenly excited. Master, what did you just say? I am a witch? Is it possible for me to do that? But Uncle Henry and the others all said that I am a squib, although I always think they might be wrong. Well, you are definitely a pure, dirty girl. Aris nodded expressionlessly. Then can I also learn magic with the young master? Zuelia's eyes became brighter and brighter. Aris held his forehead speechlessly. Master, is what you just said true? Are you kidding me? Master, you really don't need my help. The grandmother in my family taught me about this, and also provided me with some training. I promise that I will give you a very good experience. Aris couldn't bear it anymore and waved his hand. Before Zuelia could react, she felt her body suddenly lighten and a gust of wind blew beside her ears. When she stood still again and looked around, she found that she had been kicked out of the young master's bedroom. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of her, Zuelia pinched her cheeks anxiously. What should I do? The young master seems angry. As expected, the young master is still young at 54. So he's a little shy. Shouldn't he be too straightforward in saying this? I think I made a big mistake. But, Master, this is really wrong. Miss Hermione and the others are too young. Should I tell Uncle Henry about this? Forget it. If he knew that the young master kicked me out, he would definitely be angry. The dirty girl lingered in the corridor for a while, muttering to herself, and finally left the East Tower with a nervous mood. She didn't know that Aris's face had already turned ashen. He swore that if his body functions were not limited, he would definitely give Shirley a good beating tonight. That little girl is really too arrogant. Repeated provocations. You don't even consider him a man. He was so blatant in making dirty jokes, and he kept on saying them. Too much. That's too much. Brother, I'm back. Just 10 minutes after seeing Shirley off, there was another knock on Aris' door. Then, little Luna came in skipping with Iris from outside. Where did you go to play? Aris looked up and shifted his gaze from the book to the little girl. Luna's long golden hair looked a little messy, obviously caused by being blown by the strong wind for too long. At this time, Iris followed Luna listlessly, looking exhausted. Is it that exaggerated? Aris shook his head in amusement. Master, you don't know that Miss Luna is even crazier than me. She insisted that I take her across the whole of Britain. We flew for several hours without stopping. She wanted to see the sea and the forest. The baby dragon was so tired. Iris jumped onto the desk and collapsed there, looking like she didn't want to move at all. You went to other countries? Aris was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that Luna was just flying around the manor to experience the feeling of being a dragon rider. Unexpectedly, these two guys really had a blast. I heard there's a magic school called Beauxbatons in the south of France, and most of the students there are witches, so I wanted to go and take a look. Luna looked at the little red dragon awkwardly, then shook her head in disappointment. Unfortunately, we searched for a long time, but still couldn't find that school. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic? Aris was stunned. That's really far, directly across the whole of Britain and the English Channel. No wonder Iris is so exhausted. Master, I need to replenish my energy. Iris looked weak and looked at Aris pitifully. Aris had no choice but to wave his wand, and a bunch of food came over. Then, the little red dragon looked at Luna protectively, took all the food in its arms, and went straight back to the pet space. It looks like he wants to enjoy all the delicious food in the pet space alone. Elise! Luna widened her eyes and looked at the little red dragon slowly disappearing, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. She's hungry now, too. Seeing the little girl's expectant eyes, Aris could only wave his wand again and get some food from the kitchen. Only then did Luna happily sit down and slowly eat her midnight snack. "Brother, are they sleeping here today too?" As soon as Luna entered the room, she found Hermione and Cho already asleep on the big bed in the bedroom. She looked at Aris with a strange look in her eyes and spoke softly with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. "Well, it's said that a person is afraid of not being able to sleep." Aris smiled, then lowered his head somewhat awkwardly and continued reading the book in his hand. "Brother, do you like them?" Luna's voice sounded again. Her tone became even stranger, and there seemed to be a hint of displeasure in it. "Why do you say that?" Aris coughed lightly and did not give a direct answer. "If it was Harry Potter, my brother would definitely not let him into the room. He's a boy, so he's different." Aris touched his nose guiltily. "Besides, aren't you sleeping here too?" He reacted and countered. "Does Luna like brother too?" "Of course." The little girl nodded without any hesitation. "No, I mean," Aris suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. "I know what you mean." Luna tapped her chin and said seriously, "I just like my brother. When we grow up, if my brother is willing to live with me, then Luna will marry him. Let's talk about this later." Aris felt a little overwhelmed. This little girl plays straight ball. Who can stand this? "Brother, don't you dislike Luna?" The little girl's expression suddenly became a little uneasy. Hearing this, Aris felt even more confused. He thought about it, became a little more serious, and looked at the little witch in front of him. "Of course my brother likes Luna, but we are still young now." Aris carefully chose his words, fearing that he would hurt the little girl's feelings. "So, what if Luna grows up and has other ideas? Perhaps you just haven't seen anyone better than my brother yet." "There will never be anyone better than my brother," Luna said with certainty. "As long as my brother is willing, Luna will definitely marry him when she grows up." The little witch looked at Aris seriously and firmly, with a hint of persistence in her eyes. Hearing this, Aris fell silent. He admitted that if Luna married someone else when she grew up, he would definitely feel very uncomfortable, and he didn't even dare to think about such a result. Therefore, actually at this time, there is no need for him to worry so much. After a moment, Aris's eyes softened. He reached out and gently touched Luna's long hair and nodded. "Okay, when Luna grows up, if she still hasn't changed her mind, then she can marry me." After saying this, Aris' heart suddenly calmed down. "It seems that I have found a sense of belonging in this originally strange world and have gained an invisible bond." This feeling made him feel very fulfilled. It's even better than the feeling of having magical powers become stronger. "Then let's make a pinky promise." Luna suddenly stretched out her hand and raised her little finger. Seeing this, Aris shook his head in amusement, but still stretched out his little finger and hooked it with the girl's finger. "After you make a pinky promise, you can't go back on your word," Luna said, looking at Aris seriously. "Well, no regrets." Aris nodded seriously. At this moment, the smile on the girl's face was as bright as the stars in 007's story, so stunningly beautiful. Suddenly, Luna seemed to have thought of something, and her smile suddenly faded. "Brother, what should we do?" The girl pointed to the bed. Aris was confused by this sudden turn of events, and then said with a smile, "They didn't say they wanted to marry my brother? Is Luna jealous?" "Who knows?" The girl pouted, then suddenly turned around. "Okay, I'm sleepy, and I'm going to sleep." She didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face suddenly turned red. Then he quickly turned around, got into bed, and crawled into the quilt. Just when Aris was stunned, the girl poked her head out again and said in a low voice angrily, "Brother is not allowed to sleep on the bed tonight, humph." After saying that, Luna put her little head back into the quilt. "This," Aris' mouth twitched slightly. "If I don't sleep on the bed, where can I sleep? That's a bit too much. Not only do you occupy my bed, you also want to occupy my room?" Looking around the whole room, it seemed that the only place where one could sleep was the small sofa next to the desk. But why? Aris rubbed his brows and shook his head helplessly. "Forget it. It's better not to fight with women. Although the bed is big, It is still quite crowded with so many people sleeping on it. Just think of it as taking care of girls. Wake up, gather at the training ground in 20 minutes. Aerys' voice suddenly rang out in the castle along with the sunrise. After using the amplification spell, his voice echoed throughout almost the entire castle. Inside the room, Hermione suddenly sat up from the bed, then looked to the side in a daze. "Good morning, Hermione." Cho greeted the little witch in a muffled voice. "Good morning." Then, Goo's voice came from the other side of the bed. "Morning." Hermione covered her forehead and smiled. She was the first one to fall asleep and had no idea what happened afterwards, so this was the most embarrassing moment. Afterwards, the three of them looked at each other, got out of bed tacitly without saying a word. Hermione and Cho hurried out of the room. Brother got up so early. Luna yawned and started to change clothes in the room happily. At this moment, a sense of joy suddenly arose in her heart. Well, she was the only one who could change clothes in her brother's room, which seemed to be a pretty good feeling. Harry and Ronald also slept together in the same room. After hearing Aerys' voice, the two of them jumped up from the bed as if they were dead. That seemed to be Aerys' voice just now. Ronald mumbled in a daze, without opening his eyes. "Well, today we start the official special training. Get up quickly." Harry reacted faster. He crawled and rolled off the bed and quickly put on his clothes. "Ronald!" Harry shouted when Ronald wanted to lie back on the bed again. "If you don't get up, you won't have breakfast. Aris set the rules yesterday. Have you forgotten? Or do you want to go back to Hogwarts and face Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall?" "Oh, God. I would rather go back to Hogwarts," Ronald recalled painfully. "I had nightmares last night, all about this special training. I dreamed that I was severely punished by Aris because those elemental magics were too difficult. I also dreamed that you and I were scolded by Aris, and Hermione laughed at us. Oh my God, we must be crazy to stay here." Ronald's voice kept ringing, but his body was very honest, and he quickly put on his clothes. Because Harry just said that if you go too late, you won't have breakfast. He had to admit that the food at Shafik Castle was delicious, especially the oriental dishes and snacks, which taste different from most of the food in Hogwarts. "You have to believe in yourself, Ronald," Harry said comfortingly. "Perhaps elemental magic is not as difficult as we thought. Besides, Aris said that we have good talents, right? Just comfort yourself like this." Ronald still had a bitter face. "No matter what, we can't be outdone by those girls, right?" Harry gritted his teeth. "Luna is even 1 year younger than us, and she came into contact with the elements later than us." "Stop talking." Ronald's face fell even more. "I really had this dream last night. They all learned it after just one try, but we two always had problems. I don't know why I had this damn dream." "Maybe you think too much." By this time, Harry had already put on his clothes and quickly washed up in the bathroom. "Go!" A few minutes later, the two hurried out of the room and walked towards the dining room next to the main living room. "Fortunately, we chose the bedroom closest to the restaurant," Ronald said thankfully. "Hermione and the others shouldn't be as fast as us, right? After all, it takes them 10 minutes just to walk from the East Tower." Harry subconsciously glanced at the tallest tower in the castle. "You still have time to take care of them." Ronald rushed into the restaurant and started stuffing food into his mouth. 20 minutes later, Aris looked at the time. Hermione and the other 3 girls arrived almost on time. Even Aris was a little surprised and had to secretly praise their efficiency. Apart from the time spent on the journey, they only took 10 minutes to take care of everything. This speed is comparable to that of the 2 boys, including Harry. "Yes, I thought you were going to be late." Aris glanced at them. "Thanks to Dobby for operating us to the restaurant." Hermione and Cho looked at each other and muttered softly. Hearing this, the corner of Reese's mouth twitched slightly. "Well, the case is solved. So that's how it is," he said. "How could these little witches be so fast? Dobby, he is really a good friend of humans. It seems that we should consider deducting his salary." 013904130 Felu 230271261. Otherwise, Teacher Aris's authority will be lost. On the side, Harry and Ronald also looked at the three girls with admiration. They never expected that such a bold move could happen. Aris, what are we going to learn today? At this time, Chio's voice sounded with a hint of expectation. She had wanted to learn elemental magic a long time ago. After all, she and Hermione had been familiarizing themselves with elemental energy at school. The process can't be described as boring. It can only be described as extremely, extremely boring. Aris barely thought about Chio's question and answered, "Today, I will teach you some of the simplest elemental magic. Since most of you have affinity with wind and fire, we will start with these two. First, the wind whirl." Aris stretched out his hand, and a light blue light flashed in front of him. Immediately, strong wind elements began to gather quickly, forming a vortex-like, rapidly rotating wind ball in front of him. Amid the amazed gazes of the young wizards, Aris spoke again. "This magic can be learned by everyone except Ronald. I will teach you the detailed method later." And fireball. Aris canceled the whirlwind in front of him, and then a flash of fiery red light appeared. A burning ball of fire appeared above his palm. $1% at. He gently waved his palm, and the fireball followed the direction of his wave, floating past several little wizards. The burning sensation made them subconsciously take a step back. "I never thought that magic could be played like this." Harry stared blankly at the fireball that Aris controlled so easily in his hands, and swallowed involuntarily. "That's so cool." Ronald's face showed eagerness. This is exactly the skill he has always dreamed of. Just imagine, when he walks through the school corridor or the living room at home with a fireball in his hand. The scene is so cool. "Oh my God." Or when his mother needs fire, he can suddenly snap his fingers and ask her, "Is this what you want?" After demonstrating it to the little wizards, Aris waved his hand lightly, and the fireball shot towards the magic practice target not far away. A violent flash of fire appeared, and the next second, the magic target was instantly blown into a charred black by the fireball attack. The little wizards present could even smell the odor of some material being burnt, which was very obvious. "Fireball, except for Chio. Everyone else can learn it." Aris spoke again. "So, these two magics will be the first elemental magics you will learn. Aris, please teach us." Ronald's eyes sparkled. "I can't wait. This power is much stronger than any levitation spell they have learned." At this moment, Ronald suddenly felt that he was fine again. He had completely forgotten about last night's dream. "There was only one thought left in my mind. You must learn that cool and powerful fireball technique. Since Ronald is so anxious, let's learn the fireball technique first." Aris glanced at the red-haired boy whose eyes were already shining, and a smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, he brought them to the elemental energy gathering array. "Now, you can use the power of the magic circle. This will allow you to sense the corresponding elemental energy faster and release magic faster. This is very simple. I believe you will be able to master the essentials soon." As he spoke, Aris arranged all the people to fight in the elemental magic circle. Then he began to explain in detail the process and techniques of releasing the fireball. First, we need to communicate the energy of the fire element. Then, in the process, we need to use magic to pull the energy together. Finally, when the energy of the fire element accumulates to a certain level, it will undergo a qualitative fission and form a real fireball. Just like this. Aris stretched out his hand again and summoned a fireball. "Do you understand?" The little wizards looked at each other, then nodded as if they understood. "I think I understand," Hermione murmured, then closed her eyes and began to feel the fire energy in the magic circle. With the blessing of the magic circle, the elemental energy around her is abnormally active. But she must accurately filter out the fire element from these disordered energies, and then use magic to guide it. Time passes by every second. Several little wizards closed their eyes one after another. Even Ronald, with the special reminder from Aris, successfully understood the key points of releasing the fireball. The entire training ground suddenly became quiet. Only a few young wizards with different cousins were left, trying hard to catch bugs repeatedly in the elemental world. Well, if we regard elemental energy as small insects, this description is appropriate. Concentrate your mind and make sure you completely merge yourself with the fire element. You will feel that the elemental energy is like an extension of your arm. It becomes very sensitive and obedient and extremely enthusiastic. On the side, although Chio did not have the talent for fire element, he also closed his eyes silently. Just now, she glanced at Harry and Ronald inadvertently and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Their expressions are so weird. She had never seen a wizard who cast spells as if he was constipated. It's like my whole body is exerting force. That picture is so funny. After a long time, Ronald suddenly sighed and opened his eyes. His flushed face was filled with frustration as he looked at Aris pitifully. No, I can't gather the energy of those elements at all. Aris, isn't there any spell for this magic? Like the levitation spell, a simpler spell? At this time, everyone else opened their eyes, and it was obvious that they had also failed. Even Hermione failed to successfully condense a fireball, let alone Luna, who had just come into contact with elemental energy. A spell. Aris glanced at the little wizards and frowned slightly. He also didn't expect that a small fireball spell would be so difficult for these people. Obviously, he succeeded after just one try, right? Moreover, there was no one to teach me, and I had to explore every step by myself. It's just a small fireball spell. Is it really that difficult? I was just thinking magic requires spells, doesn't it? Harry couldn't help but speak up. In their impression, it seems that all magic requires chanting, even silent spells need to be chanted silently in the mind. But Aris taught them fireball, but not spells. At this moment, the little wizards were even wondering, could it be that Aris had forgotten? Okay, let me think about it. A spell, right? Aris looked at the few people, turned around helplessly, pinched his nose, and thought seriously. If the normal process is followed, fireball should also have a spell, and its function is probably to help casters guide elemental energy more focused, which is similar to the effect of the spells in the current magic system. However, the elemental magic system was originally developed by Aris himself. When he invented the fireball technique, he did not even think about the problem of spells, because his mental strength was strong enough, and he did not need any spells at all. It would be quite troublesome for him to suddenly come up with a spell now. At this moment, Aris suddenly thought of those childish magic spells in some fantasy novels. If it is just to increase concentration and make the mind feel the energy of the fire element more clearly, is it true that any form of spell makes no difference? Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand, emptied his mind, and abandoned the control of his mental power over his magic power. Then he slowly recited, "Great fire, elemental spirit, please obey my call," and burst into flames, condensing into a scorching fireball. A ball of fire appeared above Aris' palm again, and a scorching heat wave spread instantly. Sure enough, apart from slightly increasing concentration, this spell is completely useless. Aris looked at the fireball in his hand and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Although he had chanted a spell just now, the appearance of the fireball was mainly the result of his mental power actively controlling the magic power to guide the elemental energy and had nothing to do with chanting the spell. However, chanting the mantra while guiding the elemental energy can indeed improve your concentration. This is better than nothing, right? Thinking of this, he coughed lightly, turned around, and looked at the little wizards again. Did you all hear clearly? This is the spell of fireball. Is it such a long spell? Harry and Ronald looked at each other, both dumbfounded. Even Hermione and Cho looked at Aris suspiciously, with strange expressions. If you need to recite such a long string of spells every time you cast a fireball in battle, the enemy's attack would have already arrived. If that's the case, there doesn't seem to be any other meaning in learning this magic except to show off, right? The function of the spell is to help you concentrate and guide the elemental energy. If your attention is focused enough and your mental strength is strong enough, you can condense a fireball in an instant. There is no difference between having this spell or not. Aris spread his hands and said seriously, Just like the levitation spell, if you have strong enough control, you can also use the silent casting technique to cast the spell, which is actually the same idea. But you are totally unable to do that now. So, just recite the spell honestly first. After saying that, Aris waved to the little wizards and urged them. Why are you still standing there? Keep going. I understand. Ronald's eyes lit up again, and then he closed his eyes again. So that's how it is. Harry nodded, as if he had understood something. Is this really okay? Hermione muttered, but tried to close her eyes. Then, bursts of second-rate spell chanting began to be heard in the training ground. Great fire, elemental spirit, please obey my call, and burst into flames. Great fire, elemental spirit, please obey my call, and burst into flames. Watching this scene, Aris tried hard to hold back his laughter, stroking his chin as he walked outside. Great, another energetic day. To all the middle school students, let's do our best today. Evening. In the training ground, several young wizards were lying exhausted in the magic circle. No, it's no use. Ronald looked frustrated and felt like he was going to lose the will to live. I suspect that Aris didn't teach us the correct spell, which is why we can't cast the fireball spell. But when he chanted the spell, he did perform the magic. Harry frowned, trying to analyze what went wrong. They thought they were very focused and serious. Even in their first spells class, they had never been so serious. In fact, Aris can summon fireballs without any spells. Hermione added, so there might be something wrong with this spell. Harry looked at the little witch. But Aris didn't need to lie to us, did he? Cho was practicing wind magic today. Like the others, she had never succeeded even once and was feeling a little depressed. Hermione, how long did it take you to practice the levitation spell? Harry suddenly asked. About a week. Hermione thought for a moment and replied, although I succeeded in the first try in class, I had already reviewed the content of that class and practiced the spell before that. So, even you took a week to learn the levitation charm? Harry was stunned. Otherwise, it's not that easy to master a spell. Hermione shrugged. I'm wondering if we are too anxious. Ronald's voice suddenly sounded. Sure enough, today's training is exactly the same as what I dreamed about last night. Elemental magic is not that simple. Perhaps it's not that my brother's spell is problematic, but that we simply don't understand the key to this magic. Elemental magic is different from the spell system we know now. The magic of the garden focuses more on the control of the mind over the magic power. At this time, Luna's voice came from the magic circle at the side. Her tone was calm and ethereal. She stretched out her hand, as if feeling something, and then spoke again. Today I have been feeling the elemental energy that my brother mentioned. So when you cast the spell, I can feel the fluctuation of the elemental energy over there more clearly. I feel that the fundamental reason why you have not been able to successfully release fireballs and whirlwinds is that your control over magic power is too poor. When the elemental energy is gathering, it is easy to collapse due to the poor supply of magic power. As she spoke, Luna looked at Hermione. Hermione is the one who is closest to success. I can sense that your control over elemental energy has reached a critical point. Perhaps you only need an opportunity to successfully make the elemental energy you control form a living fissure. In Chio, the two of you have much stronger control over your magic than Harry Potter and Ronald. After listening to Luna's analysis, the other young wizards on the field were stunned. They didn't expect that Luna, who was only exposed to elemental magic on her first day, could see so many details that even they didn't notice. Especially Hermione, who looked at Luna in surprise. Luna, can you really sense the elemental energy we mobilize when casting spells? Is this weird? Luna looked at everyone in confusion. It's really incredible. Harry was also surprised. The first day I sensed the elemental energy, I almost fell asleep. I didn't feel anything at all. I'm in the same boat as Harry. Your situation is definitely not common. Ronald nodded in agreement. Perhaps Luna is also a genius like Aris. Cho looked at the little girl with a hint of envy. Compared to my brother, I'm far behind. Luna smiled and shook her head. Then she glanced in the direction of the castle. It seems like it's almost time for dinner. Why don't we take a break first? No, I just don't believe I can't learn it. Ronald muttered and went back into the magic circle. Harry also demonstrated his thoughts with practical actions, and then sat down next to Ronald. It seems that they feel threatened by your talent. Hermione glanced at the two of them, then shrugged at Luna. Forget it, I'll practice for a while. Hermione said, and turned back to the magic circle. I'll be back to the castle later too. Cho also nodded to Luna. Are you working so hard? Luna glanced at the castle, then ignored them and skipped out of the training ground. She didn't want to miss dinner with her brother because of extra practice. 3 days later, Hermione and Cho had successfully cast their first fireball and whirlwind spells. Therefore, they were even happy all day long. However, even so, they did not dare to relax at all, because once they lose their concentration, they will be instantly brought back to the starting point. Gradually, the young masters discovered the differences between the elemental magic system and the modern spell system. In terms of difficulty, elemental magic is obviously more difficult. In addition to the perception and affinity of elemental energy, one also needs to constantly strengthen one's control over magic power. Otherwise, it will be difficult to actually release even a small fireball. This alone is much more demanding than the modern spell system. However, they are sure that the power of elemental magic is much stronger than ordinary spells. This strength is not only in lethality, but also in destructive power. When Hermione threw a fireball for the first time and almost set a large area of training tools on fire, she understood this deeply. Inside the castle, Aris was reading a book. Isn't it time? Suddenly, he looked up in the direction of the castle gate outside the living room. That old fox is never late, is he? At this moment, a silver-white figure suddenly appeared outside the gate. 0. Then, he opened the gate of Shafik Castle with a slight wave of his hand and walked in calmly. Professor Dumbledore, I thought you weren't coming. At this time, Aerys' figure appeared next to the silver-haired figure with a crackling sound. Very beautiful apparition. I didn't know you had secretly learned this skill. Dumbledore looked at the boy meaningfully, with some helplessness in his eyes. I suppose you are not registered with the Ministry? Of course, Aerys said without thinking. Well, let's do this for now. The silver-haired old wizard shook his head and then looked inside the castle. Are the little guys all right? It couldn't be better. Aerys nodded. Thinking of how Harry and the others looked hopeless all day, the boy smiled unkindly. That's good. Dumbledore did not doubt it. Guess why I was late today? Was he delayed by something at school? Aerys guessed. Strictly speaking, it's not a school matter. The silver-haired old wizard's eyes suddenly became a little resentful. It was Firenze and the others. Those centaurs almost broke out of the Forbidden Forest. It is said that it was because they saw a giant dragon leaving in a hurry and thought something had happened. Firenze, Aerys was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. I forgot to tell them about this. It's okay. I'll ask Iris to go there later. She's missing her old nest anyway. That would be great. Dumbledore nodded, then held out his hand. Come on, I'll take you to see Nick. He's looking forward to meeting you. Crackling. With a crisp sound, Aris and Dumbledore apparat in front of an old house. This isn't London anymore, is it? Aris asked, looking at the architectural style of the houses around him, which was obviously different from that in the UK. Yes, this is a place in Paris, France. You will know exactly where it is when you go in. Dumbledore glanced at the boy, smiled, and kept him in suspense, then walked towards the old house in front. There's a spell here. Aris sensed something unusual as soon as he approached the old house. Of course, this is the residence of Nico Flamel, the most powerful alchemist in the world. How could there be no protective measures? I heard some time ago that some criminals wanted to find the Philosopher's Stone made by Nico for some shameful purposes. Dumbledore explained it as a matter of course, but did not go into detail about the Philosopher's Stone. But even if he didn't say it, Aris knew it very well. Isn't the person who wants to find the Philosopher's Stone the remaining soul of Lao Fu? In fact, he might know more about the inside story than Dumbledore, but he just couldn't say it out loud. It's hard to explain why he knew all this. However, Aerys's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, it seems that he has found a way to reveal something with some excuse, like prophecy or something like that. As long as we don't reveal too much, it shouldn't cause too much change in the plot, right? Thinking of this, Aerys pretended to say casually, Professor Dumbledore, the person who wants to get the Philosopher's Stone probably knows that it is no longer here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought me here so easily. Little guy, stop pretending. Don't you already know? What's in the corridor on the 4th floor of the school? Dumbledore looked at the boy meaningfully, then walked to the old house and knocked gently on the door. Indeed, that's probably no longer a secret. Aris shrugged. Even Harry has guessed it. Oh, and Ronald and the others. I hope they can realize the seriousness of this matter and stop running around. Dumbledore glanced at Aris again. It was as if he already knew everything. Aris looked at the silver-haired old wizard in front of him and couldn't help but feel emotional. He always felt that this old fox might also have a talent for prophecy. Otherwise, why would he know so much and be able to lay out one meticulous plan after another? This kind of wisdom is as vast as the abyss. Actually, Professor, I observed the stars some time ago and found some unusual signs. Aris' tone suddenly became serious. Oh, Dumbledore was clearly interested. He had seen Aris's astrology skills in the Forbidden Forest and couldn't help but ask, tell me about it. Aris nodded slightly, and then his eyes gradually became deep. The once dim Demon King star has once again begun to emit a faint light. This means that a person who was once extremely powerful is about to make a comeback after years of recuperation. I think, Professor, you should understand what this means, right? Aris gave Old Dang some pointers appropriately, but did not elaborate. Sure enough, after hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes moved slightly, and then he fell in a deep thought. At this moment, the door of the old house in front of the two of them suddenly opened automatically. Then, an old man with wrinkles all over his face and a trembling walk appeared in front of the two. Oh, Nick, I'm so glad to see you're still standing. Dumbledore quickly came to his senses, opened his arms to the old man, and the two of them gave each other a gentle hug. Obviously, Dumbledore was carefully controlling his strength, as if he was afraid that a little more force would break the old man's bones. Nicholas Flamel, who has lived for more than 600 years, is still alive in this world miraculously, but his body has long been decayed. He can only barely maintain the ability to move, and he is probably unable to perform some difficult movements. Dumbledore, is this the very gifted child you were talking about? Nikolai's gaze quickly turned to Aris. His eyes were very strange, without any cloudiness, and even seemed to emit a clear light, which was totally unlike the eyes of an old man. Hello, Mr. Flamel. Aris greeted politely. Okay, come in first. I'm still conducting an experiment and can't leave for too long. As he spoke, Nick Flamel turned around and walked quickly into the house. The old man's walking posture was very strange, and his steps were very small. Aris guessed that the old man was afraid of the risk of fracture if he stretched his legs too far. After all, most of his muscles were already stiff, even out of control. Dumbledore glanced at Nick Flamel's back, then turned to look at Aris very seriously and asked, How sure are you about the prophecy just now? I'm not sure either, but the difference shouldn't be too big. I can feel the wheel of fate turning. A certain fateful cycle is about to start all over again. It's not just about the kingdom of God mentioned by the centaurs, but also about a demon king who is known to have fallen. What else did you predict? Are there any specific events? Dumbledore's expression became more and more serious. He knew very well that Aris's predictions were somewhat accurate. Otherwise, the centaurs would not respect and trust the boy so much. No, prophecy is not as simple as looking for memories in a pensieve. Aris shrugged. I understand. Dumbledore muttered to himself, then took Aris into the old house. There's something else going on here. Just after entering the old house and passing through a corridor, Aris saw a very large laboratory. Nick Flamel was standing in the middle of the laboratory, tinkering with some equipment. It looked like some kind of experiment. No wonder he just said he's still doing alchemical experiments and can't leave for too long. Aris looked at the old man, who even trembled when he walked, and suddenly felt a trace of admiration in his heart for being able to do one thing and stick to it for such a long time. He is truly admirable. Over 600 years of experience and knowledge in focusing on one thing. 1.3. No wonder everyone says that Nico Flamel is the most powerful alchemist alive today. Why? Shouldn't it be like this? At this time, Nick Flamel walked back and forth on the laboratory table with some confusion, muttering to himself. Aris walked a little closer and heard what he was saying. It seems that this alchemy experiment did not achieve the results he expected. Aris turned his gaze towards the test bench and immediately summoned Moss. Moss appeared in the center of the test bench in front of him in a form that was projected onto Iris. Scan, collect Nick Flamel's test data, analyze and reconstruct. Try to restore the correct experimental steps and results. Moss, I leave it to you. Yes, master. Moss's slightly deep and mature voice rang in Aris' mind. Nick, what happened? Something went wrong with the experiment. Dumbledore came to the test bench, took a quick look at the device on it, and then looked away. Although he also knew some alchemy, the gap between him and Nicolael was still too big. It was impossible to tell what this alchemist was tinkering with. Judging from the equipment and materials on the laboratory table, he seemed to be researching some kind of potion. It's very strange. All the steps should be fine, but this dose of rejuvenation water was not successfully made. It seems that a key step is missing. What went wrong? This shouldn't be the case. Nick Flamel seemed to be answering Dumbledore's question, but also seemed to be talking to himself. At this time, Reese also walked to the test bench. Dumbledore glanced at him and asked, "Why? Do you see any problem?" Originally, he was just asking casually, but Nick Flamel beside him suddenly raised his head, looked at Dumbledore, then glanced at Aris, and then said in a strange tone, "Albus, are you getting senile?" This potion of revitalizing water combines professional knowledge in the fields of potions and alchemy. How can a first-year wizard understand it? You can look down on yourself, but don't take me with you. Nick Flamel's meaning is very clear. If even Dumbledore can't understand it, do you think a 1-year-old boy can understand it? This is an insult to the profession of alchemy. Yeah, that's right. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect Aris to understand. He just asked the question for some unknown reason. At this time, Aris was looking at a device on the experimental table with clear eyes. Then, a questioning voice sounded. "Senior Nick Flamel, this device should be a combination of magic potion and alchemy, right? I see that this device seems to be trembling slightly. Is there an error in one of the alchemy runes?" "No. When making these devices, I carefully checked every alchemical rune several times. There will definitely be no problem. As for the slight tremor you mentioned, why can't I feel it?" Nick Flamel didn't care about Aris's words. At this time, Dumbledore suddenly interrupted. "Nick, is it possible that you can't feel the slight vibration because your body is shaking more strongly than the device?" "Old Albus, what do you mean?" Nick Flamel glared. "No, I mean this device seems to be really shaking." Dumbledore pointed to the device Aris was talking about. "Besides, if you don't stop testing, this thing might explode." Since coming into contact with elemental energy, Dumbledore's mental power and perception have greatly improved. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the energy in the device had become very unstable. If we don't take countermeasures, it will probably explode. Impossible. Nick Flamel walked tremblingly to the device and leaned over to observe it. Too late. Aris suddenly drew out his wand. At the same time, Dumbledore stretched out his hand almost at the same time, and 2 waves of magic power emerged instantly. The devices running on the test bench suddenly seemed to have been paused, and all fell into a paralyzed state. Puffs of white gas slowly emerged from the vents of several devices. "What are you doing?" Nick Flamel walked to the devices angrily and began to check them with a distressed look on his face. "This is a device that I spent several years to make. If it breaks, I may not have enough time to make these things. Old Albus, you are trying to kill me. And you, little guy, dare to show off your alchemical knowledge in front of me. Do you know what this behavior is called? Showing off one's sword in front of another? Aris asked tentatively. What? Nick Flamel was stunned. Even Dumbledore turned his gaze towards the boy. Well, it seems that these two old men don't know who Guangong is. Aris coughed lightly, then said seriously, Senior Flamel, I have no intention of interrupting your experiment, nor do I have the intention of showing off my alchemical knowledge in front of you. I think anyone with a little bit of common sense would not do such a self-humiliating thing. I just noticed something strange. Perhaps this inconspicuous abnormality may be the reason why your experiment went wrong. As for why you pulled out the wand just now, Professor Dumbledore may be able to give you a reasonable explanation for this reason. If we don't take action, your house will be blown up. Dumbledore looked at Nick Flamel unhappily. How could it explode? Nick Flamel obviously didn't believe it, but Aris was prepared. He walked over to the malfunctioning device and gently waved his wand. Then, the device floated into the air, and each of its parts began to disintegrate smoothly. Perfect magic control. You've gotten even better. Dumbledore made no secret of his admiration for Aris and watched the boy's performance as if he were appreciating a work of art. Aris smiled slightly, then looked at Nicolae again. Senior Flamel, please look at this rune. Aris controlled a part to float in front of Nick Flamel, then pointed at a very inconspicuous little rune and said, The stroke of this rune is wrong, which causes the effect of the rune to be completely different. From a meaning of this rune, we can roughly infer that this should be a secondary connection point of the energy cycle. However, due to the incorrect strokes of the rune, the function of this connection point has been abolished and turned into a circulation point, which has affected the overall energy cycle of the experiment. Fortunately, this circulation point is not in an important position, so your experiment has been carried out until now. Otherwise, I am afraid that it would have exploded violently due to the conflict of energy circulation. Listening to Aris's words, Nick Flamel's expression gradually changed. Dumbledore nodded gently. Although I don't know the specific steps of this experiment, Aris's analysis is well-founded, and this rune seems to be a little bit wrong to me, Nick. Albus, are you sure? This little guy is a freshman in your school? Nicholas Flamel looked at Aris with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a monster. The state of mind that he had cultivated over 600 years of life was now experiencing violent waves. You heard it right, Nick. He really is a freshman at Hogwarts. Oh no, he has been in school for a semester. He can't be considered a freshman, but only half a freshman. Dumbledore rigorously corrected Nick Flamel's mistake. This is not right. This is so surprising. Nick Flamel's eyes widened. He actually knows such a rare, ancient magic symbol. It seems he also understands the experimental steps and key device nodes of the Vitality Recovery Water. This level is at least at the level of a high-level potion master and alchemist. Albus, you actually brought him here to me. Are you trying to make fun of me? Senior Flamel, you misunderstood. At this time, Aris suddenly said a little embarrassedly, I discovered the abnormality of the rune by luck. As for the specific steps and effects of your experiment, I don't really know. However, I am quite interested in this vitality revitalizing agent. I wonder if I have the honor to observe your next experiment. Amazing talent. Nick Flamel's eyes were shining as he stared at Aris. Of course, if you're interested, you can definitely do this experiment with me. The vitality revitalizing agent is very effective for old guys like us. After drinking it, it can greatly restore the overall function of the body. You're right, Albus? Nicholas Flamel suddenly looked at Dumbledore. I'm not old enough to need a resuscitation potion, am I? Dumbledore smiled and looked at Nicholas Flamel meaningfully. As for you, if you don't drink some of this stuff, your body will probably reach its limit soon. Aris, if you're interested, help him. Professor, please don't say that. Aris waved her hands repeatedly. Senior Flamel's attainments in alchemy are simply beyond my reach. I'm just a little smart, and I read 2 more books. Of course, since you have already invited me, I will naturally obey your orders. As he spoke, Aris gently waved his hand, changed the magic runes on the fusion device, and then reassembled the device. This should be fine. Senior, you could try restarting the device again. Well, a perfect change. Even I couldn't do better. Nick Flamel watched Aris rearrange and optimize the runes on the device, and then reassemble it. The skilled movements and the confidence, without the slightest hesitation, made the alchemist nod in appreciation again. I still find it hard to believe that an 11-year-old boy can understand such advanced alchemical runes. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Aris smiled modestly. In fact, the reason why he was able to see the problems in this experiment was mainly because of Moss. Just now, Moss collected all the data and steps of Nickelmean's entire experiment, and then began to analyze and deduce based on this data. Because the data was sufficient and clear enough, the deduction process went very smoothly. Not only are the critical errors marked out, but adjustment plans are also derived. This is the power of the highly intelligent magic device from Otherworld, where the elemental magic civilization is extremely advanced. It can be said that as long as there is enough data and theory to support it, the existence of Moss alone may allow the elemental system to truly flourish in this world. And this is not an exaggeration. The most important thing is that alchemy, in some aspects, does have a lot in common with the theory of elemental magic. Then let's begin. Nick Flamel restarted the experiment with a serious look. The devices connected in series on the operating table entered working state again. Bursts of buzzing sounds and faint energy fluctuations continued to emanate from those devices. Except for the sound of the equipment running, there was no other sound in the entire laboratory. Nick Flamel and Aris both stared closely at the running devices. Dumbledore also watched with interest, glancing at Aris from time to time and nodding slightly. Seems to be very satisfied with Aris' performance. Soon, a faint light appeared inside the culture tank of the main device. That is where the filling materials are placed and the vitality revitalizing agent is finally produced. If this experiment is successful in the future, as long as there are enough materials, Nicolael can use this set of experimental equipment to mass-produce this precious medicine, a potion that can restore body functions. This is a good thing that countless elderly wizards are probably vying for. In some ways, this is actually equivalent to a magic drug for delaying aging. The device is operating normally. Aris said softly, "There is no problem with the material ratio. The energy cycle has entered a stable phase, which should mean success." As his voice rang out, the device on the operating table began to vibrate slightly. The magical energy decomposes the materials in the culture tank bit by bit, and then in a specific way, through the magic rendering of alchemical magic words, and through the method of refining magic potions. The dots catalyze the production of a light green liquid. Half an hour later, the energy cycle of a series of devices entered the final catalytic stage. The buzzing sound throughout the laboratory became more obvious. The light green liquid in the culture tank was gradually getting darker in color. The finished product of the vitality revitalizing agent is about to be released. It's done, accompanied by the three people exclaiming in unison. All the devices on the operating table began to buzz at the same time. Subsequently, the energy circulating within the device gradually weakened and eventually dissipated completely. At the same time, the liquid in the culture tank also completely turned into a dark green color. Aris could even feel the rich breath of life constantly coming out of the culture tank. It's in pretty good condition. Should be enough for 2 bottles. Nick Flamel waved his wand quickly, and the culture tank slowly opened. 2 small balls of dark green liquid floated out and accurately entered 2 small bottles. Nick Flamel grabbed one of the bottles and drank it in one gulp. Another bottle floated in front of Aris. "This is for me?" Aris asked in surprise when he saw Nick Flamel's gesture. "The success of this experiment is thanks to your timely discovery of the problem and your provision of a solution. This is what you deserve." Nick Flamel said affirmatively, and then glanced at Dumbledore again. Albus just said he doesn't need this thing. After drinking the resuscitation potion, Nick Flamel's body became noticeably more energetic. The originally wrinkled skin actually looks a lot more rosy. This is a living fossil body that has lived for more than 600 years. The energy of the resuscitation potion could actually bring such a withered body back to life. It was incredible. At this moment, Aris was truly in awe of Nick Flamel's abilities. If it weren't for the information provided by Nick Flamel's previous long-term research, Moss would never have been able to come up with the optimal solution for the experiment. In other words, it seemed that Aris helped Nikolai. But in fact, he just relied on Moss to do some analysis and summary. Take it. As long as you have this device, Nick can make as many potions as he wants. Dumbledore nodded slightly to Aris and added, maybe you can use it in the future? Dumbledore looked at Aris meaningfully, as if he had thought of something. Wong Li Hao, the guy who escaped from Nurmengard, has probably recovered a lot, right? That guy will definitely come looking for the boy in front of him. I just hope that things don't develop in the worst direction. Dumbledore sighed, quietly, inwardly. I don't think I need this thing anymore. Aris didn't know that Grindelwald had escaped from the Nurmengard Tower, and shook her head in amusement. Although this thing can prolong life, it is most effective for the elderly. If Aris drinks it now, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. He is young and very active. For him, this medicine is probably just as effective as drinking water. However, if this thing can really be mass-produced, it will be a huge business opportunity. Maybe talk to Nick Flamel about collaborating? With the Shafik family's business network, they can definitely make the entire wizarding world crazy about the resuscitation agent in the shortest possible time. Nick, I leave Aris to you. Dumbledore was soon ready to leave. Ever since he heard Aris's prophecy about the return of the devil, he seemed to be a little absent-minded. Don't worry, you've done a good thing this time. Nick Flamel glanced at Aris with satisfaction in his eyes. Having lived for more than 600 years, Nicholas Flamel also taught many students. But this was not the first time he had met someone with such extraordinary talent as Aris. Even now, he is already in his twilight years, especially after losing the Philosopher's Stone and no longer being able to obtain the power of immortality. But when faced with a good talent like Aris, he was still moved. Perhaps this boy can really inherit all his knowledge and pass on all his research results. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation for an old man who has devoted hundreds of years to alchemy. Professor Dumbledore, some things are like the reincarnation of fate. All we can do is to let this reincarnation happen again. Too much interference will make things worse. You don't need to worry too much. Aris couldn't help but remind him. He knew that Dumbledore would definitely understand what this meant. Don't interfere. Dumbledore frowned. Is this also a warning from the prophecy? I think it's 670. Aris nodded. What he was worried about now was that Dumbledore would do something unnecessary and complicate things. According to the original plot, he simply placed the Philosopher's Stone into the mirror of Aris using a special method, and then created some conditions for Harry and others. In the end, Voldemort and Quirrell were both killed directly by the plot. This result is undoubtedly the best. Not only can it train Harry and the others, but can also safely and painlessly stop Voldemort's first resuscitation plan. I see. Dumbledore thought about it. Then a smile appeared on his face. In the next few days, Aris stayed in Nick Flamel's laboratory, only occasionally taking time out to go back to the castle to check on the progress of Hermione and other studies, and to guide them on the latest problems they encountered. What made him feel gratified was that, except for Luna, the others had successfully released their first fireball or whirlwind. Even Luna, after several days of comprehending the elemental energy, was now able to initially guide the energy. At this rate, Luna might be able to truly learn her first elemental magic before the new semester begins. Aris was also amazed at the girl's talent, Daphne. Later, he figured out. The reason why Luna learned so quickly is probably due to her personality. Elemental energy has a peculiar property. The more pure a person's mind is, the higher the degree of compatibility with elemental energy, and vice versa. And this is basically Luna's biggest advantage. The 6th day of vacation. Aris had just walked out of Nick Flamel's safe house and was about to apparate. A figure suddenly appeared on the street opposite him. "BB." Aris's expression became serious, and then his whole body froze. The man's face was pale, his silver-white hair just reached his shoulders and was a little messy and draped behind his head. His face was weathered, with obvious wrinkles, and his body looked like he had been malnourished for a long time. He looked very thin, with slightly sunken eye sockets. But those eyes made Aris recognize the identity of the person instantly. Silver-white, eyes open up the field of vision. B. Gellert Grindelwald. He once left a legendary record in the wizarding world, a true demon king who was several levels higher than Voldemort. At this moment, Aris felt that every cell in his body was restless. In just a moment, Aris seemed to feel some kind of revelation and automatically opened his vision. At this moment, the whole world seemed to disappear. The power of the two perspectives is linked together, opening up a completely independent spiritual world. However, Aris and Grindelwald's bodies were still standing quietly on both sides of the street, staring at each other. "Child, you should know that I've been looking for you for a long time." An old voice came from the fog ahead. Aris moved his mind, and the fog that shrouded this spiritual world quickly retreated into the distance like a tide until it completely dissipated. "You actually possess such a strong spiritual power. You are indeed worthy of being the chosen one in the prophecy." Grindelwald's figure was completely exposed in front of Aris. The pale old man was smiling at the moment and looked very harmless, but his innate temperament could not be hidden at all. No matter where he went, he was the focus of the crowd. "Grindelwald?" "Hello." Aris nodded calmly to the old man. "You're not afraid of me?" Grindelwald was obviously surprised. "Why should I be afraid?" Aris smiled. "In my opinion, he is just an elderly elder." "Elders?" Grindelwald was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with some emotion. "It seems that no one has ever called me this before, but I am very satisfied with your performance." "I don't understand. Why are you looking for me?" This is the question that Aris is most concerned about now. What does this great demon want to do after coming out of Nurmengard? At his current age, even if he wants to make a comeback, it might be too late. What's more, he was not unharmed in that high tower. At least Aris can feel now that the former great devil's magic power and spiritual power are somewhat unstable. At least, it is definitely much worse than his peak period. "I'm coming to see you." Grindelwald slowly walked towards Aris. An invisible pressure made Aris frown instinctively, as if Grindelwald's mental power was exerting pressure intentionally. In this spiritual world, any power is determined by the strength of the spirit, and any attack is initiated by the spirit. After feeling the pressure, Aris instinctively began to resist. Then, the entire spiritual world suddenly became turbulent. Countless fragmented images appeared in the air, flashing continuously like a flashback. "Do you know where this is?" Suddenly, Grindelwald's voice sounded again. This time, without waiting for Aris to speak, he answered on his own. "This is the world of vision, also called the past and the future. This is a world that only true prophets can enter. It is an unordered time gap formed by the superposition of your and my visions. I think there are some things that I can talk to you about here." Grindelwald stood in front of Aris, his eyes deep and his expression serious. At this moment, Binglisai seemed to understand a little. This should be a battle between two visions, or a battle between two prophets. Different from the curse duel. There are no so-called losers in this kind of confrontation. It is more about sharing a vision or a common language for the future. The real function of this space is to connect him and Grindelwald in a certain dimension. This feeling for Aris, very novel. "I know the doubts in your heart." Grindelwald looked into Aris' eyes, smiled, and said, "I can tell you very clearly that the reason I came out of Nurmengard was because of you. Only because of you. It's rare to find someone in this corrupt world that interests me, let alone an 11-year-old boy. To be honest, when Albus came to me with the news about you, I even sneered a little bit. I even feel that the old guy is going backwards. He actually worries that a little boy will affect the future of the entire wizarding world. It's simply laughable. and I was defeated by such a guy. It's even more shameful." He shook his head as if in self-mockery, and then his tone suddenly changed. "But when I saw a corner of the future world from the horizon, saw the back of that person standing above all living beings, and saw that gorgeous and splendid world of prosperous magic civilization that made people yearn for it, I understood. Albus is right, your presence will change the world. My lifelong vision may be realized in you. So here I come." The old man just looked at Aerys straight, with an extremely serious look in his eyes. At this moment, the mental oppression Aerys felt disappeared, and the countless flashbacks of this world also disappeared. It was as if the raging ocean suddenly turned into a calm lake. Aerys had to admire that Grindelwald was really something. He can actually control the spiritual world so freely, and it is a world created by both of them. "So, you're just here for future possibility, and I'm here for you?" Aerys now understood that the old man in front of him had also seen some fragments of the future, so he came to him. This is almost the same as the situation with the Centaur tribe, right? Something like a figure standing above all other living beings, the cycle of fate, etc. Do they really believe in these supernatural things? Aris has always known that Hitachi's predictions are not very reliable, especially when a prophecy becomes the only truth that people believe in. That's going to cause trouble. Just like Lao Fu, if he hadn't believed in the prophecy, he wouldn't have killed himself step by step. There will never be a savior, Harry Potter. Everything started because of the prophecy and eventually returned to the result of the prophecy. Come to think of it, it's really scary. Lao Fu spent so much effort trying to prevent the prophecy from happening. However, he did not expect that the result of the prophecy was caused by him alone. It's like knowing your fate and wanting to change it, only to find out that the result of your fate is caused by yourself. This feeling made Reese even feel how unwilling and desperate Lao Fu was when he died. "I am really speechless. You don't believe in the prophecy?" At this time, Grindelwald looked at Aris strangely. "A prophet who doesn't believe in prophecies? Have some professional ethics, please. It's not that I don't believe it, but I don't believe it completely." Aris shook his head. "Then do you believe that a brilliant magical civilization will appear in the future?" Grindelwald stared at the boy closely. "Maybe." Aris shrugged. "Perhaps." Grindelwald nodded slightly, as if he had thought of something. Then, a smile reappeared on his face, and his tone became calm. "Whatever you want to do, or not do, I support you." Grindelwald looked into Aris' eyes with a hint of tenderness in them. "Or, if you want me to do something, I will do my best to do it for you. You know, my strength is pretty good. Although so many years have passed, and I have regressed a lot, I am confident that I still don't have many rivals in this world. But there is nothing I want to do." Aris thought for a moment and shrugged. The reform of the elemental magic system cannot be achieved overnight, and it is even more impossible to succeed by just Grindelwald killing a few people. So if you think about it carefully, being lazy really doesn't have anything that needs the old man to do now. Really? Grindelwald frowned. "You know, I was the one who asked others to do things before. I have never been ordered or dispatched by anyone, not even by the greatest white wizard Albus Dumbledore. I just want to study hard now. I don't have time to think about so many other things." Aris spoke again helplessly. Grindelwald fell silent. Originally, he thought that with his reputation and strength, he could easily gain Aris's attention. But now, it seems he was wrong. This little guy doesn't seem to have the ambition he expected. What does it mean to just want to study hard? Is this something a future great devil or ruler would say? "Oh, I have a question for you." At this moment, Aris suddenly spoke again, his eyes slightly shining. "What is it?" Grindelwald smiled again. "Well, that is..." Aris organized his words a little, and then asked, "Who is more powerful, you or Voldemort?" Grindelwald was stunned for a moment, then looked at Aris with a strange expression. "Is this your question?" "Yes." Aris nodded. "Zero, please give me flowers." "Of course I am the best." Grindelwald answered without hesitation. "How do you know?" Aris asked. "What can a madman who only knows how to kill people accomplish?" Grindelwald raised his head proudly. So, how can you prove that you are better? Aris asked again. This, Grindelwald paused, then frowned. If you want to verify it, you naturally need to fight to find out, but I didn't have the chance to fight that guy. You know, when he was active outside, I was always in the Nurmengard Tower. So, how can you be sure that you are better than him? Aris asked again seriously, with a thirst for knowledge in his eyes. Grindelwald fell silent again. Obviously, you're not sure about the answer to this question, right? Aris looked at the old wizard in front of him with an innocent smile. 0. Grindelwald remained silent. Okay, I get it then. Because of the system prompts that kept ringing in his mind, the smile on Aris's face became even brighter. Congratulations to the host for asking a question that successfully stumped a big devil and made him feel entangled and autistic. 1,000 points are awarded. Good guy. He is indeed the former great devil. This reward is worth 2 for 1. This wave of blood profit. Aris thought about it and instantly returned to the real world. He looked at Grindelwald's figure across the street, thought about it, and finally walked over. Here, this is a bottle of vitality potion. It should be good for your body after drinking it. Aris handed the alchemy potion given to him by Nicolael to Grindelwald and explained, "This thing is precious. Don't waste it. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Having said that, Aris turned and left without waiting for Grindelwald to refuse. To be honest, Aris quite admires Grindelwald. It's just that the way he did things was a bit too arrogant and extreme. Otherwise, the world wouldn't be what it is now. This is an ambitious man, but also a very charismatic person. Since he came to him and offered to help him, Bingley's certainly wouldn't feel bad about giving him a bottle of resuscitation potion. Anyway, he can ask Nick Flamel to help him make as much of this stuff as he wants. Behind him, Grindelwald looked at the dark green potion bottle in his hand, then looked at the back of the boy walking away, and fell into deep thought. After a while, a muttered sound came out of his mouth. Maybe if I have a chance, I can fight with that guy, so that I can answer his question. After saying this, he unscrewed the bottle of resuscitation potion and drank it in one gulp. He wasn't even worried that Aris would cheat his factory. Crackling. Aris' figure appeared in front of the gate of Shafik Castle with a crisp sound. He rubbed his dizzy forehead and couldn't help muttering. Although this apparition looks cool, the distance of teleportation is still too short. It took more than a dozen times of apparition to get from Nicolael's residence in Paris, France to England and back. After all this journey, even Aris, who is already very skilled at apparition, felt dizzy and as tired as if he had been sitting on a train for dozens of hours. It was really too much torture. It seems that we still need to set up the teleportation magic circle quickly. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked towards the castle in front of him. In fact, during this period of time, in addition to studying alchemy, he also did not slack off in his research on magic circles. The magic circles in Merlin's manual were relatively basic, and they had actually been almost cracked under Moss's deduction. The most critical one was the 957. Those magic circles were far from enough for Aris. In the peak period of the elemental magic world, the use of magic to fight magic was almost as important as the core technology of the modern world. Is a magic world without magic circles still a magic world? Therefore, he made up his mind to concentrate on making the elemental magic circle shine again in this world. And now, what he wanted to accomplish most was the teleportation magic circle. Rushing on the road is really too troublesome, too tiring, and a waste of time. In front, the castle gate slowly opened, as if recognizing the return of its owner. Then a pretty and charming girl appeared not far away. Zuelia walked towards Aris immediately and handed him a fragrant towel. "Master, you must have had a hard journey. I have prepared lunch for you. Do you want to eat now?" "Have Luna and the others eaten?" Aris asked casually. "Not yet," Shalia replied seriously. "Ms. Luna and your other classmates are still in the training ground." "So hard." Aris was a little surprised. These little guys worked so hard that Aris felt embarrassed to criticize them. "Let's go to the training ground first," Aris said after thinking for a while. "Yes, young master." Shalia certainly had no objection. Anyway, The prepared meals are kept warm by the elves, so you don't have to worry about them getting cold. The two quickly arrived at the training ground. Before he even walked in, Aris heard the sound of little wizards chanting spells inside. Great fire, elemental spirit, please obey my call, and burst into flames, condensing into a scorching fireball. Great wind, elemental spirit, please obey my call. This voice made Aris feel awkward. What's more, I felt embarrassed for them. This middle school atmosphere can be felt even through a wall. However, even this cheesy spell, which Aris thought was not very useful, seemed to have a good effect, right? As soon as Aris stepped into the training ground, she saw Harry rub his hands to make a small fireball and throw it directly at the magic target. Success! I succeeded again. This is the 10th fireball I've cast today. Harry looked at Ronald excitedly, showing off his achievements without any modesty. I've already succeeded in 8, damn. I'm 2 less than you. Sparks suddenly appeared in Ronald's palm, and then the fireball he had just guided was declared a failure, and the success increased the number of failures by 1. Come to think of it, Hermione seems to be making fireballs faster and faster. At this time, Harry looked at the other side and saw the grumpy little witch who was blasting fireballs one after another at a magic target. It could be seen that Hermione's proficiency in fireball is already very high. Basically, a fireball can be thrown out in about 2 seconds, and the speed of chanting the spell is also much faster. You can even just chant a few key words, like quickly casting a spell, and successfully release a fireball. Chio on the other side was doing the same thing, but she was not making a fireball but a whirlwind. From this point of view, the elemental affinity and magic control of the two girls are much stronger than Harry and his friends, so it is not in vain to study with Aris for a whole semester in Hogwarts. The effect is very significant. And Luna, Aris was really surprised when he saw the little girl. She can actually use the wind whirl as well. At this moment, Luna had just created a whirlwind and was holding it in her hand, observing it carefully. The level of concentration was like observing some magical little animals. Watching a peaceful scene, this little girl, even when practicing magic, has developed a calm and peaceful feeling. How adorable. Ms. Luna has a great talent. Zoelia has been observing the young wizards these days, and couldn't help but speak softly at this moment. Of course, I know that. Aris nodded slightly. Then he thought about it and said, I didn't bother the little wizards. Just watched for a while and left the training ground. It looks like we can have a simulation training this afternoon. Those 2 simulated training grounds have been empty for the past 2 days. Aris is waiting for the day when they can make fireballs, so as to train their combat skills. Of course, this training is not just for elemental magic. They can also use any magic they have learned. And their opponent will be Aris himself. After returning to the castle, Aris ate something first and then walked to the roof of the main building of the castle. There's a covered tower block with plenty of space. Aris had been thinking that if possible, he must build a teleportation magic circle here, even if it's the kind that can only record a few coordinates. Moss, bring me all the information we've researched about teleportation magic arrays and start trying to construct a complete array diagram. I want to set up a teleportation array here. As soon as Aris' voice sounded, Moss's figure was projected out. The elf-like magic light brain flew around the tower and then returned to Aris. Master, are you sure you want to build a magic circle on the roof? Any questions? Aris frowned slightly. Considering the instability of the building structure, Moss still recommends that you build the magic circle on the ground. At least you don't have to worry about the magic circle malfunctioning after the house is destroyed. It doesn't matter, my castle won't collapse that easily. Aris 2.9 smiled. Okay, Master. Moss will retrieve the information about the teleportation array for you right away. As soon as the pleasant voice fell, a light blue light emanated from Moss's body and projected onto the ground. Then, lines began to appear on the ground floor of the tower. The line diagram of this teleportation array was obviously much more complicated than the test magic array, and its volume was also much larger. When it was fully spread out, its diameter was nearly 10 meters. This was something Aris had not expected before. Fortunately, There is enough space here. It will not affect the depiction of the magic circle. With the help of moss, Rhys began to carve carefully on the ground. Use magic to carve out complex lines, and then use magic crystals to connect them in series to form magic circulation nodes. As time went by, a gorgeous and mysterious magic circle was soon outlined. Master, the teleportation array has been constructed. 2 hours later, Moss's voice sounded in Aris' ear with a hint of joy. The boy put away his wand, stood up from the ground, and rubbed his nose tiredly. How about it, Moss? Can you calculate the success rate of this magic circle? Looking at the complex and huge magic array under his feet, Aris actually had no idea what to do. If it weren't for Moss's help, he would never be able to set up such a complex magic teleportation array. This was far beyond his current level. Based on the inference from the existing data, the probability of successfully deploying the magic circle is about 70%, but we can make further corrections based on the data fed back from the first run. Master, don't worry too much. I hope it goes well. Aris nodded slightly. Next, all he had to do was go to Nicoleil's safe house in Paris and set up a second magic circle. If everything goes well, next time he comes back, he should be able to use the magic circle to teleport back directly. Let's go to the training ground first. Moss, remember to record all the training data. I need you to make a detailed training plan for each of Harry and the others. After this actual combat simulation 30, they will probably have to fight hard in the next few days. Aris could now almost imagine the wonderful expressions on the little wizards' faces after being tortured by him. Although he felt a little reluctant, Aris felt that they still needed a little encouragement. What better motivation could there be than a tragic failure? Yesing, along with Moss's voice, the boy's figure disappeared on the top floor of the castle. Training ground. The little wizards were sitting together, discussing at this time. I just heard from Zelia that Aris is back, and they said that we would have a practical training later. Are we going to enter that simulated combat training ground? Great. I've been wanting to go in and take a look for a long time. Actual combat. We have been practicing for so long, and finally we can try out the true power of Fireball. Several people were a little excited, and their eyes kept scanning the 2 actual combat training grounds in the corner not far away. Because of Aris's reminder, they had not dared to enter these 2 venues before, but they were now extremely curious. At this time, Aris' figure had already appeared at the entrance of the training ground. He coughed lightly, immediately attracting the attention of all the little wizards. Aris, elder brother. Several people ran towards the boy quickly. Then I won't talk nonsense. Aris brought a few people to the simulation field with various terrains such as grasslands, stone forests, forests, and lakes, then waved his hand gently and distributed several sets of specially customized combat uniforms to everyone. These clothes have good defensive capabilities. After putting them on, you don't have to worry about being hurt by spells. Aris looked at them meaningfully. That's great. I was just thinking that if I were hit by a fireball, I would be burned to death. With this piece of clothing, I should be fine. Ronald pinched the thick leather armor in his hand, a relaxed expression on his face. So, are we going to fight in groups now? Hermione quickly put the horns on herself, then looked at Aris and asked, That's right, we'll fight in groups. Aris nodded gently. All of you form a group. Everyone. Harry looked over in confusion. Then who is our enemy? Ronald also reacted belatedly. Of course it's me. Aris looked at the little wizards with a smile. Brother, do I want to fight you? Even Luna was a little stunned. That's right. Aris touched the little girl's hair and then said seriously, In this actual battle, your task is to use all means to defeat me. Any means are fine. Even throwing stones is no problem. Just remember, if you defeat me, you will win. And the condition for your victory is that as long as any spell or attack falls on me, you win. So, is there anything else unclear? After these words were spoken, the young wizards looked at each other, and then their faces turned grim instantly. Our opponent is Aris. How can we possibly win? Ronald had only 2 words in his mind at this moment. Outrageous. We definitely can't win a head-on battle, but there are 5 of us. Maybe... Harry muttered, and then fell silent. Hermione and Cho frowned and looked at Aris, as if they had not expected that the training would be arranged like this. They all knew how abnormal Reese's power was. Not to mention the things that happened in school. There were also the results of the big exam at the beginning of the school that shocked the entire school's teachers and students. Even at Malfoy Manor, although the report in the Daily Prophet was vague and did not clearly describe the situation at the time, everyone present could imagine that in the face of so many pure-blood wizards' siege, Aris was able to solve all the problems without getting hurt at all. This is beyond their imagination. Any form of attack. Is it okay? At this time, Luna tilted her head and looked at Aris with interest. Well, any attack will do. Aris nodded affirmatively. Only if it lands right on my body. Understand. Luna also nodded, then turned and walked towards the actual combat training ground. In that case, let's get started. Let me see how powerful my brother is. Seeing the little girl, 320, suddenly getting excited, Harry and Ronald looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and followed. Come on, let's kill Aris as a game boss. You should have played games before. Harry waved at Hermione and Cho and said, let's go in first and discuss tactics. I won't lose too badly. Hermione looked at Aris and waved her little fist. Well, if it's just such a simple request, maybe we can win. Cho winked at Aris. I will wait 10 minutes after you enter the venue before going in. Before that, you can make some preparations. Looking at the people walking into the training ground, Aris smiled again. Very good. G is not bad. I'm really worried that you'll give up before the fight even starts. With the protection of the leather armor, I will control the power of magic to the minimum, so it should be fine. Then the fun begins. Aris didn't even pull out his wand. 10 minutes later, he slowly walked into the combat training ground. The figure quickly disappeared into the woods. Meanwhile, Harry and the others were gathered somewhere in the woods, looking at the entrance from afar, discussing the next tactics quietly. It's definitely not possible to attack head-on. We can't even get to Aris. We must attack from multiple directions at the same time. Maybe there will be a chance. Or we can attack by surprise. He can't observe everywhere, right? Perhaps now is the time to test the results of our recent training. Fengxian's speed is very fast. Cho, you could be the main attacker. Luna looks the least lethal and can be hidden from the driver's actions. Harry and the others discussed in low voices for a long time, and finally the young wizards dispersed and gathered in the direction of Aris. At this time, Aris had just walked into the training ground. Not bad. You even know how to hide and launch a surprise attack. He looked around and didn't see the little wizards, so he nodded with satisfaction. Aris thought that these little guys would confront him head-on, but if that were the case, they really wouldn't have any chance. This venue was built too hastily, and some details are not in place. There was complete silence all around, no sound at all, which was obviously abnormal. In addition to the rustling of leaves in the wind, there should at least be the sounds of small animals. Unfortunately, to perform such an environmental change spell, even for Aris, it would take a huge amount of energy. It's just a training ground. There's really no need to make it so perfect. As he thought about it, he walked deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Here I am. Although I am very careful, it is a pity. Still can't escape the apparition spell. Aris gently raised his hand and waved it in a certain direction, and a strong wind swept over immediately. Then a figure fell to the ground from behind the tree in a mess. Aris, how could you find me? Ronald sat on the ground, speechless, looking at Aris, who was approaching step by step with confusion. It's a simple revealing spell, don't you know it? Aris said as a matter of course. I'm afraid you're the only one who knows this spell. Ronald suddenly grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it directly at Aris. Then, without caring whether he hit the target or not, he stood up and jumped madly towards the back. It's quite clever, but it's useless. Aris moved his feet slightly, and his body appeared 10 meters away like a phantom. Then he waved his right hand again, and Ronald, who was running away, felt his body lighten, and then he floated up. This spell should be familiar to you. Yes, it's the levitation spell. Aris' voice sounded from behind. Aris, if you dare, put me down and let's have a fair fight. Ronald shouted indignantly in midair and kept trying to turn around to see where Aris was. Unfortunately, his body was tightly controlled by Aris at this moment, and he couldn't move at all. Harry's here too? Just when Ronald was about to give up struggling, Aris' voice rang out again. At this moment, Ronald instantly remembered his mission and began to struggle frantically again. Aris, what are you talking about? How could Harry be here? Don't even think about finding them. They are hiding much better than I am. They will definitely give you a fatal blow at the right moment. We will definitely win this battle in the end. Enough, you're making too much noise. Aris waved his hand again, and the next moment, Ronald was silenced. Although his mouth was still opening and closing, he could no longer make any sound. Even the cover is so amateurish. Aris shook his head helplessly and looked to the other side. Harry was indeed very careful. He had ambushed here in advance and did not move at all. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape his development curse. At this moment, according to Aris's perception, he could clearly feel any fluctuations of magic power around him. This is also why he was able to spot Ronald and Harry first. Come out, stop hiding. Aris looked at the place where Harry was hiding with some boredom. If this is the only means available to young wizards, they will probably be disappointed. This childish method is really too childish. They haven't used their abilities as wizards at all. I won't go out. Come and catch me if you can. Harry's voice came from the front, with a feeling of gnashing teeth, as if he was annoyed why Aris found him so quickly. Okay, then I'll come and catch you. Aris smiled and then walked slowly forward. He wasn't afraid that Harry would set a trap, because he always felt that in the face of absolute strength, all cleverness was in vain. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew from the left. Aris raised his hand slightly, and a stronger whirlwind blocked the magic. Then he looked in the direction of the whirlwind with some surprise. Chill. Aris smiled. I didn't expect you guys to be so smart. Aris understood instantly. These little guys must have discussed it beforehand. As soon as Ronald's position was exposed, they knew the effect of the development spell. Then, Harry found out the range of the appearance spell through the process of his own discovery. And Chio's attack was obviously launched from the direction where the developing spell took effect. It's a good match, but it's still useless. Aris stretched out his hand to block the whirlwind, causing Chio in the distance to grit his teeth. She didn't expect that Aris's casting speed would be so fast. Just now, the whirlwind was only 2 or 3 meters away from Aris. The boy almost instantly sent out a whirlwind to offset her magic. This casting speed is simply abnormal. At this time, the young wizards finally realized the gap between them and Reese. I just can't. I can't break through your defense. At this moment, Harry, who was not far away, came out with a handful of stones in his hand and started throwing them at Aris frantically. At this time, throwing stones may be more effective than any magic. This method of attack that does not require casting is the best method of attack that Harry can think of. Delicious. Faced with the stones that kept coming down on him, Aerys' figure turned into a white afterimage and disappeared instantly. This magic was similar to the one that made the Death Eaters turn into black smoke and fly. But when Aerys performed it, it was a blurry white afterimage, somewhat similar to the white smoke appearance performed by the Order of the Phoenix members in the original book, but not exactly the same. This is an advanced magic of apparition that allows wizards to fly without a broom. As the wizard practices different magic systems, corresponding different effects will appear. After the white afterimage appeared, Aerys' figure passed through all the stones thrown by Harry and appeared directly in front of him. Then, another levitation spell. Harry, like Ronald, was floating in the air like a decoration. Aerys, you cheated. Inside, Harry's voice sounded dissatisfied, with a little anger. We can't deal with this kind of magic at all. You can't expect your enemies to only know the few spells you know, can you? Aerys shook his head in amusement. Harry's words were so childish. Although he was just an 11-year-old boy, if an enemy used the killing curse on you, would you still say he was cheating? I just feel that. Harry opened his mouth, but eventually fell silent. He also knew that what he just said didn't make any sense. But I just feel a little unconvinced. Aris used a levitation spell to control Harry and Ronald to float behind and continue to walk in the direction where Chio had just launched the whirlwind. But Chio is very smart. After missing the first attack, they quickly retreated and had disappeared from sight at this time. However, the effect of the developing spell still managed to track her down. In Aris's perception, the magical fluctuations unique to autumn extended all the way to the depths of the woods, and the trajectory was very clear. When you're really fighting, you must not only understand the enemy's position and ideas, but also hide yourself well, so that you can catch them by surprise. Even if you defeat a wizard who is stronger than you, it's not without Soja. Aris is still teaching the little wizards diligently. His voice echoed throughout the woods. Even Chio and Hermione, who were far away, could hear it clearly. By this time, Chio had already reunited with Hermione. What should we do? We can't get close to him at all. Chio's expression was a little serious. The whirlwind just now was just a test, and it did let them see a glimpse of Aris's strength. However, even though it was just the tip of the iceberg, the two little witches still felt a little desperate. The two sides are not opponents of the same level at all. We must find a way. The conditions for victory are the key. As long as we can attack him, any attack will do. Hermione also frowned. She kept recalling the spell she knew in her mind, and then a plan gradually formed in her mind. Let's not worry about Luna for now. We need to try our best to hold Aris back, so that we can create opportunities for her. As she spoke, Hermione whispered something in Chio's ear. After a moment, Chio's brows also frowned. Is this really okay? Hermione shook her head. I'm not sure. If it was a real fight, we wouldn't stand a chance against Aris. But the rules are different now. Maybe we can give it a try and proceed according to plan. Okay. Chio nodded. Afterwards, the two separated again and moved carefully in the direction of Aris. Are you still not going to attack? Aris glanced at Harry and Ronald floating in the air, smiled, and shook his head. Your companions won't be able to hold on for much longer. If it was in a real battle at 490, they might have died. Before he finished speaking, a scorching flame appeared in the distance. Then, a fireball came whistling. Aris raised a smile. I found you. He waved his hand lightly, and a protective shield instantly appeared in front of him. The fireball hit the protective shield, barely causing a ripple. But it's not over yet. On the left side, a whirlwind appeared again, and a flash of fire appeared in the direction where the fireball came from. The whirlwind and the fireball arrive at Aris's location almost at the same time, and a wonderful change occurred between the two. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the originally small fireball, under the influence of the whirlwind, actually formed a sea of fire that swept towards Aris. Oh, nice combination magic! A hint of surprise appeared in Aris's eyes. He actually underestimated Hermione and Chio. These two girls have made great progress. Even if this magic is used outdoors, any adult wizard will probably suffer if he is not particularly vigilant. It was hard to imagine that this attack was launched by two 11-year-old little witches. Unfortunately, it still doesn't work for me. Aris did not move. The previous protective shield once again blocked the howling flames, and then the intense flames quickly dissipated. In just a moment, the fire that was enough to ignite the entire forest was completely extinguished. Aris, try this. At this moment, Hermione's voice suddenly came from the front. Immediately afterwards, several fireballs came crashing down. Over there, Chio also attacked again. The whirlwind combined perfectly with the fireball technique, igniting the howling flames once again. But this time, the target of the flames was not Aris, but the trees around him. Due to the extremely high temperature and propagation speed of the flame wind, the trees around Aris were quickly ignited, and the entire area instantly turned into a sea of fire. I'm really a little surprised. Aris took Harry and the other two to stand in a protective shield. Even though the fire was raging around them, not a single flame could break through the protection of the shield. This scene left Harry and the other two stunned. You even know how to use the surrounding environment to make the magic more powerful. Aris nodded approvingly, then reached out again and pressed down gently. Then a deep blue magic power surged out from his palm and instantly swept across the entire area. The sea of fire that was raging in the woods was quickly extinguished under the influence of this magical power. It's best to use water energy to restrain fire magic. Once again, Aris easily suppressed the combined attack of Hermione and Cho. Okay, I don't want to play with you anymore. The boy's voice sounded again, and then he turned into a white shadow and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already 100 meters away. Hermione was hiding behind a big tree at this time. Before she could react, she was controlled by Aris and floated into the air. All you can do is levitate and curse. Hermione yelled in annoyance. Fortunately, she didn't wear a skirt today to facilitate the battle. Otherwise, how could she face people with Aris playing like this? Straight guy, big idiot. The little witch was filled with resentment, which turned into resentful looks that pierced Aris like needles. If looks could kill, this training would have ended in Aris's defeat. Okay, be quiet. Aris looked at Hermione helplessly, then considerately lowered her to a height so that she floated half a meter above the ground and followed behind him. So, there are 2 people left. Aris continued to walk forward with ease, followed by 3 little wizards with resentful faces, floating behind him like zombies. It's over. Hermione has been caught too. Cho had no other options at this point. Before she even had time to react, she felt a flash of white light in front of her, and then heard Hermione scream. Everything happened so quickly that she was not mentally prepared at all. Are you still not running? At this time, Aris's voice sounded beside her ear. This is not a wise thing to do. Before Cho could react, he felt his body lighten, and then he saw 3 pairs of helpless and aggrieved eyes. Another person was added to the long line of floating people. Then, Aris looked forward. There's the breath of Luna. At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from midair. Aris looked up and saw a whirlwind rapidly forming. The range of that whirlwind was extremely large, even 3 or 4 times larger than the one released by Chio. However, this whirlwind had no cohesion, and the damage was definitely far less than that of the condensed version of the whirlwind. Revised version of Wind Cyclone? Aris was stunned for a moment, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Luna could do this. Then, he frowned again. But what's the point of this? It has no attack power at all. It's like a big special effects magic. In the air, as a large whirlwind formed, the surrounding leaves were constantly gathering together. The falling leaves are flying in the air, accompanied by the whistling wind, which creates a sense of beauty. Luna, are you going to perform magic tricks for me? Aris raised his head and looked forward. At this time, the little girl had already walked out from behind the big tree by herself. She raised her hand and struggled to control the output of magic power, but there was a faint smile on her face. Yes, brother, does it look good? As soon as he finished speaking, the whirlwind in the sky suddenly dissipated, and the falling leaves lost control and suddenly floated all over the forest. Aris looked at this scene, shook his head helplessly, and smiled. Yeah, it looks good. But have you forgotten? We are still training now. Aris wondered in his heart. This little girl might not be here for training, but to play? I know this is training. Luna came to Aris with her hands behind her back, pointed at a leaf that fell on the boy's shoulder, and said with a bright smile, Look, my attack fell on you. Aris was stunned for a moment, then looked at the fallen leaf on his body. Dabj. The expression on his face became more interesting. So, this is what you were thinking. Aris finally reacted and shook his head in amusement. He gently brushed away the fallen leaves, then touched Luna's little head and said approvingly, Not bad, very thoughtful. If this leaf is cast with some sufficiently concealed curse magic, I'll really have to see how you do it. Anyway, you've barely made it through. Behind him, cheers from the Japanese audience rang out. Hermione and the others were totally impressed with Luna at this moment. When all of them were wiped out, it was Luna, the weakest one who had just learned the wind whirl, who saved the entire team and won the game. It must be said that her performance conquered all the young wizards. Luna, you're amazing. Aris probably never dreamed that he would be defeated by a small leaf. This is a perfect battle plan. Why didn't I think of it before? This is definitely the most exciting match in this training session. Ha! That being said, we have to admit that this way of winning is nothing but a shortcut. In terms of real strength, even if we put our combined strength together, we can never get close to brother. Luna smiled as she looked at Aris, with undisguised admiration on her face. We all know, Aris is too strong. Harry also looked at the boy with burning eyes. I thought I tried hard enough, but now it seems it's still far from enough. Hermione looked a little frustrated. Shio and Ronald didn't say anything, but the way they looked at Aris and the expressions on their faces showed their admiration for the boy. Okay, this actual combat training ends here. Aris waved his hand gently and let everyone down. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. I'm very happy that your training during this period has not been in vain, and your strength has improved greatly. Especially Hermione and Shio, your fighting ability and grasp of the timing of the battle are not even comparable to the 3rd and 4th year students of Hogwarts. It can be said to be outstanding. I am proud of you. Aris glanced at the two of them approvingly, then looked at Luna. And Luna, your talent amazes me even more. Without a wand, wandless spellcasting can perform an improved version of the whirlwind. Aris looked at the little girl gently and praised. This ability is not something that even many adult wizards can do. You are the one who surprised me the most among them. You are awesome. Finally, Aris looked at Harry and Ronald. You two may have slightly weaker magical abilities, but you are quite self-sacrificing and deserve praise. Hearing this, Harry and Ronald looked at each other, and then their faces fell instantly. Is that it? As expected, we too are the weakest. Ronald was about to cry. I will try my best, and I won't be defeated so easily next time. Harry clenched his fists tightly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Okay, I prepared a feast. Let's go out and celebrate your victory. Aris looked at them with a smile, feeling very good. These little guys are the pillars of the future wizarding world. If they can truly learn the essence of elemental magic before graduation, then the reform of the wizarding world in the future. What else is impossible? The next day, Zhuang, Nick Flamel's safe house in Paris, France. Seeing Aris coming back, Nick Flamel's eyes suddenly lit up. Little guy, why did you take so long yesterday? Senior Nick, I have been researching the teleportation magic circle recently and have made some progress. Is it okay if I try it out here with you? Aris put forward his idea directly. Teleportation magic circle? Nick Flamel looked at the boy in surprise. This is something that appeared a long, long time ago. The old man seemed to be lost in his memories, with a look of surprise and confusion. But how do you know such an ancient and mysterious magic skill? Well, I learned it from an ancient book. Aris did not explain too much and asked again, I want to carve a sub-magic circle here. If it succeeds, it will be more convenient to travel back and forth. Do you think it's okay? At this time, Nick Flamel also reacted and nodded repeatedly. Of course, I can't wait to experience this ancient secret technique. As an antique who has lived for more than 600 years, Nick Flamel can be said to be the living history of the wizarding world. But he was obviously very interested in magic circles. Soon, the two came to an empty room, where some debris was quickly cleaned up by Aris. Can I help you? Looking at Aris, who was busy in the room, Nick Flamel couldn't help but ask. No need, Senior. I'll be fine soon. Unlike the main magic circle, the sub-magic circle requires a much simpler diagram. However, this magic circle can only lead to one place, Shafik Castle, while the magic circle in Shafik Castle can connect multiple sub-magic circles, which is equivalent to the core point of the entire teleportation magic circle network. I can feel that these lines are full of magic. Nick Flamel observed carefully from his side, but although Nico was an absolute master in alchemy, he knew nothing about magic arrays. He had no idea what the patterns Aris had drawn meant, nor did he understand why those lines combined together could produce such powerful power. The principle of the magic circle is actually the same as the circulation of elemental energy. It is actually similar to alchemy. However, the difference between the magic circle and alchemy is the array pattern and the magic power circulation composition. This is similar to the ancient runes in alchemy, but it's completely different. Aris tried to explain it to Nico Flamel in a way that was easy to understand. Soon, as time went by, the prototype of the subteleportation magic circle appeared. Looking at the gorgeous and mysterious magic circle in front of him, Nicolao was amazed. It's so beautiful. It's definitely one of the most beautiful magical creations I've ever seen. So next, as long as we step on this magic circle, can we instantly travel to a place thousands of miles away? Nico Flamel looked at the teleportation magic circle in front of him with some eagerness to try. Of course, but before that, I have to test it first. As he spoke, Aris had already walked into the magic circle and placed a small mouse for experiment on it. The little mouse was locked in a cage, looking at Aris with a confused face, not knowing that it would become the first user of the world's first teleportation array. It might be recorded in history, or it might get lost in the dangerous space turbulence. Everything depends on whether the magic circle drawn by Aerys can successfully pass the test. Senior, please step back a little. I'm going to activate the magic circle. As he spoke, Aris took out a magic crystal from somewhere and inserted it into the activation array. Teleportation array, activate. With the energy supplied, Aris directly activated the magic circle. Then, the blue light of the Eye of Tau suddenly emerged from the magic circle. Then, the surrounding space seemed to vibrate slightly. When Aris and Nicolao looked at the magic circle again, the experimental mouse on it had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. How is it? Nico Flamel asked nervously. At this time, he was even more nervous than when he was doing the experiment himself. Nico Flamel was very clear about the significance of the emergence of the magic circle. If this convenient and fast way of travel could be popularized, Aris would definitely become a person who would go down in history, and even the travel habits of the entire magic world would change. Compared to riding a broom, magic is obviously much faster. The experience of traveling through the fireplace is too bad, and it cannot compare with the teleportation array in terms of distance. The current Flu network is somewhat like a community-based teleportation network. Short-distance teleportation is quite convenient, and the stuffiness and smell of ash during travel are tolerable. But if it is transmitted across borders, it will be very troublesome. Besides, no one wants to take a long cross-country trip through a fireplace. That feeling is really not pleasant. If magic teleportation arrays could become popular, I'm afraid there would be a very broad market. The Shafik family will probably make a lot of money from this. Most importantly, Aerys' name will be completely known in the wizarding world. This boy's talent and ability will also become widely known. I'm going to go back and check. Aerys did not answer Nicolao because he did not know the result of the transmission. According to the feedback from the magic circle, the transmission should have been successful. However, to confirm whether the mouse is still intact, we must go back to Shafik Castle. As he spoke, Aerys walked quickly outside. Senior Nico, please wait for me for a moment. I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Aerys had already walked out of Nico Flamel's safe house. Then, a crackling sound was heard, and he operated away. As time passed, Nico Flamel returned to the magic teleportation array, his eyes fixed on the center of the array. If the array test result is successful, then Aerys should have returned through the teleportation array. At this time, Nico Flamel was very uneasy. This situation had not happened for a long time. Ever since he turned 300, there has been basically nothing in this world that can make him emotional. But Aerys brought him surprises again and again in just a few days. This made him feel inexplicably younger, and he had new expectations every day. Suddenly, streams of light appeared on the magic circle that had been silent all this time. The light started from the center and gradually flowed to the entire magic circle. Finally, every line of the magic circle was wrapped in blue light. Swish! As the light flickered violently, Aerys appeared in the room. Nico Flamel rushed up immediately and looked at the boy with excitement. Success. Well, it worked. Aris nodded gently. Although there are still some areas that can be improved, there are no problems with the basic framework and core diagram of the teleportation array. It can be teleported normally. However, there are relatively few magic arrays laid out at present. So, this array can only go back to the castle. This is incredible. Is this really possible? Nick Flamel walked around the magic circle again and again, carefully examining every pattern on it. If you're interested, you can try it. Aris smiled, then stepped forward and slightly adjusted a few places in the formation. Just now, after 2 experiments, Moss has recollected data and improved the plan for the teleportation array. The improved magic circle will become safer and its energy consumption will be greatly reduced. Can I try it? Nicolael was delighted and then stood in front of the magic circle without hesitation. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. He had long wanted to try the feeling of teleportation. From the process of Aerys' teleportation just now, it seemed that there was no apparition or any problems with other modes of travel, such as port keys and flow network. Especially apparition and port keys, the feeling of traveling through space was very uncomfortable. Some people can't even adapt to the feeling of nausea and dizziness and completely give up this mode of travel. Just stand here. Aris pointed to an area in the center of the magic circle and then stood next to Nick Flamel. Then he repeated the previous process again. The magic circle's light lit up again. Then the two of them seemed to be walking through a gorgeous space tunnel with interwoven lights. Everything around them seemed to be moving backwards. Various kinds of light were distorted and refracted, making everything before their eyes bizarre and extremely spectacular. I never thought that space travel could be so comfortable. Nicolael could not help but blurt out, "You can even enjoy such a beautiful scenery." Huh? You can actually talk while teleporting? He reacted suddenly and looked at Aerys beside him. At this moment, the two were wrapped in a magical space bubble generated by pure magic power, just like sitting in a bus in a space tunnel. In this bus, whether the two people were communicating or doing anything, there was no effect at all. Yes, Senior Nico, this is the most amazing part of the teleportation array. This is the most amazing application of magic and the greatest creation of elemental magic civilization. It's incredible. Nick Flamel murmured to himself, his face full of shock. He looked at the magnificent space tunnel outside the bubble. His eyes were never idle for a moment, and he was in shock. A great creation of the elemental magic civilization. Elemental magic. Suddenly, Nick Flamel seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look at Aris. You know elemental magic? And it seems you have studied it very deeply? Huh? Senior Nico also knows about this? Aris was also a little surprised. Of course. Nick Flamel's voice just fell. The environment around them suddenly changed, and they appeared on an empty and quiet rooftop. Welcome to my home, Senior Nico. Aris introduced with a smile. This is where I live, the castle of the Shafik family, located in England. It is the wealth passed down by the Shafik family for dozens of generations. Before Aris finished speaking, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Then, Harry and a group of people ran in from outside. Aris, it's really you. We just thought something had happened. The strange blue light emanating from here can be seen even over at the training ground. What is this? It looks like some kind of ancient magic array. Aris, have you researched some more powerful array? Who is this old man? I feel like I have seen him somewhere before. Nick Flamel. He's Nick Flamel. Hermione's voice made everyone quiet down. Nico Flamel? Is he the super powerful alchemist and the creator of the Philosopher's Stone? Harry was surprised. He is the person we have been looking for a semester. Ronald's eyes also widened. What are you talking about? Why are you looking for Nikolai? Chio and Luna looked at the three people in confusion. On the other side, Aris looked at the group of young wizards who were making a fuss with some helplessness and waved his hand gently. Come on, stop shouting. Senior Nico is my honored guest. Looking at the group of little wizards, Nick Flamel smiled. revealing a smile that he thought was very kind. However, to the little wizards, that smile seemed a little strange. His body was so old that the skin on his face tightly wrapped around his bones, making him look abnormally pale and bloodless. So when I smile, it feels a bit eerie. Aris, you must tell me about elemental magic later. Nico Flamel obviously had not forgotten what happened just now, and whispered to Aris, "No problem, as long as you want to listen." Aris nodded. Afterwards, the old man was surrounded by curious little wizards, especially Harry and others. They are very interested in the Philosopher's Stone now, and they will naturally not miss the opportunity to see Nicholas Flamel himself. 10 are all intentionally or unintentionally asking about the Philosopher's Stone. In the crowd, Luna glanced at Aris and then walked over. "Brother, is this a teleportation magic circle?" Luna had known that Aris was researching this, and now seeing him here with Nicolale, she had a rough idea in her mind, so she asked as if to confirm. "Well, this magic circle can lead to Nico Flamel's residence. Maybe it will lead to Hogwarts in the future. At that time, if you miss me, you can teleport to Hogwarts through the magic circle, or I can teleport back to meet you." Aris smiled gently and patted the little girl's head gently. "Really?" Luna's eyes lit up slightly. Then she looked at the magic circle under her feet, as if she was muttering to herself, or as if she was talking to Aris. "It is simply a perfect art, able to travel through space, and does not require a specific channel like the Flynn network. Can I experience the teleportation effect of this magic circle?" she suddenly asked with shining eyes. "Of course," Aris nodded with a smile. "There will definitely be opportunities in the future. Brother, you always give people unexpected surprises and shocking things." Luna looked at Aris carefully, her eyes full of admiration. Sometimes I even thought that you might not belong to this world at all. Everything about you is so incredible. It even makes people feel a little scared." "Why? Luna is afraid of me, too." Aris frowned slightly. He was somewhat impressed by the little girl's sixth sense. "How could you guess so accurately?" Although Guna might have just used a more exaggerated statement to describe him. "Of course not." Luna gently tapped her chin and said coquettishly and seriously, "In my eyes, although my brother is mysterious, he always gives people a very feeling safe. Only those with impure minds can see the evil in human nature. This sentence will never be out of date and will always be true. You are the only smart one." Aris shook his head in amusement. Over there, under the siege of Harry and others, Nico Flamel was already a little overwhelmed. Normally, he seldom interacted with wizards and just liked to stay alone in the laboratory. Especially at this time, he was facing several fanatical little wizards. It's normal to be unable to bear it. "Aris, I suddenly remembered that there are still some things to deal with in the laboratory. Let's go back quickly." Looking at the alchemist who was fleeing in a somewhat embarrassed manner, being lazy shook his head with amusement. Then, he half bowed very gentlemanly and said, "I'm happy to be of service." Then, he glanced at Harry and the others and reminded them, "We will be going back to school in a few days. You must hurry up and practice. You won't have such a good opportunity to concentrate on learning elemental magic after you return to school." "We get it." Harry nodded. Several other young wizards also nodded. Aris glanced at Nico Flamel, who was winking at him, and smiled. Then, the magic circle was restarted. The blue light flashed again. But this time, Luna also followed Aris. Hogwarts Express. After Christmas, the new semester begins. After 2 weeks of special training, Harry and the others all had smiles on their faces and looked very excited. These 2 weeks were really difficult for them. When they were taking part in Aris's special training, they actually missed their days at Hogwarts very much. However, at this time, the little wizards also had strong expectations in their hearts. I wonder how surprised Fred and the others will be when they see me cast a fireball spell. I can't wait to see their naive expressions. Ronald said with a look of longing on his face. I think they will regret not joining Aris' special training together. Harry shrugged, obviously not very interested in such showing off. Since entering the wizarding world, he has received enough attention because of his identity. What I'm most worried about now is whether Professor McGonagall will still remember that we sneaked out. Professor Dumbledore should have communicated with her, right? Ronald's face suddenly fell again. It should be fine. Harry hesitated for a moment, then said with certainty, Dumbledore will definitely do what he said, and this matter should have passed too. I hope so. Ronald nodded with a wry smile. By the way, do you remember Hagrid's dragon egg? At this time, Hermione suddenly said, calculating the time, the dragon egg should be hatching soon, right? I remember the time Hagrid mentioned, which was shortly after Christmas. Yes, it should be soon. Harry's eyes lit up slightly. I wonder how Hagrid's dragon compares to Aris? Speaking of which, it seems like we haven't seen Aris for a long time, right? Aris, did you ask her to do something? Several people looked at the boy who had been resting with his eyes closed in the corner. Hearing Harry's words, Aris slowly opened his eyes and stretched. Yes, I asked her to go back to school first. Dumbledore said earlier that there was something wrong with the centaurs, so Aris asked the little red dragon to go back to the Forbidden Forest first. After dealing with the pure-blood wizards, there wouldn't be any danger anyway. Besides, the Barton family is now convinced of Aris, and Henry is often in the castle, so there is basically no need to worry about his safety. Back to the Forbidden Forest, Harry seemed to have thought of something. He still remembered that Aris had a lair in the Centaur tribe. Although the cave building did not look like a dragon's lair, it looked more like a storage room built by the little red dragon to make money. Yeah, Aris nodded and closed his eyes again. He stayed up all night again last night. Nico Flamel insisted that he prepare a manual on the care and maintenance of the magic circle, as well as some information about elemental magic before he left. In the last few days, Aris was always involved in elemental magic. Nico Flamel is obviously very interested in elemental magic. According to the living fossil of the wizarding world, the elemental magic system once circulated in the wizarding world, but it seemed to have experienced a wizarding disaster and gradually disappeared. In addition, the practice of elemental magic was too difficult, and the system gradually lost its inheritance. This also explains why there are records about elemental magic and magic circles in Merlin's handbook. Perhaps in that era, the elemental magic system could not be considered the orthodox system of the world. Nico Flamel also said that compared with the current spell system, the elemental magic system will have a wider range of functions, huge potential, and be more extensible. To put it bluntly, the current spell system is nothing more than the result of the wizarding world's wrong additions. It has all been developed towards convenience, speed, time-saving, and labor-saving aspects, while ignoring the underlying foundation of the system. Many spells, aside from their specific effects, have absolutely no effect at all. Elemental magic is different. Once you get started, there are endless possibilities, like magic circles, magic alchemy, magic technology, etc. These are all based on the elemental energy system, and they will appear when they develop to a certain level. In terms of potential, the current spell system in the wizarding world is still far behind. At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly opened. Harry turned his head and frowned. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Aris opened his eyes and looked towards the door of the box. Sure enough, Malfoy was standing there with a complicated expression and didn't even pay attention to what Harry said. He bowed to Aris. Then, without saying anything, he turned and left. He even considerately closed the door of the box. What is he doing? Harry and Ronald were both stunned by this scene. Could it be a change of character? Ronald gave Aris a strange look and then continued. He wasn't so polite before. This is so strange. Maybe it's because Aris is here? Hermione glanced at the boy thoughtfully, obviously having noticed something. They had all read about what had happened at Malfoy Manor in the newspapers and thought about the fate of those pure-blood wizards and the Malfoy family who had not responded directly to the matter. The clever little witch has roughly deduced what happened. Now, seeing Malfoy's reaction, I am even more certain. I suddenly feel a little sorry for Malfoy. Hermione sighed and shook her head with some emotion. What? Ronald still looked puzzled. Obviously, he hadn't figured out the truth of the matter yet. Did something happen between him and Aris? Have you forgotten what Aris did at Malfoy Manor. At this time, Harry seemed to have reacted. Although he was not sure whether his guess was correct, he felt that it should be related to that incident. Malfoy Manor? Ronald fell in a deep thought. However, looking at his expression, he was still a little confused. Aris listened to what they said, without explaining, and closed his eyes again. I'm so sleepy. So sleepy. At this time, he had no interest in anything. As for Malfoy, he should have accepted his fate. However, this is actually a good thing. If the Malfoy family can be obedient, they will be on a bright road. As for Draco's little self-esteem, it is really insignificant. Is there anything shameful in being Aris Shafik's younger brother? Besides, he had never thought of ordering the former Master Malfoy around. The train was running on a plane that looked like a landscape painting. The lake that occasionally passes by the window is like a bright gem dotted in the turquoise ocean. A compartment at the front of the train. Dumbledore was sitting quietly opposite another silver-haired old wizard. I'm afraid even Aris didn't expect that these two would take the same train with them, nor did she expect that Dumbledore and Grindelwald would sit together so calmly. So, you escaped because of that child? Dumbledore's voice was a little low, and he was obviously still a little angry. He had always been worried that Grindelwald would come down from the tower. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but worry when he really met Grindelwald outside Nurmengard. You should have thought of that a long time ago, right? As the two people who know each other best, Grindelwald knew clearly what Dumbledore was thinking at the moment, which was why he came to see Dumbledore. Because of some common ideas, the two of them may come together and fight side by side again. Grindelwald was very happy about this. He thought that Dumbledore would feel the same way. What kind of future do you see in that child? Dumbledore frowned slightly, and then added, Or what do you want to get from him? If that's the case, I advise you to give up this idea this morning. After so many years, your misunderstanding of me seems to be getting deeper and deeper. Grindelwald also frowned and snorted coldly. The reason why we failed to do what we wanted to do was because you betrayed that ideal. Because that was wrong, and you have been walking on the wrong path. Dumbledore's voice also increased a little, and the two of them suddenly became somewhat tit-for-tat. Quirrell, I know, I understand. I know I shouldn't bring this up again. Grindelwald shook his head, then smiled self-deprecatingly. So, I lost. The facts prove that you. XJ8. But this time, we should have the same idea, right? I just want to know, what are you going to do? Dumbledore looked calmly at his former friend. In the future, he will be the protagonist of this world. You should have seen it. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore seriously, with calmness in his eyes. You really don't plan to do anything? Of course I will. Grindelwald suddenly smiled. What I have to do is to ensure the safety of the child before that brilliant world arrives. I will ruthlessly wipe out anyone or anything that may pose a threat to him. I think you will agree with my approach, right? I just hope you won't be too extreme. Some things are not as simple as they seem. Dumbledore frowned even deeper. Although he will try his best to protect Aris, his method will definitely be different from Grindelwald's. He knew Grindelwald's style too well and always felt that this guy would mess things up. Or it may cause the entire wizarding world to become panic-stricken. If such a turbulent situation occurs again, it will not be a good thing for Aris. Over the years, your misunderstanding of me seems to have become deeper and deeper. Grindelwald suddenly smiled, and his eyes slowly turned silver-white. I can see everything in the future clearly. I know what to do to be the best choice for that child. I also know there are some things you can't do. So, cooperating with each other without interfering with each other is the best choice for that boy, or for the world. Even if some things are a little extreme, it is necessary. Hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent. After a moment, he raised his head, and a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes. No matter what, I will stick to my own ideas, and I hope you can take care of yourself. Don't forget, I will always be watching you. As they spoke, they both stood up at the same time. This also means that the meeting and conversation have come to a successful conclusion. All right, just as Grindelwald was about to leave the box, he suddenly looked at Dumbledore again, I heard that the professor of defense against the dark arts in your school changes every year. Where did you hear that rumor? Dumbledore didn't want to admit it all. It's not important. What's important is 5.2 Grindelwald suddenly smiled. He nodded to Dumbledore in a gentlemanly manner. If you need a professor this September, perhaps I can do it. No need. Dumbledore refused without even thinking. What a joke, letting the great devil who almost subverted the entire wizarding world become a professor at Hogwarts. Even if the young wizards are willing, the school's parents' association and directors probably won't be willing. I mean it. No, they might just go crazy. Oh, do you have a better candidate? Grindelwald asked unwillingly. Of course, I have already negotiated with Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, and he has also expressed some intentions. I think Hogwarts will not be without defense against the dark arts. Professor, Dumbledore's meaningful eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. Lockhart? Are you talking about Gilderoy Lockhart? Grindelwald asked thoughtfully. The famous writer who holds the Order of Merlin? I didn't know that you would know all this just after coming out of Nurmengard. Dumbledore remained silent and mocked secretly. Of course, as I said, I will pay special attention to certain parts of that boy's future. Grindelwald shrugged and sighed. It seems that you won't agree no matter what. So, forget it. After saying this, he did not stay in the box any longer and turned to leave. Watching Grindelwald's departing back, Dumbledore always had a bad feeling. It seems that the guy has some plan that he doesn't know about. Early morning. It was the first week after the holidays, and all the little wizards were busy as hell. Some were making up for their holiday homework. Since many little wizards had forgotten to do their homework, the professors were very humane and gave them a week. If you fail to make up for it within a week, you will face very severe punishment. Of course, they cannot be exempted from this week's homework. During breakfast, Harry and Reese received a letter at the same time. It's a letter from Hagrid. Harry looked at Aris. He invited us to watch the ceremony, saying that. Harry looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to their conversation. So he whispered, "It is said that the dragon eggs will hatch soon, and it should be tonight." "Really? Then we can go there in the afternoon." Ronald's eyes lit up. "Anyway, today is the weekend, and we can't go to Hogsmeade. I think it's okay. It's a dragon. Although it's definitely not as powerful as Aris, it's still a dragon, right?" Aris nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "I should have no problem. I will try to make time. Besides, Aris will also be interested in dealing with the little dragon. I will ask her to come along when the time comes." Then, the three of them looked at Hermione again. "Of course I have no problem. Who doesn't want to see a dragon, right?" The little witch also shrugged. The few of them finished their breakfast quickly as they had other things to do today. For example, Harry had always wanted to try out his new invisibility cloak. Someone had put the cloak on his bed in the dormitory. It looked like a Christmas gift, but he swore he had no idea who had given it to him. But the note inside the box clearly stated that the cloak was for him. It seemed that the cloak originally belonged to his father, which surprised him. Ronald was going to stay in the Gryffindor common room for a day to explain his fireball spell to his classmates. He heard that many people were interested in this spell. Of course, he thought the most important thing was that holding a fireball with one hand was just too cool. 30, for example, Seamus was very interested in fireball and kept pestering Ronald to teach him the spell. Naturally, Hermione went to the lab with Aris. In the past few days, she has been learning new elemental magic and the specific application of elemental energy in spells from Aris. She feels that her strength has really improved a lot compared to before. Therefore, she's always eager to get Aris guidance. There will be no more feelings of embarrassment or tsundere. In fact, the main reason was that she had become accustomed to Aris's guidance during the holidays, and over time, she had put aside her inner pride. After the few people left the hall, two sneaky figures suddenly came to Malfoy's side at the Slytherin table and sat down. "Master Malfoy, did you hear that?" Goyle and Black looked around mysteriously and asked in a low voice. "What?" Malfoy looked up impatiently. Just now, Harry Potter and the others were talking about dragon eggs that were about to be born. Goyle explained, squinting his eyes and whispering, "Do you think they are planning to break the school rules? Dragon eggs?" Malfoy frowned. It seems that the gamekeeper Hagrid got a dragon egg or something. Black added, "Do you think they will be punished if we tell others about this?" "You two have nothing to do," Malfoy said unhappily and turned to leave. However, as soon as he stood up, he was pushed back by Goyle and Black. "Draco, don't you want revenge? Harry Potter is so against you. Don't you want to teach him a lesson?" "Yeah, what happened to you? You seem to be a little strange since you came back from vacation. You ignored us when we contacted you. Did we do something wrong?" Goyle and the other man looked at Malfoy with some confusion, and there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. "You'd better not mess with them." Thinking of Aris's methods, Malfoy couldn't help but shudder, but at this time, he didn't dare to say anything more and could only warn, Harry Potter and Master Aerys have a good relationship. If you don't want to be killed inexplicably, you'd better not provoke them. Shafik. Goyle was stunned for a moment, then looked at Malfoy strangely. "What did you call Shafik just now? Master Aerys? What's wrong with you? Why do you seem so respectful to Shafik? I heard from Pansy and the others that you seemed to bow to Shafik on the train. What are you thinking?" Black also frowned and looked at Malfoy, as if he had just met him for the first time. "Anyway, you'd better listen to what I say. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you." After saying that, Malfoy turned and left. Goyle and Black were left standing there staring at each other. "What should we do now?" Goyle asked, looking at Black. These two smart guys usually follow Malfoy, and Malfoy basically makes the decisions on everything. They have never thought about how to make a decision on their own. "How about we tell Professor Snape about this?" Black suggested. "That makes sense. This way we don't have to face Shafik, and we can also teach them a lesson. It sounds like the best of both worlds." Gore's eyes lit up. "Well, I heard from them that they will go to Hagrid's cabin at night. Let's tell the professor about this after dinner. By then, they will definitely not be able to escape." After making the decision, the two of them tacitly restrained the smiles on their faces. Afterwards, he pretended nothing had happened, took a few donuts, and left the auditorium. In the evening, after dinner, Bingley's and his companions hurried to Hagrid's cabin. On the way, Aris summoned the little red dragon back. After playing in the Forbidden Forest for a while, Iris has obviously grown up a lot. Her belly looks a little fatter, especially the two dragon horns on her forehead, which are actually shining faintly. "Hi, Elise." Hermione greeted the little red dragon immediately. Afterwards, the two of them hugged each other and started playing together. Even Aris was thrown aside by the little red dragon. If Aris didn't know that the little red dragon was a girl, he would even suspect that this little lecherous dragon only chose to get into the arms of girls. Usually, her attitude towards boys like Harry was indifferent. Very proud. Crunch. Aris and his friends had just arrived at Hagrid's cabin when the gate opened. It was as if Hagrid had been looking out the door. "Oh, thank God you're finally here." Hagrid greeted several young wizards, then looked at Aris. "Aris, come and have a look. This little guy should be coming out soon. You should have more experience in this area. What was Iris like when she was born? Oh my God, I'm so nervous. I don't know if this little guy will recognize me. You know, I've been looking forward to his birth for nearly a month." "Don't worry, Hagrid." Aris comforted him. He looked at the little fire dragon egg and then said with certainty, he should be born soon, but he may need more time. In fact, Aris had no idea when the little Charmander would be born. When Iris was born, he basically had no contribution except for a drop of blood, and he didn't even need to be hatched. The system took care of the whole process. But since Hagrid is certain that the little one will hatch today, then he must be right. Time passes by little. Hagrid brought food to Aris and the others, including some very hard biscuits and some greasy sweet candies. Aris was wise enough to stay away from both of these things. Harry and Ronald, who didn't know the truth, ate the food. One of them almost broke his teeth, while the other drank a large glass of water out of disgust. It is worth mentioning that the pumpkin juice here at Hagrid is pretty good. Perhaps because of the hybrid cultivation, it has a very strange flavor, but it unexpectedly suits Aris's taste. This is the only thing he can eat here. Here it comes. There's movement. At this moment, Ronald, who had been staring at the dragon egg, suddenly let out a cry. "Radish, it's about to be born. It's really about to be born." Hagrid suddenly burst into tears, with an expression like an old mother looking at her own son, her eyes fixed on the dragon egg in the crucible, her hands so nervous that she didn't know where to put them. Carrot. Hermione looked at Aris strangely. Hagrid even named the dragon that hasn't been born yet? It's too outrageous. Why? Do you think there's something wrong with him raising a dragon? Aris asked with interest. Of course there is a problem. Hermione whispered without hesitation. Professor Dumbledore wouldn't allow him to have a dragon here, would he? Then why did the professor allow me to keep a dragon here? Aris said, gently lifting Iris's chin, looking like he was teasing a puppy. This action immediately caused Aris to be dissatisfied. Of course, Elise is different. Hermione held the little red dragon in her arms seriously. She is our partner, and her wisdom is far superior to those other dragons. How can she be the same? Of course, I was just talking casually. Feeling the little red dragon's resentful gaze, Aris tactfully ended the topic and touched his nose awkwardly. Soon, everyone's attention was attracted by the little fire dragon on the crucible. At this time, a crack had appeared on the shell of the fire dragon egg, and it is constantly making a clicking sound. Hagrid knew that the fire dragon was about to be born, so he quickly put on a pair of thick gloves, then took the fire dragon egg out of the extremely hot crucible and placed it on the table. Click, click. The sound of eggshells cracking became more and more frequent. On the table, the fire dragon egg was cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then a tiny head suddenly broke through the eggshell and rose out. The little red dragon suddenly became excited, fluttered its wings lightly, and flew to the table, looking at the little fire dragon that had just emerged from the eggshell with a little curiosity. This little guy has a good aura in his body. Iris looked disgusted and gently scratched Charmander with her little claws. Ahem! The little dragon subconsciously took 2 steps back and coughed out some sparks from his mouth. Aris, can you please keep an eye on your dragon? It's scaring the little one. Hagrid grabbed the newly born fire dragon and stroked its back soothingly. Hagrid, I suggest you put the dragon down, otherwise it might burn your beard off when it spews fire. Thinking of the original movie, Aris kindly reminded of the plot inside. It's okay, the little guy is still young and may not be able to breathe fire yet. Hagrid continued to attack the little dragon without caring. Woo! Charmander rubbed the back of Hagrid's hand affectionately. Then, as expected, some sparks came out of his mouth. The sparks were very hot, and they immediately started burning when they touched Hagrid's beard. The whole room was immediately filled with a burning smell. Hagrid, Harry, and the others looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They forced themselves to find some water, which helped Hagrid save his half-slim Taihu. Child, I knew it. Aris shook his head helplessly. You naughty boy, don't play with fire. Iris roared at the fierce little fire dragon. Perhaps it was because of the powerful pressure from the dark red dragon or the absolute blood suppression of the species. But Charmander was obviously frightened at this time and shrank in Hagrid's arms in fear. Then he lowered his head towards Iris, showing submission. Aris, your dragon is a bit too much. Hagrid couldn't stand it and couldn't help complaining. You big B asterisk 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 D. I'm obviously standing up for you. Or should I let it burn all your beard off? Humph! Iris raised her head with a proud look on her face and snorted coldly. Okay, Iris. Aris held the little red dragon in her arms and comforted it gently. Hagrid is just a little worried about the little red dragon, and he doesn't mean to blame you. Then he said to Hagrid, Are you going to keep this dragon in the house? This is obviously inappropriate. Otherwise, tell Dumbledore and let him stay with Iris. Let's go deep into the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, the parents of those students and the shareholders of the school would not allow this little guy to be here, and its existence may have been known to others. Aris's eyes suddenly focused, and before anyone could react, he stretched out his hand and waved out the window. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out. Apparently, someone was sneaking outside. Listen, Draco, Aris asked confused. He originally thought that, given his relationship with the Malfoy family, this guy shouldn't be here anymore. But What is the situation now? Master Aris, I came here to tell you. Malfoy spoke as soon as he was discovered again, with a trace of panic on his face. Goyle and Brack overheard your conversation. I should have told the professor what happened here by now. Just as Malfoy finished speaking, a sinister voice suddenly came from outside. It seems a bit late to come and tip off now, isn't it? Snape's voice was heard by everyone. 013904130 Falcon 2303111101. The little wizards present were all shocked, and then an idea suddenly popped into their minds. It's over. I was caught violating school rules, and Snape discovered the secret here. This punishment seems to be inevitable. I didn't go back to the dormitory at night and went to the Forbidden Forest for a night walk. You even want to follow this big fool into the Forbidden Forest? You were just discussing this matter, right? I will report this matter to Professor Dumbledore, truthfully, Hagrid. And you? Snape's eyes suddenly turned to Malfoy. I can't believe you were involved in this matter. What did you just say? Tip them off. When did you become so close to these people? In that case, you will be punished together with them. Snape looked at Aris with a gloating expression and said, Master Shafik, I didn't expect you to hold out for a whole semester and only end up in my hands now. You have nothing to say now, right? All the little wizards in Hagrid's hut lowered their heads and dared not speak. Don't say you did something wrong. Even under normal circumstances, they would not be afraid if they met Snape. Especially Harry and Ronald, the points they were deducted by Snape last semester probably added up to more than 100 points, which is equivalent to nearly 1/3 of the entire college's points. One can imagine how desperate they were at that moment. If the little wizards of Gryffindor woke up tomorrow morning and suddenly found that all their house points had been deducted, Harry and Ronald didn't even dare to think about the scene. Professor Snape, I think you misunderstood. Aris frowned slightly, and then a smile appeared on his face. We were just invited by Hagrid to visit his home. Right, Hagrid? Being a guest. Do you have to come and be a guest at night and violate school rules? Snape still had that mocking sneer on his face. Snape, I did invite them here. I wanted them to watch it together. Hagrid, who was so honest, almost let out all his secrets as soon as he opened his mouth. Seeing this, Aris interrupted him. Hagrid wants to invite us to see his new cookies. They taste pretty good. How about Professor Snape try some too? Aris picked up the hard biscuit on the table and handed it to Snape. You should keep this for yourselves. Snape glanced at the biscuits in Aris's hand with disdain and then warned again in a cold voice. I said I would report everything that happened tonight to Professor Dumbledore. Also, I heard you have a dragon. Fortunately, Malfoy's appearance alerted Aris, and he summoned Iris back to the pet space immediately. As for the little fire, now I'm staying in Aris's storage box. Although it's called a box, it's actually not that big. He uses it to store some living experiment materials. In addition to the traceless extinction spell, some special magic has also been cast on it. Those magics can ensure that living things can survive for a short period of time in the box, just like the box that Uncle Newt, a protector of magical animals, has been carrying in his hand. Of course, Aris's little box is far less magical than Newt's box, but it is enough to hold a small fire dragon. What did you say, dragon? Aris looked at Snape in an exaggerated manner, then looked at Harry and the others in a surprised manner. In the stunned expressions of Harry and the others, he shouted exaggeratedly, How could there be a dragon here? Professor Snape, are you saying that a dragon is going to come to Hogwarts? If so, will we be harmed? Please find the dragon as soon as possible and subdue it, otherwise it may cause unimaginable consequences. Right, Harry? Harry was silent for a moment, as if he hadn't figured it out yet. But soon, he began to nod his head. That's right. How could there be a dragon here? If there is one, it must be in the Forbidden Forest, right? We were just discussing, maybe there really is a dragon in the Forbidden Forest. As he said that, Harry looked at Aris with a strange expression. He had never seen a young wizard lie so well before, which made him a little unsure whether this Aris was still the one they knew. The contrast was too great. Ronald, Hagrid, and Hermione also had puzzled expressions, but at this moment they all chose to keep their mouths shut tacitly, especially Hagrid, who just realized that he almost exposed Charmander Carrot. If Snape really knew there was a dragon here, the consequences would definitely be more serious. Who knows, the Ministry of Magic might send someone to take Charmander away tomorrow. At this moment, he was filled with joy. The look he gave Aris was full of gratitude. That's enough. Stop showing off your poor acting skills here. Snape suddenly snorted again, then stared at Aris meaningfully and said, I know Dumbledore is biased towards you, but this time, I don't believe he will let you do whatever you want. After saying that, he began to search around the room. Obviously, he must have received clear information that there was a dragon in the house. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so concerned and want to search it again. However, Aris hid the small box very well, and it was now lying quietly in the system space. It was impossible for Snape to find it. If living things could be placed in the system space, he wouldn't have needed to get that small box. It would definitely be safe to store things in the system space. How can there be none? This shouldn't be the case. Snape looked around, but couldn't find the Charmander. He looked around the table again, then picked up a small piece of eggshell and looked at Hagrid with a gloomy look. You're not going to tell me this is an eggshell? What's the problem, Professor Snape? Those are eggshells, and they look like turkey eggs. Maybe they were laid by the turkey that Hagrid ate at Christmas, and he roasted them and ate them? Once again, Aris defended himself before Hagrid could speak. Aris, that's enough. Snape suddenly growled. Do you think I'm a fool? Or someone who has only a vague understanding of potion ingredients and thinks he's a potion master after reading a few books? Can I not tell the difference between a dragon eggshell and a chicken eggshell? You'd better not challenge my patience again. Hand over that damn dragon. Aris frowned, then sighed softly in his heart. Great. As expected of Snape, he didn't get fooled. The Hogwarts potions master was indeed very skilled. He recognized it as a dragon eggshell at a glance. However, Aris had already made up his mind at this time and would never hand over the little dragon. He just didn't believe that Snape could find the fire dragon from the system space. Hey, the main point is that there is no evidence of death. It's just a lie. What's wrong with that? I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I don't know what you're talking about. We violated the school rules and went out for a night out today, but I really didn't see the dragon, so don't slander me. Aris sat down directly, looking like he understood that someone was playing tricks on him and was waiting to be dealt with. Seeing that expression, Snape was so angry that he almost pulled out his wand. Aris, to be honest, if you had been a little nicer to Professor Snape, you might not have been punished to patrol the Forbidden Forest, but might have been punished to copy papers or something like that. The next evening, after the last class, Aris and his classmates were punished as expected. In addition to the three saviors, there are Malfoy and Hagrid. Of course, Aris was there too. This time, due to Snape's strong request, Dumbledore could only helplessly give them the heaviest punishment, just like in the original book, to enter the Forbidden Forest to investigate the abnormal death of unicorns. Relatively speaking, this punishment is indeed extremely terrifying for other little wizards in the castle. At this moment, Hermione was helplessly analyzing the whole incident. However, some people hold different opinions. Copying the paper as punishment? Ronald exclaimed. You actually think that copying a paper is a lighter punishment than patrolling the Forbidden Forest? Why do I feel that this is pretty good too? Just treat it as a way to digest the food after dinner. Anyway, we haven't been to the Forbidden Forest for a long time. Hearing this, Hermione rolled her eyes in annoyance, but after thinking about it carefully, she did not refute. Indeed, with Aris around, it seemed that they came to the Forbidden Forest just to eat in the restaurant. There is no danger at all. Just one dark red dragon, Aerys, is enough to suppress the whole place. To help digestion after a meal? At this point, Malfoy finally couldn't help himself and asked with a puzzled and somewhat nervous expression, You actually think that coming to the Forbidden Forest so late is a walk after a meal? What else? Harry, Ronald and Hermione asked at the same time. Are you crazy? Malfoy looked at Harry and the other two with a strange expression on his face. This is the Forbidden Forest. Even in the entire wizarding world, the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts is famous. Some wizards even use the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts to scare disobedient children, saying that if things get tougher, they'll throw you into the Forbidden Forest. You know, it's rumored that there are werewolves here. Aren't you afraid at all? Werewolf. Ronald scratched his head and then sneered. Is it scary? You've seen a dragon, but you're still so timid. How boring. Who has seen a dragon? Malfoy's face froze unnaturally. Don't pretend. You must have seen everything from outside the window yesterday. Ronald pouted. But I'm a little surprised that you didn't complain to Professor Snape. If you tell others about the little red dragon, Daek, maybe you could be exempted from punishment this time? Shut up. Malfoy suddenly growled and said fiercely, How could I betray Master Aris? I have my bottom line. He subconsciously glanced at Aris, fearing that the boy would be angry with him because of Ronald's words. Fortunately, Aris didn't seem to pay much attention to the conversation between the few people from the beginning. He just walked around and looked around as if he really came here to digest his food after dinner. He even saw Aris stop several times and look carefully at a nest of magical animals of unknown species on the side of the road. He seemed to be quite interested in them. There was no sense of nervousness at all. Only then did he feel something was wrong. It seems, except for him, no one else is that nervous. What is going on? Is it because of Hagrid, or is it because of the big pug named Yaya following behind? This is so weird. Ronald had come to Harry's side, gently touched his best friend with his shoulder, and then said strangely, Why did Wolf suddenly become like this? It seems that they have become Goyle and Black. Becoming Aris's little follower? Harry smiled and spoke for Ronald. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Ronald nodded quickly. Don't you think it's weird? He even called Aris Master. I don't think there's any problem. At this time, Hermione's voice interrupted from aside. Aris is originally the young master of the Shafik family, and Shafik has a high reputation among pure-blood wizards. Don't you know that? How could I possibly? Ronald subconsciously wanted to refute, but after thinking carefully, he still frowned and asked, Could it be that Malfoy is so cowardly because he is afraid of Aris? Of course, this is the only explanation. Hermione nodded affirmatively. Wow. At this moment, Ronald seemed to recognize Aris again, and turned his head involuntarily to look at the boy who was waving his wand not far away, attracting a bunch of glowing magical animals. Aris is amazing. She can actually conquer someone like Malfoy. He could even conquer the Centaur tribe, let alone a Malfoy. Hermione curled her lips, seeming speechless at Ronald's belated realization. This clear stupidity made her feel helpless. On the other side, seeing that no one paid attention to him, Malfoy couldn't help but move towards Hagrid carefully. Hagrid, how far should we go? We are deep in the Forbidden Forest, right? If we continue forward, we are likely to encounter werewolves. Maybe we should turn back now, right? Don't worry, you'll be fine. Hagrid glanced at Malfoy, shrugged indifferently, and then suddenly clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Everybody come over here and listen to me. Harry and his companions quickly took a few steps towards this side and looked at Hagrid. Aris also turned his head, but his attention still seemed not focused, because his eyes still looked a little scattered. Seems to be thinking about something. At this time, Hagrid's voice sounded again. I think you all know our mission today? Harry and Ronald nodded. During this period, a unicorn was attacked in the Forbidden Forest. This is a very serious matter. Hagrid's tone became very serious, and he seriously explained, Unicorns are sacred, pure, and poses no threat to anyone. Only the most evil things would want to harm such a kind creature. I guess there must be another outsider invading the Forbidden Forest, and it's a very evil guy. The Centaur tribe has also found some clues. Maybe more than 10 of them will join us in the future. As he spoke, Hagrid couldn't help but glance at Aris. At this time, Aris finally came back to his senses and muttered thoughtfully, So, has Frunzer discovered something again? With his ability, it seems possible. However, is it true that Lao Fu sucked the blood of the unicorn just to maintain his life? If that was the case, he should have started it last semester and not waited until now. At this time, Reese's thoughts became clearer and clearer. Voldemort was very well behaved last semester, and did not cause any trouble in the Forbidden Forest. At that time, he had plenty of life. Didn't he need unicorn blood? Or maybe he sucked the unicorn's blood not just to maintain his life. The most important purpose is to restore strength. Centaurs. Malfoy's eyes flickered slightly. I heard that they are not very friendly to humans. Are you sure they won't attack us? Malfoy's words attracted everyone's attention. Harry and the others all looked at each other strangely, but Hagrid just smiled innocently. Aris didn't say anything, just shook his head slightly. Malfoy was confused, not knowing what he had said wrong. In his impression, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest seemed to be difficult to mess with. However, today, the expressions of these people after entering the Forbidden Forest were always not right, which made him very confused and even began to doubt himself. What did I say wrong? He asked cautiously and tentatively. No. Harry shook his head, but there was still a strange smile on his face. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little sympathy for his old rival Malfoy, because he really looked like a clown who knew nothing. You'll know in a moment. Ronald looked at Malfoy meaningfully and even patted him on the shoulder, acting like an elder brother who had been through it all. What a weird thing. Malfoy was so angry that his teeth ached. He slapped Ronald's hand away in disgust and couldn't help muttering, "Okay, let's keep moving forward." Hagrid didn't want to waste any more time, so he led the group forward. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of horse hooves from the front. It looks like the centaurs are coming. Hermione looked up and subconsciously glanced at Aris. "Why are you looking at me?" Aris looked at the little witch and teased with a smile. "Do you feel safe around me?" Arrogant. Hermione rolled her eyes, then quickly walked to Hagrid's side and ignored Aris. At this time, the sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer, and several tall figures soon appeared in front. "It's Firenze and Ronan." Harry's eyes lit up slightly. "You know them?" Malfoy couldn't help asking again, his face strange. "But how do you know them?" "You can ask Aris about this question." Harry seemed to be teasing Malfoy on purpose and refused to tell him the truth, with an irritating expression of "I know, but I won't tell you." Malfoy was indeed furious again. Of course he didn't dare to ask Aris directly. In fact, he always stayed as far away from Aris as possible. He was worried all day long, afraid that Aris would cause trouble to him again. But soon, his attention was focused on the team of centaurs. This time the centaur team is indeed led by Firenze and Ronan. Since Aris conquered them, the centaurs have become more united than ever before. Just like the last time when Firenze knew Aris was in trouble and summoned the centaur tribe to rush out of the Forbidden Forest to help. Not a single person in the entire centaur tribe objected, and they rushed to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest in a mighty manner. If Dumbledore hadn't discovered the abnormality and stopped them, they might have really rushed to London to protect their king. "My king!" Firenze and others came directly in front of Aris and bowed slightly to Aris. "My king!" Malfoy screamed subconsciously, looking confused. He felt like he must have heard it wrong. The amount of information was too much, and his brain was no longer able to process it all. Those centaurs actually called Aris king? What on earth is going on with them? Harry and Ronald glanced at Malfoy and couldn't help but snickering, thinking back to the first time they saw the centaur's attitude towards Aris. It seemed to be the same, with shock and disbelief. Now, Malfoy's expression was exactly the same as it was back then. "How about it? Are you surprised?" Ronald reached out and patted Malfoy on the shoulder again, with an expression that said, "I understand. Although it's hard to believe, you're not seeing things. They're just calling Aris." At this time, Malfoy had even forgotten his dislike for Ronald and did not even notice that there was an extra hand on his shoulder. He just stared blankly at the centaurs and Aris, unable to speak for a long time. Aris ignored Malfoy, nodded slightly to Firenze, and then asked, "I heard from Hagrid that you were the first to discover the abnormality in the Forbidden Forest. What else do you know about unicorns?" "That's right." Firenze stepped forward and replied respectfully, "The guy who killed the unicorn should be related to the disaster I saw when I observed the stars last time. Now he seems to be lurking in Hogwarts, killing such pure and kind creatures to sustain life, sucking the blood of unicorns, such evil deeds are almost exactly the same as those of a mysterious person who cannot be named. I'm afraid he's coming for the child who was lucky enough to survive." As he spoke, Firenze looked at Harry Potter. "Me?" Harry was stunned. "Are you targeting Harry?" Ronald's eyes widened as well. "You mean that mysterious person is—" Hagrid also widened his eyes at this time. "We just followed the predictions of the stars and made this judgment." Firenze's voice gradually became serious, and then he continued to report to Aris. "Since the Christmas holiday, unicorns have begun to die in the Forbidden Forest. This is not the first time such a situation has happened today. I doubt that if we don't intervene, that guy will definitely not get worse." Firenze's words caused everyone present to fall silent. Harry, in particular, stared blankly at the darkness deep in the forest, feeling the lightning-shaped scar on his head suddenly begin to burn, and it seemed to be getting more and more painful. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or reality, but he couldn't help but cover his forehead with his hands. "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Ronald noticed the abnormality immediately. "There seems to be something over there." Harry pointed to the darkness in the distance and began to breathe heavily, unable to help but cry out in pain. "Who is it?" The centaur Ronan reacted quickly and rushed towards the direction Harry pointed with his men. Aris's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he quickened his pace and said, "Let's go and take a look." The group followed Ronan and the other centaurs and moved quickly towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid held the crossbow tightly in his hand, looking a little nervous. The pug Yaya beside him started barking even louder. Malfoy's face turned pale all of a sudden. A mysterious person? Someone who sucks unicorn blood. Could it be? He didn't dare to think about it. If it was really that big evil guy, the whole Hogwarts might be in a great threat. He could never have imagined that a simple after-school punishment would turn out like this. If he had known that there were such strange things in the Forbidden Forest, he would never have come. No, that centaur just now seemed to say, "That thing is hidden inside Hogwarts." Thinking of this, Malfoy's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He thought of some terrible rumors in the wizarding world. The devil whose name could not even be mentioned was the one that the entire wizarding world feared and panicked about. Now, are they going to face him? No, you really don't want to think about it anymore. Seeing that the group had already gone far away, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow them, even if he was unwilling. This is it. Another unicorn has died. Ronan had just chased for a short distance when he saw the dead body of an animal lying on the ground in front of him. The unicorn has pure white fur and a horn on its head. Under the moonlight, the unicorn's blood flows to the ground, reflecting the starlight. The blood is a rare silver color, which is very strange. This is the third one. Firenze followed closely behind, looking at the unicorn on the ground that had obviously just died with a complicated look, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Ronan, have you seen the murderer who killed the unicorn?" "No." Ronan shook his head slightly, then glanced at the darkness ahead, frowned, and added, "However, it seems that a black shadow floated by. It doesn't look like a human." "Not like a human." Hagrid also caught up from behind. Next came Aris and Harry and the others. All of them were present. "That thing is indeed not like a normal human being. At least the way it moves is very weird." Ronan organized his words and then said affirmatively, "Has he turned into some horrible monster?" Ronald's voice trembled a little. The psychological shadow that the mysterious man brought to the young wizards was too deep. Ronald had grown up listening to those horrific rumors. If he really had to face Voldemort, he would probably fall to the ground immediately. It's not a question of courage or not. Just like in the Muggle world, if the tiger that your parents used to scare you when you were a child suddenly appeared in front of you one day, you would probably be unable to move because your legs were weak. Ah! At this moment, Harry suddenly let out a cry of pain. Then, he covered his forehead with his hands and hunched over in pain like a shrimp. "What's wrong, Harry?" Ronald immediately supported his best friend. Hermione also frowned, observing Harry's condition carefully. "It looks like his scar is hurting. Has this happened before?" No. Harry endured the pain and said in a trembling voice, "It has only appeared a few times since I came to Hogwarts. Before that, it has never. Refresh your mind." Aris drew out her wand and cast a spell on Harry. A cool feeling immediately flooded into Harry's mind, reducing his pain. Thank you, Aris. I must learn this spell, or I might die of pain next time." Aris shook his head slightly and said, "This spell can only temporarily suppress your pain, and the effect is not very good. However, your pain is only occasional. Maybe it will get better." He knew very well that the fundamental reason why Harry Potter's lightning-shaped scar hurt was because of the induction between it and Voldemort's soul. The closer it was to Voldemort's other residual souls, the more intense the pain would be. Sometimes, pain would occur due to the connection between the Horcruxes. If you want to solve this problem completely, you must learn the art of brain closure and be able to use your consciousness to resist that connection freely, so that you can truly solve the problem. But obviously, the current Harry Potter does not have this ability. Therefore, he could only use a spell to strengthen his mental will to relieve the pain. At this moment, Aris seemed to suddenly sense something, and turned his gaze to the darkness in the distance of the Forbidden Forest. His sharp eyes seemed to see something in the darkness. At the same time, a dark shadow was looking at the direction Aris was looking at, quietly watching the group of people. Damn it, why is that guy here too? And the Centaur tribe, haven't they always remained neutral? Could it be that they want to personally destroy the neutrality that they have built up over so many years? A low voice, as if coming from the abyss of hell, rang out in the darkness. The voice was very light, as if talking to oneself, or as if talking to someone. "Master, are you talking about that Shafik?" Another timid voice sounded. "Who else but him?" "I thought you were talking about Harry Potter." "That stupid Harry Potter is not worth my fear at all. Only Shafik has grown too fast. Even now I can't see his strength clearly. No, we must recover more strength as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid there will be more trouble." The low voice became smaller and smaller, and soon the figure slithered like a snake and disappeared into the darkness. "He's gone." Aris's calm voice rang out in the team. Hagrid's eyes suddenly became stern, and he frowned and asked, "He was really here just now?" "Yeah." Aris didn't hide it and nodded directly. "So he's really back?" Hagrid's expression became more and more serious, and the faces of the others turned pale, especially Malfoy, who trembled slightly after hearing this. "It can't be considered as coming back. He is just a remnant soul that is trying to survive. We don't need to be afraid of him now. What we should worry about is that he must be planning something behind the scenes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been lurking in Hogwarts all this time. Being under Dumbledore's nose is not something he is willing to do." "Isn't he dead?" Ronald's face was still pale, but he couldn't help but ask. 11 years ago, when Harry was born, the spell rebounded, didn't it? Everyone says so. He wanted to kill Harry, but he failed and died instead. But why is he here now? This question was actually the question in the minds of everyone present, including Harry Potter. He may be the person who wants to know the answer most now. Since his parents died at the hands of Voldemort, he naturally wanted revenge if possible. This question is a bit complicated. Aris thought for a moment and said, "Even Dumbledore can't say that he has fully understood the mystery of magic. In some ancient and mysterious books, there are always some ways to make the dead come back to life in another way. He may have thought that this day would come, so he made preparations in advance. And the 1.4% unicorn blood can just keep the weak soul alive for a short period of time. Besides, I said that thing is not a complete person. It's just a remnant soul possessed by another person." After listening to Aris' explanation, everyone did not feel more relieved, but became more nervous. "Aris, you just said he possessed someone. Who is this person?" Harry frowned, looking a little angry or maybe scared. He actually spent the entire school year in the same school with his enemy. He had never thought about such a thing. Not only Harry, but everyone else also had a look of deep uneasiness in their eyes. If he is lurking in the school, and we know about his existence, will he take action immediately? What exactly does he want to do? Late at night, Filch's office at Hogwarts. Although he was only the castle's gatekeeper, Filch was still equipped with a fairly large office, the drawers of which were filled with all kinds of illegal magical products he had confiscated during his tenure. There were some things that he didn't even know what they were used for, but they were still put into the box. At this time, the office door opened quietly. However, no one appeared. After the door was closed, Aris lifted the disillusionment spell and revealed his true form. After returning from the Forbidden Forest, he went back to the dormitory for a while, then sneaked out again. The purpose, of course, is to get a night-traveling artifact in Filch's office drawer, the Marauder's Map. It might not be long before Voldemort takes action, so Aris needs to make some preparations. The Marauder's Map can theoretically monitor everyone in the castle, so it is of course the best surveillance camera. With it, Bing Leezy could at least grasp Chi Luo's whereabouts. You can also better deal with what happens next. This should be it. Aris remembered clearly that the Weasley twins took the Marauder's Map from the drawer in Filch's office. He felt that the Marauder's Map was most likely still there, because yesterday he secretly probed the Weasley twins and asked about the secret passage. They showed interest, but did not show off that they knew more secret passages. So, Aris was almost certain that they hadn't gotten the map yet. Lumos. The light from the luminescent charm illuminated the small area of the office. Aris quickly locked a cabinet and added a lock on it, which made it look very mysterious, but this level of protection certainly could not stump Aris. Alaho Hole opens. A unlocking spell successfully opened the drawer. Aris opened the drawer and started searching quickly. There are many drawers filled with all kinds of mischievous magic products. It seems that Filch has spent a lot of effort to collect these things. They may even have learned painful lessons because they were not clear about the effects of certain magic products. For example, Aris saw a crystal ball from inside. He could clearly feel that the crystal ball was cast under a black fog spell. Anyone who rubs the surface of the crystal ball will trigger the spell, creating a large area of black fog, which is the best choice for creating chaos. Aris threw the crystal ball into the system space. Although it doesn't have much effect, it is still quite effective in creating some visual misleading at critical moments. Although he can make this kind of crystal ball himself, it's better to use it for the party. Isn't it? Found it. After a moment, Aris pulled out a piece of parchment from the bottom of the drawer. He was sure that this was the Marauder's Map, because from this map, he sensed a very profound spell. There are concealment spells, as well as magic related to the name. Aris even felt some kind of magical contract magic from it. This map seems to have some kind of contractual relationship with the castle. From the magic contained in this map, it can be seen that the person who made the map is definitely a genius, and his ideas are very bold and careful. They may even have discovered some core secrets of the castle. For example, protective magic about permissions. Dumbledore had previously told Aris that as the headmaster he had certain privileges in the school, such as being able to apparate within the castle and being able to move portraits within the castle. These are actually all related to the castle's authority protection magic. There is also a scene that appeared in the original book where Professor McGonagall summoned the stone pillars to fight against Voldemort's army. That is obviously the privilege only the senior management of the school has. Who's in there? At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and two furtive figures walked in. Then, the three of them were stunned. Aris, Fred, George. The three of them looked at each other blankly. Well, we just saw Filch patrolling the corridor on the 4th floor, so we came here. I didn't expect you to be here too, Aris. What a coincidence. Fred looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly closed the office door. Why are you here too? Aris couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. These two guys were indeed masters of night wandering. There was not even any sound of footsteps. He didn't even notice it until they opened the office door. I have to say, this might be some kind of talent. We were punished to clean Filch's office in the afternoon, and then we saw the locked drawer. I guess there must be a lot of good things in it. So we came. Fred shrugged and replied. That's why we specially waited for Filch to go patrol somewhere else before coming here. Just in case. Who knows if we might run into other people here. George also shrugged. So, we are still a step late. Fred's eyes had already caught sight of the open drawer, and he looked at the map in Cheese's hand with some curiosity. What's this? Aris didn't intend to hide it and said directly, It should be a map. As he spoke, Aris pointed his wand at the Marauder's map and spoke softly. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. As soon as the command was spoken, a line of words suddenly appeared on the parchment where the tip of the wand was pointing. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, gentlemen who are dedicated to helping magical mischief makers, proudly present the Marauder's map. Seeing these words, Fred and George became excited instantly. It seems that the maker of this map is obviously just like us, who likes nighttime travel and some interesting magical pranks. Isn't this a coincidence? I have a feeling this must be a great invention. George said seriously. Maybe. Aris opened the parchment. As the ink spread, dense lines appeared on the parchment, and the entire map of Hogwarts appeared in front of the three of them. Is this a map? Fred's eyes lit up. This is more than just a map. George's voice was even trembling. Did you see it? Our name is on it. Look, it's right here. It says our names are in Filch's office. And here, inside the dormitory, these densely packed names actually include everyone. It's incredible. A work of absolute genius. Fred and George looked at each other and saw something like the excitement of reaching O********M in each other's eyes. This is a great product tailor-made for us. Looking at the twins who were completely immersed in self-satisfaction, Aris coughed lightly. Then, he slowly stuffed the map into his robe. Sorry, this map should belong to me now. Having said that, he walked straight out of the office without paying attention to the resentful looks from the Weasley twins. Crazy. The Weasley twins are crazy with jealousy. There was a burning light in their eyes, and they chased after Aris without thinking. Obviously, he didn't intend to miss the Marauder's map. Aris, good Aris, Grandpa Aris, we promise, if you give us the map, just for a while, we'll do our best to get you whatever you want. How about butterbeer from the Three Broomsticks? Or the candy from the candy shop in Hogsmeade? First-year students can go to Hogsmeade. If you want, we can buy it for you. Fred and George followed Aris closely. The castle was pitch black in the middle of the night, but the fire in their hearts seemed to light up the entire corridor, so hot that it was extremely intense. They really wanted that map. Aris walked along, feeling somewhat helpless as he listened to the Gemini's voice trying to please him. Actually, this map is not that useful to me. If you really want it, it's not impossible, but why don't we try to copy a copy of the map? Aris began to open their minds. We can definitely make more maps, even imitation maps with fewer functions, and sell them to other little wizards to make them happy. You know, the castle's terrain is too complicated, and the stairs are always moving around. Many young wizards may not be able to fully explore the entire castle after graduation. If we can make more maps, do you think other little wizards would like them? Hearing this, the Weasley twins' eyes gradually brightened. Yes, if we really do it, we will definitely make a lot of money. Fred and George looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their dream has always been to open a magic joke shop in Diagon Alley after graduation. If they could really make a fortune from selling maps, their grand plan might be put on the agenda now, and they could start saving for the startup capital. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. But soon, they thought of a problem at the same time. But can this be done? George was a little uncertain. This map looks very strange. It may not be easy to copy it, especially the various magics inside. I can guarantee that even students in grade 6 or May 7th not be able to master those magics. You don't have to worry about that. Aris smiled. Aris, did you do it? Fred looked expectant. I need to study it carefully. It shouldn't be a big problem. Aris thought for a moment and then spoke. If Mooneyface and the others could create a Marauder's map on their own, Aris felt that he would have no problem doing it, but it would definitely take some time. Then I'll leave the map development to you. Fred's expression became serious, and he quickly made a decision. As for the map sales, you can leave it to us. I guarantee that we will all make a lot of money. Yes, we still have some friends at school. George agreed. Aris nodded slightly. The reason why he proposed this idea was actually because he saw the Weasley twins' strong personalities. He didn't want to spend too much time selling maps. The idea of copying the map was actually just something that happened during the study of the live map. Of course, the most important thing is to give Gemini something to do. It is conceivable that if this suggestion had not been made to give them something to do, the two guys would definitely not give up the Marauders map easily, and might have pestered Aris every day. Then it's decided. You should go back quickly. Aris reminded. Otherwise, Filch will come back and you won't be able to leave. Wait, Aris. Fred spoke again. How about we try this map out sometime? Yes, I just saw some secret passages of the castle marked on it. We have to explore those routes first before we know the specific purpose of this map, right? Aris thought about it, then nodded gently. No problem. Let's take action on the weekend. That's a deal. The twins looked excited again. Afterwards, the two said goodbye to Aris and then walked towards the Gryffindor common room in a stealthy manner. The next day, breakfast time. Harry and a few others sat together at the long table in the auditorium, discussing something in a low voice. When Aris appeared, they waved quickly. What's wrong? Aris sat down next to them and asked in confusion, What are you trying to do this early in the morning? It's Harry. He thinks that no matter whether it's Snape or Quirrell, if they really want to do something in the castle, they will probably act soon. He thinks we need to make some preparations in advance. Perhaps we should tell Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall about this, Ronald said a little nervously. He had been feeling uneasy ever since he came back last night, thinking that there might be a Voldemort hiding in the castle. He even felt unsafe walking in the corridors of the castle, let alone sleeping soundly. He even wondered why the professors didn't make any move. But we don't have any clear evidence. Everything is just speculation. Hermione analyzed calmly. If we really want to accuse someone, we should at least find something to prove it, right? Aris, what do you think? Harry Potter looked at the silver-haired boy. I think your concerns are actually unnecessary. Professor Dumbledore may have already found out the truth of the matter, but the time has not come yet. He just needs to make some arrangements. You mean he knows that Voldemort's spirit is hiding in the school? Harry frowned. That's just my guess. Aris shrugged. By this time, did Dumbledore know about Voldemort's plan? The answer is yes. He must know some truths, and perhaps he has roughly guessed Voldemort's plan. But as for how he plans to close the net, perhaps his idea is the same as Aris's, just waiting for Voldemort's remaining soul to fall into the trap. Judging from Quirrell's previous actions, Voldemort's remaining spirit must have known the exact location of the Philosopher's Stone. Therefore, he wanted to accumulate strength so that he could take action again. During this period, if there's any disturbance, he might change his plan. So now, doing nothing may be the best way to deal with it. Looking at Harry, who was a little eager to move, Aris ate his bread slowly and said meaningfully, If you really want to do something, then improve your strength. Maybe one day, when you really have to face him, you will have a better chance of surviving. Apart from that, are we really doing nothing? Harry gritted his teeth and was obviously very upset. Aris even thought that he might want to go and fight Voldemort right now. Gryffindor's courage and desire to prove themselves are not undeserved. That's right. What you need most now is to remain restrained. Aris nodded gently and reminded again. Understand the enemy's trump card clearly and act only when you are fully confident. This way you can protect yourself to the greatest extent and destroy the enemy's plan. Being brave does not mean being brainless. You must remember this sentence. After saying that, Aris stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, then stood up and slowly left the auditorium. Principal's office. Hagrid was currently reporting to Dumbledore about what happened last night. That's what happened. Aris speculated that the mysterious man might have hidden in the castle, waiting for an opportunity to complete his plan. Hagrid frowned, then shook his head slightly. Apparently, he hadn't thought about it that deeply. I'm not good at this kind of thing of trying to figure out other people's ideas. Perhaps you, Professor, have some ideas? Well, I know about this. Dumbledore raised his eyes from a letter on the table and turned to Hagrid. Hagrid, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. After saying that, he stood up, rubbed his temple, and then continued. I heard from Snape that you seem to have raised a dragon recently. Is that true? Hearing this, Hagrid suddenly became nervous. Professor, I know this is wrong, but the little guy has just been born. It's really pitiful. I ask you to let me raise it for a while. When it grows up a little, I will hand it over to you. Dumbledore shook his head, his eyes deep, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Where is that little dragon now? Hagrid hesitated for a moment, sighed in frustration, and then honestly explained. Aris said he could take in Radish temporarily in case anything happened. Taken away by Aris? Dumbledore was visibly stunned. Yes, Professor. Hagrid nodded. Where can he keep that dragon? The silver-haired old wizard frowned slightly, as if he was puzzled. Is it in the Centaur tribe, or— I understand. Soon, Dumbledore seemed to have thought of something and shook his head helplessly. In that case, let's just leave it at that for now. If Aris doesn't want the dragon to be discovered, there should be a way. But I still have to remind you, Hagrid, that dragon is not like Aris. It might bring trouble to Hogwarts. So, if things change, I might have to give it away. I understand, Professor. Hagrid nodded sadly. Obviously, he really treated the little fire dragon as his own child. Okay, go back first. I need to think about it. Yes, Professor. Hagrid nodded and left the principal's office. After the giant left, Dumbledore turned and walked towards the balcony, looking in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Aris, this little guy is really restless. I hope the dragon won't cause any trouble in the Forbidden Forest. However, with Aris here, nothing should happen. But I'm afraid there will be some trouble with the Centaur tribe. After saying that, a smile suddenly appeared on Dumbledore's lips, and then he shook his head in amusement. Then, his expression became solemn again. The one we need to worry about most now is that guy. I just hope everything goes as I wish. Weekends are the happiest time for little wizards. Students in their second year and above can go to Hogsmeade Village, buy some candy at the candy store, or have a glass of butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. Of course, only senior students can buy butterbeer. As for the young wizards in the lower grades, there are also some delicious drinks that are very popular. Although first-year students cannot go out, they will have a rare 2 days to rest. These were happy and pleasant days for most of the young wizards. But Aris doesn't think so. That day, he had just walked out of the Ravenclaw lounge when he was spotted by the Weasley twins. Aris, when are we going to act? Fred hinted frantically at the boy. He had obviously been looking forward to the Three People's adventure and was also extremely excited about the Marauders map. I think today will be an exciting and thrilling day. George was also very excited. You too. You're here so early in the morning. Don't you want to sleep in? Aris yawned. He stayed in the lab until late last night. If he wasn't hungry, he would probably still be catching up on sleep. However, since the Weasley twins were already here, he knew he couldn't get rid of them. If I don't take them to the secret passage today, I guess I won't be able to fool them. 013904130 Felu 230331031. Half an hour later, after finishing their breakfast, they hurried out of the castle. Although there is a secret passage at the Whomping Willow, do we have to be the first to explore it? Fred and George followed Aris, looking a little guilty. No one dares to mess with that willow tree. It is said that anyone who gets close to it will be hung up and whipped. Why, are you scared? Aris glanced at the twins with a half-smile. What a joke! Fred couldn't hold it in any longer. For the great cause of magical pranks, we must move forward bravely, even if we are afraid. It's just the Whomping Willow. We can definitely do it. That being said, where exactly is the secret passage? George looked at Aris and asked. Well, according to the map, the entrance to the secret passage is somewhere in the Whomping Willow stump. It's a very small hole. However, the map doesn't indicate where the secret passage leads to. Of course, Aris knew that the secret passage led to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. But at this time, it is natural to whet Gemini's appetite. It's exciting just by listening to it. Do you think this secret passage will lead to some unknown cave? Maybe there are some magical props hidden in it, very powerful ones. Fred has already started to fantasize. I think it's more likely that there is a dragon in the cave. George dared to think. Hearing what the two said, Aris almost laughed out loud, but he still said seriously, I think there might be a haunted house at the end of the tunnel. Haunted house. George and Fred looked at each other and became even more excited. This is so exciting. It's exactly the adventurous life we've always dreamed of. You better think of how to get through that willow tree and reach the secret passage. Aris shook his head speechlessly. At this time, they had already arrived at the workplace. Fudge. In front of us, a huge willow tree was standing there quietly, swaying gently in the breeze. Yes, the entire trunk of the big willow tree was shaking, and it looked like a legendary tree demon. Cluck! George and Fred swallowed their saliva, stopped walking nervously, and said in a trembling voice, How about we try another secret passage today? Are you sure? Aris opened the Marauder's map, on which the location of the Whomping Willow was marked, and a line of small words appeared. Just touch the raised part of the stump, and the Whomping Willow will stop moving. The Weasley twins perked up immediately after seeing the small words. Of course I'm kidding. We must find this secret passage today. Even if Merlin comes, he can't stop us. Castle, Gryffindor Common Room. Harry, Ronald, and the other two had no intention of taking a good rest. They were still discussing the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, the topic they discussed the most was Voldemort. Harry, do you think, if he really comes back, will he want to kill you? Ronald looked at Harry with a worried look on his face. Of course he wants to, but if he could do it, he wouldn't have waited until now. Harry gritted his teeth with a rare look of calmness on his face. At least Harry is safe here. Have you forgotten? Hermione looked at the two and analyzed. Who is the you-know-who most afraid of? It's Professor Dumbledore, and this is Hogwarts. As long as Professor Dumbledore is still here, the you-know-who will never dare to do anything to Harry. That's right. That's why Aris said, we don't need to worry too much. Harry also nodded. But what if Dumbledore leaves the castle? Ronald asked uncertainly. Then we should really be worried. Hermione took a deep breath. Well, the final exams are coming up soon. I think you should think carefully about whether you can pass each course. Hermione shrugged and said, So I'm going to the library now. What about you? Wait. Harry suddenly covered his forehead again. My scar hurts again, just like it's on fire. How could this happen? Ronald quickly came to Harry and carefully observed Harry's forehead. I think this might be some kind of warning, just like the last time in the Forbidden Forest, a warning of some kind of danger. Harry forced himself to calm down, trying to follow Aerys' method, keeping his mind focused and try not to think about anything. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. No, Hagrid wanted a dragon so badly, and he got one from a stranger. But who would walk around with 10 dragon eggs? This is wrong from the beginning. Hagrid said that the man seemed to be very interested in magical creatures, and the two of them had a very pleasant chat. Ronald also recalled the conversation with Hagrid at that time, frowning slightly. So, if the stranger approached Hagrid intentionally, and they talked about magical animals, then would they also talk about the three-headed hellhound? I remember Hagrid said that he knew how to deal with the three-headed hellhound. Harry's thoughts became clearer and clearer, and his mood became more and more anxious. I guarantee that there is something wrong with this matter. Having said that, Harry stood up suddenly and walked towards the lounge exit. What are you going to do? Aris said that we can't act rashly. Hermione chased after him immediately, and Ronald followed closely behind. It's too late. I have a strong feeling now. I must tell Professor Dumbledore about this as soon as possible. The guy hiding in the dark is likely to take action soon. Harry seemed to have some strange premonition. Perhaps it was really brought to him by the lightning-shaped scar on his head. He spoke very quickly, and without stopping at all, he ran straight toward the principal's office. Wait a minute, Potter. What are you doing in such a hurry? At this time, a voice came from behind them. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly and looked at the trio. They looked like they just came out of the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall, I want to see Professor Dumbledore right now. Harry said quickly without any hesitation. This matter is very important. We must report to him. Professor Dumbledore? McGonagall looked at the three of them in confusion, then shook his head. I'm sorry. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him. He just received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic and left Hogwarts. But this matter is really important. It is related to the Philosopher's Stone. Someone wants to steal it and may do so soon. We must take action. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. Harry couldn't care less and spoke directly. Aris said that if you encounter any problems, notify the professor immediately. They're doing this now and hope that Professor McGonagall will pay attention. At this time, McGonagall was obviously a little surprised. How did you know that? Who wants to steal it? No, this is impossible. That thing is under strict protection. No one can steal it. You should know that this is not something you should be concerned about. Go back quickly. I don't care how you know this, but don't tell anyone. But Professor, Harry wanted to argue again, but a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Professor McGonagall, are you free? Professor Dumbledore told me before he left that he had something to tell you right now. Harry didn't need to turn his head to know that the voice was sinister and carried a sense of disgust. The one who spoke must be Snape. The three little wizards turned around and saw Snape standing at the classroom door. Okay, let's go back. 0 request flowers. Professor McGonagall stood up and walked towards Snape at the classroom door. At this time, Snape looked at Harry with a warning look. You three, if you have nothing to do, it's best not to wander around. Otherwise, others will think that you are violating school rules or are planning to violate school rules. Seeing Snape, Harry and the others immediately shut their mouths. At this time, they were still unable to confirm whether Snape was Voldemort's spy or was simply a person possessed by Voldemort, so they did not trust the man in front of them at all. Come on, let's go back. Harry turned around and left without hesitation. Snape looked at the three young wizards who were leaving and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then he looked at Professor McGonagall and said, Professor Dumbledore asked me to tell you that if anyone asks you about the Philosopher's Stone, you must keep it a secret. Also, when he is not in the castle, you must pay attention to what is going on over there. 0. You should understand what he means, right? Professor McGonagall frowned slightly, then nodded gently. I understand. I will go check the situation over there later to make sure there is no problem. Just now. Thinking of what Harry and the others had just said, Professor McGonagall's tone paused and his brows furrowed even more. What's wrong? Snape looked at McGonagall hesitantly. It's okay. I hope I'm just overthinking it. McGonagall shook his head and then turned back to the classroom. I still have some things to deal with. Please help yourself, Professor Snape. After Harry left with Ronald and Hermione, he did not go towards the Gryffindor dormitory. Where are we going? Ronald asked with some confusion. I have a bad feeling. We must go to the corridor on the 4th floor to check out the situation. Harry said as he walked quickly. Perhaps, Hermione, you can go look for Aris. If anything goes wrong, he should have the experience to deal with it. When the time comes, we'll meet in the corridor. Hermione understood what Harry meant immediately and nodded gently. I will try my best to find him. You know, he is usually mysterious and his whereabouts are uncertain. I'm not sure I can find him. The three of them separated temporarily. Hermione walked quickly towards the Ravenclaw common room. Harry and Ronald went directly to the corridor on the 4th floor. Wow, it's so thrilling and exciting. In the secret passage below the Whomping Willow, Fred was breathing rapidly, but his face was full of excitement. I knew that would work. Even the Whomping Willow wouldn't be able to react. We are simply geniuses. George also waved his hands and gestured exaggeratedly. But it seemed like it was my suggestion to use the levitation spell to throw you over and pin you down on the tree stump, right? Aris looked at the twins helplessly, feeling both amused and helpless. These two guys, who just looked scared to death, now entered the secret passage as if nothing had happened. They are really shameless. It seems that my previous impression of them was somewhat accurate. These two guys are more than just socially anxious and mischievous. His face is much thicker than that of ordinary people. Aris, you're the best. After hearing Aris's words, the twins, who were in sync with each other, gave the boy a thumbs up. Then, they began to observe their surroundings as if nothing had happened. I guarantee that this is an underground cave. I can guarantee that this cave leads to the outside of Hogwarts. The two of them were like performing a crosstalk, looking around and chatting back and forth. Although, Aris felt that most of what they talked about was nonsense. The three of them walked carefully into the damp underground secret passage. Oh no, only the Weasley twins were very careful, as if they were exploring some extremely dangerous restricted area, holding their wands in their hands and observing their surroundings carefully. Although the two were chatting and joking the whole time, one could still feel that they were tense all over. Aris followed behind, walking slowly, looking at the Marauder's map in his hand. As the three of them went deeper into the secret passage, the route on the map was almost reaching its end. Strictly speaking, it is not the end point. It is just a line extending here, and there is nothing beyond it. It was as if the secret passage behind was deliberately hidden where it would lead to. Aris couldn't help but turn the map to the front again, subconsciously looking for Quirrell. Sadly, Quirrell's name is not on the castle grounds either. He's not in the castle. Aris frowned slightly. At this sensitive moment, this guy actually sneaked out of the castle, or he deliberately hid his figure. Whatever the possibility, it's not right. Where are the little ones? Aris started looking for Harry and the others' names again. This is the power of the Marauder's map. As long as someone is within the range of Hogwarts, he can quickly find him on the map. Unless that person deliberately cast a spell to hide his body, or is in a place that cannot be detected by the Marauder's map. Soon, Aris found the name of Harry Potter, and Ronald and Hermione. They are together now, and their location seems to be heading to the corridor on the 4th floor. What do they want to do? Seeing this, Aris frowned even deeper. Quirrell disappeared from the map, and the three little nets went to the 4th floor corridor again. This plot seems a bit like the final battle in the original novel. If Quirrell has entered the chamber where the magician is kept, his name may not appear on the map. That place must have been cast with some kind of magic that can hide one's whereabouts. But, according to the time calculation, it shouldn't be that soon. Aris remembered very clearly that Quirrell entered the basement to steal the magician's plot after the young wizards finished their exams. And now there are still 2 weeks before the exams. Could it be that Voldemort felt threatened by what happened in the Forbidden Forest last time, so he took action in advance? Thinking of this, Aris stopped. You too. I'm afraid today's adventure has to end here. His voice made the Weasley twins in front of him stop and turn around in confusion. What's wrong, Aris? We should be almost at the exit. Are you sure you don't want to keep going? Fred looked ahead at the corridor unwillingly. Yes, we're almost at the finish line. How can we give up at this time? George obviously didn't want to retreat now. However, Aris' tone was firm. This secret passage should only have one exit, and whether you look at the map or the place you just walked through, there is no fork in the road. You just need to keep going forward, and you will see the exit. I have something else to do in the castle. I must leave immediately. After saying that, Aris turned around and left resolutely without paying any attention to the regretful looks on their faces. Although, according to the development of the plot, Harry Potter will eventually defeat Voldemort's remaining soul and get the Philosopher's Stone with the blessing of the protagonist's halo, Aris does not want any accidents to happen during this period. Besides, Hermione will definitely enter the Chamber of Secrets soon, Duro. He was a little worried. Moreover, Ari just happened to know that Dumbledore was not in school at the moment. In fact, Dumbledore always specifically informed Aris every time he left. He also knew the old wizard's intention, which was obviously to ask him to behave himself during this period of time and not cause any trouble. Without Dumbledore in the castle, this matter would be even more uncertain. Aris, the Weasley twins called out from behind. Seeing that the boy had no intention of looking back, she could only look at him and sigh helplessly. What now? Fred looked at George. What else can we do? Keep moving forward, George said without any hesitation. A true warrior dares to face the blood. Just because we have encountered such a small problem, are we going to back down? That's exactly what I was saying. Fred winked. Afterwards, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and turned around to continue walking deeper into the secret passage. The corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. Harry and Ronald were currently anxiously waiting for Hermione. Why hasn't he come yet? I wonder if Hermione has found Aris. Harry, if Aris isn't here, are we still going in? Ronald looked at the door not far away that was locked with the three-headed dog of hell and couldn't help swallowing. Of course. Harry didn't even think twice. Then he frowned again and said in a slightly softer tone, "At least we have to go and see if there are 3.5 abnormalities in the three-headed big dog. Otherwise, can you rest assured?" "Damn it, I knew it," Ronald muttered, then shook his head resignedly. At this time, a figure hurried over. "Hermione!" Harry's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly went up to her and asked, "How's it going? Did you find Aris?" "No." Hermione, who had obviously run all the way here, panted and said, "I've already searched everywhere. The Ravenclaw common room, the lab, the auditorium. We've searched all the places where Aris could be. He may not be in the castle." "Not in the castle?" Harry and Ronald were dumbfounded. "But where will he go? Most importantly, what do we do now?" The three of them looked towards the door, not far away, and started to struggle. "How about we take a closer look?" Harry looked at Ronald and Hermione and suggested, before adding, "Just a look. If there is nothing unusual, we will leave immediately. But what if someone really went in?" Ronald's face fell. "Then we have no choice." Harry took a deep breath, then slowly walked towards the door at the end of the corridor. "I hope everything is all right." Hermione took a deep breath and followed Harry. Hermione couldn't help but feel uneasy at the thought of facing the three-headed monster again. At this time, she couldn't help but think of Aris. If that guy was here, maybe he wouldn't be so nervous? After all, she seemed to have never seen Aris nervous before. The little witch shook her head, threw the thoughts out of her mind, and forced herself to focus on the front. "Did you hear that?" At this moment, Harry suddenly stopped, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully for a while, then suddenly quickened his pace again. "I think I hear music behind that door ahead." As he spoke, his steps became faster and faster, and in the process he pulled out his wand and pointed it directly at the door in front of him. Allaho open. The wooden door that held the three giant dogs quietly opened. Then, the three little wizards rushed in directly. "I've been wondering what the purpose of this door is." Ronald looked at the scene in the room and said something that had nothing to do with the current situation. "Maybe it's just because there should be a door there." Hermione also said blankly, "It's music." Now, only Harry was calm. He looked at the three giant dogs that were already asleep in the room, and his eyes immediately turned to the organ beside him. The organ was playing music by itself. Someone obviously put it here. This means that someone has entered the secret room guarded by the three-headed giant dog. The worst has happened. Hermione frowned. "Should we go down now?" Ronald couldn't help but look at Harry again. Harry didn't say anything, but walked forward quickly and began to move the paws of the three giant dogs. The paws of the big dogs were blocking a movable wooden board at this time, and under the board was obviously the secret room where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. At this moment, Harry's eyes were extremely serious and determined. Dumbledore and Aris are not in the castle. It is obvious that someone has gone down to the Chamber of Secrets. That person must be the one who wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We must stop him. Otherwise, once Voldemort is resurrected through the Philosopher's Stone, the entire wizarding world will be threatened. The tragedy that happened before may happen again. But we're just three freshmen. Ronald was about to cry. "We don't have a choice, do we?" Harry struggled to move the three-headed dog's paw a little bit, just enough to open the wooden door below. Then, he opened the wooden door and turned to look at Ronald and Hermione seriously. "In fact, there is no need for you to go down with me. Voldemort's life or death has nothing to do with you, but it does with me. He killed my parents, and I must make him pay the price. Now, I'm afraid this is my last chance. He is very weak now, even to the point that he needs unicorn blood to stay alive. In other words, if we go down now, there might be a small chance to defeat him, once he obtains the Philosopher's Stone and regains his strength. At that time, perhaps only Dumbledore can subdue him. Do you understand what I mean?" "Harry, stop talking." Ronald suddenly took a deep breath, His expression became firm. "I'll go down with you. You always need a helping hand, don't you?" Then, they both turned to look at Hermione. "If I don't go, are you sure you can get to the mysterious man?" Although Hermione still frowned, she also made her attitude clear, and then asked in a somewhat strange tone, "Do you feel that something seems to be wrong?" Harry and Ronald were stunned for a moment. It seems a little too quiet. Hermione subconsciously turned her head and looked at the organ behind her. Then, the expression on his face began to change rapidly. The music stopped. At this moment, Ronald suddenly yelled, "What the hell is this? It's so disgusting." He reached out and touched his shoulder and felt a large mass of unknown liquid, which was sticky and had a foul odor. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from above. The three little wizards couldn't help but scream. What did they see? The three-headed hellhound had awakened at some point and stood up, looking down at the three people below. The unknown liquid on Ronald's body was the saliva of the big dog. At this time, the three-headed dog had obviously noticed the intruder under its feet. On the huge head, a pair of eyes revealed an angry look, and its ferocious bloody mouth was opened. "Jump!" Harry shouted, and then jumped off the trap door without any hesitation. Hermione also reacted quickly and jumped down next, followed by Ronald. Ronald, who finally jumped off the wooden door, could even feel a burning breath following him, and the terrifying roar almost made his eardrums burst. Fortunately, the wooden door, which was very narrow for the three-headed hellhound, blocked the huge head outside, so Ronald was spared in his but was not bitten off. Fortunately, we acted quickly enough, otherwise we would have been taken as dinner by that big dog. Luckily, there is a soft plant mat here, so we didn't get hurt. Ronald and Harry looked around with lingering fear. Under the wooden door was a dark space, like a cave built under the castle. Obviously, they had just passed the wooden door and fell somewhere under the castle. At this moment, they only felt that the plants under their buttocks were wet and a little slippery, but they were indeed very soft, like the limbs of some mollusk. "I have a bad feeling." At this time, Ronald's voice sounded again, and he touched the slippery, soft and flat, unknown plant under his butt. "This is a devil's snare." Hermione's voice sounded at the right time. "This is not a mat, but a very dangerous large plant. If someone falls into the devil's snare and doesn't know how to escape, they will be strangled to death." "Well, damn it." Ronald was about to cry again. "I just don't know how to escape from this damn plant. Are we going to die?" As Ronald's words came out, the devil's snare under their buttocks began to wriggle and quickly bound the hands and feet of the three people. Then the plant wrapped around their entire bodies little by little. Unfortunately, at this time, they had no leverage and could do nothing. "Don't be nervous, relax." At this time, Hermione's voice sounded again. "The devil's snare only preys on creatures that are nervous, fearful, and active. Just relax and stay quiet." As she spoke, Hermione completely relaxed, and then she fell off the devil's snare little by little. "Hermione!" Harry and Ronald screamed in horror at the same time. They thought Hermione had been completely devoured by the devil's snare. "Just do as I say and relax." At this time, Hermione's voice came from below again, and it was obvious from the voice that she was out of danger. "Did you hear that, Ronald? Relax and trust Hermione." Harry was still calm at this time. He quickly calmed himself down, then slowly relaxed, and then he fell down little by little. "Harry, are you okay?" Ronald was still terrified and struggling violently. "Damn it, how can I relax? He's strangling my neck and butt. I feel like I'm going to break. Help!" Ronald's terrified screams echoed underground. Below, Hermione and Harry, who were out of danger, looked up. The devil's net is about 2 meters above the ground. As long as you relax your body, you can naturally get down from the devil's net. But Ronald obviously can't do it. He just can't relax, can he? Hermione looked at the struggling figure above anxiously and speechlessly. "Hermione, you must have a way, right? Save Ronald, otherwise he might really die." Harry listened to Ronald's screams with an anxious look on his face. "Let me think." Hermione was also a little nervous at this time. Ronald's screams were so miserable, as if he was really about to die. The devil's snare prefers dark and humid environments. Strangely enough, it retreats when exposed to sunlight. In a hurry, Hermione recited everything she had read in the book about Devil's Snare too. By the way, it's afraid of the light. Hermione screamed, then drew her wand. Bright light flashing. This is an advanced version of the luminescent spell, which can summon intense bright light. The next moment, a strong light appeared in the dark and humid underground cave. This ray of light directly penetrated the entire Devil's Snare. Afterwards, those soft, tentacle-like vines quickly dispersed as if they had encountered a raging fire. Of course, Ronald, who was entangled in the devil's net, naturally fell off. Fortunately, I am calm. Ronald, who had fallen flat on his face, stood up quickly, brushed the dust off his butt, and spoke as if nothing had happened. It's thanks to Hermione, who reads so many books. She's right. Without them, we might not even be able to reach the you-know-who and would have died here. Harry looked at Ronald speechlessly. I just happened to see the content of the Devil's Snare. If it was Aris, he might not have handled it so badly. Hermione looked at her dirty robes and sighed softly. Yeah, where did Aris go? Ronald quickly changed the subject to hide his embarrassment. He didn't sneak off to Hogsmeade, did he? Harry looked at him again, then turned and looked forward. I think now is not the time to discuss this issue. Did you hear anything? It seems it's the sound of some winged creature. Ronald and Hermione's expressions gradually became serious. At this time, Aris has returned to Hogwarts. After coming out of the Whomping Willow, he ran quickly towards the castle, even granting himself wind walk, making him extremely fast. What was that thing that just ran over? Gryffindor student Seamus, who was playing with magic frisbee at the castle gate, suddenly felt a gust of wind and then saw a black shadow moving away at a very fast speed. It seems like a person. Neville was also stunned for a moment, looking at Aris, who had disappeared into the castle, and shook his head. Maybe we saw it wrong. Well, how can anyone run that fast? The two shook their heads and started playing frisbee again. Aris quickly came to the corridor on the 4th floor of the castle, took a look at the secret room where the three-headed dog was imprisoned, and frowned slightly. It seems that they really went in. The lock of the door was still open at this time, so Aris pushed the door open and walked in, then saw the huge three-headed dog. Roar! Without the hypnotic music, the three-headed hellhound stood up and looked towards Aris, with anger in its eyes, as if it was unhappy for not having enjoyed afternoon tea before, staring at the boy intently. Be good, and you won't get beaten if you behave yourself. Aris patiently negotiated with the big dog. As long as you let me go, I will not do anything, okay? Roar! The three-headed dog of hell roared again, obviously not very happy with it. It seems that the negotiations have failed. Aris pulled out his magic wand helplessly, and then used a set of 5 lightning whips. Fireball Jutsu, Wind Whirl, Lightning Storm. Shrink quickly. Everyone is petrified. After this set of spells, the three-headed dog was first tortured by the flames and strong winds and was on the verge of collapse. In the process, it was also hit by several lightning bolts. In the end, he was made smaller by Aris. Then, it was petrified into a mini version of the three-headed dog. Boom! The petrified mini three-headed dog fell on the movable wooden door and was kicked aside by Aris. I'm sorry, I'm really in a hurry. If you had listened to me just now, this wouldn't have happened. Then he opened the wooden door and jumped down. Inside the room, although the three-headed dog had been petrified, tears of regret still flowed from its eyes. If it could still make a sound at this moment, I'm afraid it would have already cried. It couldn't understand why Showare was so powerful now. After all, the three-headed hellhound is a well-known vicious beast. Is it so shameless? Everyone doesn't take it seriously. This is too much. Soon, Aris arrived above the devil's net. He cast a levitation spell on himself and looked down at the devil's snare. There are traces of the light spell. Looks like Hermione's work. Seeing that the devil's snare had been destroyed, he canceled the levitation spell and jumped down directly. The broom level should be ahead. Aris shook her head. The first level, the Devil's Snare, happens to be within Hermione's knowledge range, and the second level, riding a broom to grab keys, is obviously Harry's specialty. The most outrageous thing is the third level, which is actually a real wizard chessboard. It is clearly prepared for Ronald. Dumbledore, this old man, is really good. Are you worried they won't find Quirrell? Looking at the door in front of me, I listened to the sound of keys vibrating wings from inside. Aris reached out helplessly and opened the door. I don't know which level they have reached. This is a very spacious room, especially with the extra headroom. Densely packed keys with wings were flying over the room. In the center of the room, there was a broom, and on the other side there was a door which was locked. Obviously, if you want to get out of this room, you must find the key that can open the door to the other room from among these densely packed keys in order to pass the level successfully. It's a good idea. They even prepared a broom. They are very considerate of the little wizard. Aris shook his head slightly, then glanced at the door at the exit. An ordinary unlocking spell definitely won't work. Ronald seems to have tried it in the original book. This door might be cursed. Only by finding the right key can the door be opened. But there's no rule that says you have to use a broomstick to find your keys, right? Aris looked carefully and soon found an old, rusty key that looked severely damaged, with half of its wings broken. That should be it. Aris waved her wand gently. Keys are flying. With a simple flying spell, the key found by Aris quickly flew towards him. However, at the same time, the attack properties of the other keys were also activated. All of them flew up from the air, and then all flew towards Aris like bullets. Fire shield protection. Aris shouted softly, and a flash of fire suddenly appeared in front of him. Afterwards, the fire formed a shield that blocked all the flying keys. The wings of the keys that wanted to break through the fire shield were burned off, and they fell to the ground one after another. He grabbed the old-fashioned key that was summoned by Aris's flying spell and inserted it accurately into the door, accompanied by the click sound of the door opening. Aris walked out easily. The security measures arranged by the deans of the 4 colleges are only this strong. Aris sighed slowly. I really don't know how to complain about this. After passing the second level, Aris came to a dark space. Oh no, there's light shining down from above not far ahead, so it's not completely dark. It was a chessboard, and most of the chess pieces on it had been destroyed. At this moment, there were 2 small figures on the chessboard. Aris, Hermione called out in surprise when she saw the boy walking out of the darkness. I thought, you finally came. The little witch was originally thinking about how to get the injured Ronald out of here. After seeing Aris, the shock and fear she had experienced along the way seemed to burst out completely, and huge tears burst out from her eyes. Hermione, how are you guys doing? Aris frowned slightly. He saw that Hermione had quite a few scratches on her body, especially on her forehead and arms. There was even blood oozing out. It was obvious that the clearance was not as easy as it looked in the original movie. Healed like new, Aris cast a healing spell at Hermione. Afterwards, the wounds and bloodstains on her body miraculously healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's okay, I'm here. Aris touched the little witch's head and comforted her gently. Harry discovered that someone had entered here. We wanted to discuss it with you first, but we couldn't find you. Dumbledore left the school again, and Professor McGonagall didn't believe that anyone would break in here. We have no choice but to come in by ourselves. Hermione wiped her tears and narrated the incident to Aris in a wrong manner. And Ronald, he sacrificed himself so that Harry could continue to move forward smoothly. He was knocked down by the wizard chess. I tried the recovery spell, but it had no effect at all. Am I really useless? Whoop. The little witch became sadder and sadder as she spoke. She looked at Ronald, who was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. She felt that everything was so terrible. She didn't know how to express the fear and anxiety in her heart. I could only look at Aris with tears streaming down my face. It's okay. I promise everything will be reset. Ronald will not die, and Harry will come back safely. Believe me. Aris checked Ronald's injuries. Apart from a scratch on his forehead, there were no other obvious wounds elsewhere. It seemed that he was unconscious. If he guessed correctly, the professor who set up the wizard chessboard obviously did not intend to kill anyone. So Ronald was able to survive now. I've sent a message to Professor McGonagall. She should be here soon, but now I need to go inside and take a look. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Harry to deal with Professor Quirrell alone. So, you and Ronald just wait here, okay? Aris grabbed the little witch's shoulders and asked seriously with encouragement in his eyes. Yes, I can, go ahead. Hearing this, Hermione quickly wiped her tears and nodded solemnly. Well, I'll be back soon. Aris casually threw a recovery spell at Ronald, then stood up and continued walking inside. Next, Aris came to another room. When he entered the room, flames rose simultaneously from the two exits and the entrance. There are some potion bottles in this room. The content of this level in the original book should be that you need to choose the correct potion and drink it, and then you can pass through the flames and enter the place where the Philosopher's Stone is finally stored. Or return the same way. At this time, the only potion that leads to the next level has been drunk by Harry, and the potion that leads back to the original level should have been drunk by Hermione. Hermione, in the original book, is the person Harry. And in front of Aris, all that was left were poisonous potions. However, he had no intention of drinking these potions. Aris walked to the door where the Philosopher's Stone was finally stored, and carefully felt the properties of the flames. Very clever magic. There is nothing special about this flame. It is just a simple identification spell, and the color looks intimidating. The key to this level is not the flame, but the potion. The potion of the corresponding color can temporarily give people the ability to avoid being harmed by flames of the same attributes. In Aris's opinion, it is not that difficult to pass this road. Fire Shield Protection. Aris cast another Fire Shield spell, and the fiery red flames immediately enveloped his body again. Then he cast a Water Shield on himself. Then he slowly stepped forward and walked into the flaming gate. Just as he expected, the magic on the flame gate froze for a moment after encountering the Fire Shield, and then the two forces canceled each other out, causing no harm to Aris at all. As for the Water Shield, he added it simply because he felt a little hot. As Aris stepped into the flame gate, the scene in front of him suddenly brightened. He immediately cast an illusion spell on himself, and then added a few spells to conceal his presence. Then walked forward. At this moment, he had seen that Harry, who was at the innermost, seemed to be confronting Quirrell. Castle. Transfiguration Classroom. Professor McGonagall originally wanted to patrol the corridor on the 4th floor after correcting the homework in her hand, but at this moment, a slight sound of a bird flapping its wings came from above her head. Bird message. Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment. There are not many people in the school who knew how to pass messages in this way, not to mention the young wizards. Most of them probably didn't know this magic because it was not taught in school. As for the professors, they usually use owls when they want to deliver a message. Because bird messaging was so new to the wizards, it was hard to guarantee that the birds wouldn't be shot down by mischievous wizards using magic. This had happened before. Who could it be? McGonagall grumbled, then gently extended his hand. The letter from the bird fell into her hands. Dear Professor McGonagall, the Philosopher's Stone has been stolen. Harry, Ronald, and Hermione have gone into the basement to stop the thieves. I'm about to go down as well. I hope you can come to support me as soon as you receive the letter. I think it would be best to call Madame Pomfrey to prevent anyone from getting hurt. Written by Aris Shafik. After seeing the content of the letter, McGonagall stood up suddenly. Aris, Harry Potter, thief! At this moment, she didn't care about the homework on the table that she hadn't finished correcting and hurried towards the 4th floor of the castle. On the way, she thought of the content of the letter and attracted another owl. Then, he sent a letter to Mrs. Pangley and the deans of several other major colleges. These little guys, how dare they break in without notifying the professor? Professor McGonagall's face was full of tension and anxiety, with a hint of anger. She couldn't imagine who would dare to steal in Hogwarts, especially something that is closely guarded by professors. What made her most angry and guilty was that Harry Potter had clearly approached her before and even warned her directly, but she didn't take it seriously at all and thought it was just a child playing around. At this time, she naturally felt that Aris was joking with her. She knew the child's character and was not the kind of person who would joke around easily. Moreover, the matter was of great importance, and even if it turned out to be a misunderstanding in the end, she had to verify the facts. The door was opened. As soon as he arrived at the 4th floor, McGonagall saw from afar that the door at the end had been opened. At this moment, Dunep suddenly jumped out from somewhere. "Professor McGonagall, is it true? Someone broke into the basement. I think 9 out of 10 times." McGonagall did not give a clear answer, but her steps towards the basement entrance at the end unconsciously quickened. At this moment, she suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Hopefully, no one gets hurt, or something worse happens. That person clearly planned to act when Professor Dumbledore was not in the castle. Snape's voice was a little low, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes and a cold tone. "Whoever he is, he will pay the price." McGonagall drew out her wand and waved her hand, and the half-open basement door opened completely. It was obvious that there was a hint of seriousness and solemnity in her tone. "Where's the big dog?" After entering the basement entrance guarded by the 3-headed dog, McGonagall and Snape were both dumbfounded. If the 3-headed dog had gotten out, the whole castle would have been in chaos. It wouldn't be as quiet as it is now. Snape took a few quick steps forward and came to the movable wooden door. He carefully observed the wooden door and then began to look around for clues. "What is that?" Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly sounded again. Then, she walked quickly to the corner of the room, and in a small corner shrouded in shadows, she found the 3-headed dog of hell that had been petrified and shrunk to look like a doll. "Is this the big dog?" McGonagall was completely stunned, staring at the petrified mini hellhound in amazement. A very powerful petrification spell and a transfiguration spell. Snape's eyes were also somewhat shocked, and he muttered to himself subconsciously, "This big dog seems to have scars on its body. It must have been severely abused before it was petrified. It seems that the person who defeated it was extremely cruel and merciless. It seems that the guy who broke into the basement is very powerful." McGonagall's face was full of seriousness. "Oh no, go and save Harry and Aris. They are in danger." As she spoke, she stood up and walked quickly towards the movable wooden door. "Are you sure that the dog became like this because of an intruder?" Snape frowned. He could probably guess who broke into the basement, but in his impression, Quirrell shouldn't be that strong, right? That piece of trash is only good at doing sneaky things. Fighting a 3-headed hellhound head-on and beating it up like this? No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem like the style of that cowardly guy. But besides him, who else is there? 0139041330 Philu 23034131. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed through Snape's mind. Could it be him? No, impossible. Even if Aris had passed the 5th grade test, there was no way he could have single-handedly dealt with a 3-headed hellhound and not resulted in such a one-sided crushing situation. Snape slammed the thought out of his mind. The lowest basement. At this moment, Harry Potter was standing in front of the mirror of Aerys. He looked at himself in the mirror and stuffed a scarlet ruby-like stone into his trouser pocket. The worst thing was that he subconsciously pinched his pocket and found that there was actually an extra thing inside. "Tell me, Potter, what did you see?" Next to him, Quirrell's low and aggressive voice rang out and echoed throughout the basement. Harry was extremely nervous at the moment, so he naturally couldn't tell the truth. Otherwise, it would be like telling Quirrell directly, "The Philosopher's Stone is in my pocket. Come and get it." However, he had to find a suitable reason to fool Quirrell. The gap in strength between the enemy and us was too great. Even though Professor Quirrell usually looked timid and cowardly, he was still a professor after all. Harry could hardly see any hope of winning. At this time, he could only delay as much as possible, hoping to hold on until other professors discovered something unusual, or perhaps a figure appeared involuntarily in his mind. If Aris were here, he would definitely know how to deal with this situation. "What do you see?" Tell me now." Seeing Harry Potter's hesitation, Quirrell suddenly shouted and seemed about to take action. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. "What he saw is none of your business." What?" Harry Potter and Quirrell were both stunned, then turned their heads to look where the sound came from. At this time, a boy walked down the stairs slowly, step by step. During this process, he casually placed a circle of fire around him. "I say, everyone here today, don't even think about escaping." "Aris? Aris?" Two voices sounded at the same time. Harry's tone was full of surprise, while Quirrell's face was full of questions, as if he was wondering why Aris was also here. It's obviously impossible for anyone to enter the potion level, right? Could it be that Snape and the others are here too? Thinking of this, Quirrell looked towards the entrance first, then breathed a sigh of relief. No one except Aris. "You idiot, you actually dare to come here and die." Quirrell suddenly laughed, his eyes a little fierce, completely different from his previous timid look. Maybe he was pretending, or maybe this was his true self. When facing those who are weaker than you, you should strike hard. When facing someone like Voldemort, even if it is just a remnant soul, it dares only to be a submissive dog. Seeking death? Are you worthy? Aris sneered, then raised his wand and flicked it lightly, silently casting the spell 930 to directly pick up Quirrell's headscarf and drop it to the ground. "I don't want to waste time talking to you. Let your master come out and speak." How did you know?" Quirrell finally showed a trace of panic at this time. Voldemort was inside him, and that was his biggest secret. He didn't know why Aris knew this secret. This feeling of being out of control made him feel a little threatened, and at the same time he was deeply afraid of Aris. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this little wizard in front of him seemed not easy to mess with. The oppressive feeling that the boy brought was exactly the same as that of his master. "Well, little guy, I underestimated you." At this time, a hoarse and low voice suddenly sounded in the basement. Harry looked around in panic, trying to find the source of the voice. At this time, Quirrell also turned around very tactfully. Then, a terrifying face suddenly appeared at the back of Quirrell's head. The face had scars on it, and it looked like it had normal facial features, but nothing else was normal. "What the hell is this?" Harry screamed subconsciously and covered his forehead with his hands. At this moment, he felt as if his lightning-shaped scar was on fire, burning him so much that his entire body seemed to be melting. The pain was accompanied by an inexplicable panic. "Voldemort, this is the first time we meet. Please take care of me." Aris looked at the ghost face that appeared on the back of Quirrell's head with a smile, his expression indifferent. "He is." Harry finally understood, and looking at that horrible face, his expression became extremely ugly. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and hatred. He wished he could cast a killing curse to smash that extremely ugly face to pieces. However, he knew clearly that he did not have that ability. "The enemy who killed my parents is right in front of me, but I can't do anything." This feeling made Harry Potter so uncomfortable that he just wanted to vent. "Aris Shafik." Voldemort's voice sounded again, his hoarseness revealing a hint of suppressed anger. "I should have known that you would do something bad. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, Quirrell suddenly stretched out his hand, and an invisible magical force surged out and grabbed Aris' neck. "Arrogant." Aris chuckled, and with a light wave of the magic wand in his hand, he wiped out the magic power. At the same time, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck Quirrell. "Now, do you still think I'm arrogant? How is this possible?" Quirrell let out a scream, then subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at his arm in disbelief. Black smoke was coming out of it, and the place where it was struck by lightning was charred. If he hadn't reacted quickly and avoided most of the force of the lightning, he would probably have turned into a piece of charcoal by now, and there is no way he would still be alive. "Master, his magic power is very strong, even stronger than mine. Now, what should we do now?" At this time, Quirrell was completely panicked. After seeing Aris's strength, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in his heart. "You useless thing, what are you afraid of?" Voldemort's voice sounded again, but this time it was a little more exasperated. At the side, Harry Potter showed a relieved smile on his face. Looking at the embarrassed Quirrell and Voldemort, he cast an admiring look at Aris. As expected, it has to be Aris again. No one can be his opponent. Harry knew that Aris was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Quirrell seemed completely powerless in front of him. And Voldemort, Harry could clearly hear that Voldemort seemed to be extremely afraid of Aris. "Quick, catch Harry Potter!" At this moment, Voldemort's voice suddenly sounded again. Before Harry could react, he felt a dark shadow rush in front of him. Then, the whole person was grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Let me go!" He struggled hard, kicked his feet, and tried every means to resist. At the same time, he looked at Aris. "Save me, Aris." At this time, Aris shook his head and said with some regret, "What a pity, I wanted to fight with you, but now I can't." Then, he reminded Harry, "Use your hands, spare him." Harry was stunned for a moment, but he still subconsciously followed Aris's instructions, stretched out his hand, and used his bloody palm and fingers to fiercely scratch the arm that Quirrell was holding. Just like in the original novel, the protective magic flowing in Harry Potter's blood instantly made Quirrell, or rather Voldemort who possessed Quirrell, feel what infinite love means, and the pain of self-inflicted suffering. It is a very ancient magic that requires the sacrifice of loved ones. On the night when Harry Potter was attacked by Voldemort, his mother Lily Billions cast the spell at the cost of her own life, just to ensure that Harry would not be harmed by evil magic. In fact, this magic only works on Voldemort. After all, the target of Lily's spell was Voldemort. Therefore, that night, Voldemort's killing curse rebounded and hit him, and a generation of great devil fell. Just because of a newborn baby, Voldemort's depressed life also began from that day. "Yeah, well done, Harry. Keep holding him." Aris simply sat on the steps and took out a bag of melon seeds from the system space. "I watched the show while eating melon seeds. How could it?" Harry Potter looked in amazement at Quirrell, who was seriously injured by his claw. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Aris in confusion. "What are you looking at me for? Keep tickling him," Aris reminded. At this time, Quirrell and Voldemort, who were wailing in pain, seemed unwilling to give up and rushed towards Harry again. Harry suddenly yelled and said fiercely, "Go to hell." The young warrior stretched out his claws, and with the Black Tiger's heart-ripping trick in mind, he fiercely grabbed Quirrell's face. And then it was all over. Quirrell's entire face quickly decayed and turned into dust, which then spread to his entire body. He was inexplicably killed by an 11-year-old wizard who did not use any magic. Aris shook his head in boredom, clapped his hands, and stood up from the ground. He knew that the next battle was the most important one. Voldemort's soul is not so easy to die. Aris stared solemnly at the wisp of black smoke hovering above Quirrell's body. It was the remaining soul of Voldemort. "Harry, be careful," he shouted and quickly stood in front of Harry, pointing his wand at the black smoke. Voldemort's spirit let out a shrill roar and turned into a black whirlwind, rushing straight towards Harry. Soul imprisonment. Aris cast the spell without hesitation, and a silver light flashed, cutting through the darkness, using Voldemort's soul. The Dark Lord howled in pain, and his body trembled violently, but he was not completely controlled or disappeared. "You're just a little kid, and you dare to block my way?" Voldemort's eerie voice echoed in the cellar, bringing with it a chilling chill. "You can try, Voldemort." Aris spoke in a firm tone. His eyes were sharp as a knife, and he looked directly at the black dew without fear. "Do you think you can stop me?" Voldemort sneered, and the black mist attacked Aris again. "Weak soul." Aris waved his wand, and a flash of red light struck Voldemort's soul. This time, however, the spell seemed to have no effect on the Dark Lord. Voldemort laughed again. "You are too naive, Shafik. I am not an ordinary soul." As he spoke, his soul suddenly expanded, like a huge black net covering Aris' head. "Careful!" Harry yelled in horror and tried to push Aris away. Aris, however, remained calm. A golden light quickly gathered in front of him, quickly blocking Voldemort's attack. He then quickly drew a complex magic circle on the ground and muttered something. In an instant, another strengthened golden barrier rose up around him and Harry, blocking Voldemort's attack. Harry stared at the golden light, too shocked to speak. A defensive magic that can temporarily block his attack. Aris explained, his tone still serious. But we can't hold out for long. We have to find a way to completely eliminate him as soon as possible. But he is so powerful. How can we possibly be his opponent? Harry shook his head in despair, his voice trembling. Aris glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't be afraid. Harry, I have my own way to deal with him." Harry nodded blankly, but an unprecedented sense of trust and reliance rose in his heart. Yes, with Aris here, everything will be fine. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Voldemort became furious and let out a deafening roar. "Shafik, do you think a little defensive magic can stop me?" His voice was full of arrogance and disdain. In fact, he did have that ability. It seems that Aris's previous guess was correct. Voldemort had been secretly accumulating strength. It was only at this moment that it truly erupted. With such soul energy, it didn't look like he was about to die. No wonder Zhou Luo never dared to resist the dying soul of Voldemort, who said this is just an ordinary defensive magic. However, the corners of Aris' lips slightly raised, and his tone was playful. "This is a magic circle that is specially designed to restrain you." Aris put a lot of thought into studying this formation. He had been thinking about how to completely get rid of Voldemort in his soul state. Now, the fun has just begun. What? Voldemort's voice suddenly tightened, revealing a hint of doubt. Aris did not explain, but raised his hand and quickly moved the magic wand on the defensive barrier, chanting a complex spell in a low voice. The golden barrier instantly became brighter and burst into dazzling light. Countless golden chains flew out from the barrier and coiled around Voldemort's soul like snakes. Voldemort roared and struggled desperately, but the chains held him tightly, preventing him from moving. What kind of magic is this? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. A spell to imprison the soul. Aris said it lightly, as if it was just an ordinary magic. How is this possible? Voldemort's voice was trembling, full of fear and disbelief. This kind of magic, even elite Aurors may not be able to do it. How could you? Are you still in the mood to think about this kind of thing now? Aris smiled coldly. Voldemort, you are not the only genius in this world. As he spoke, he raised his wand, pointed it at the chained Voldemort, and shouted soul banishment. A blinding white light shot out from the tip of the wand, enveloping Voldemort's soul. Then, the golden formation seemed to undergo an unknown change, gradually forming a strange vortex of gray and white. The vortex instantly enveloped Voldemort's remaining soul, and then swallowed it up bit by bit. Voldemort let out a shrill scream, and his body began to twist and gradually became transparent. This is impossible. I won't accept this. The Dark Lord's desperate and unwilling roar echoed in the cellar. After a moment, everything returned to silence. Voldemort's soul completely disappeared. Harry muttered to himself, feeling like everything was a dream. How did you do that? Aris put away his wand. A trace of fatigue rarely appeared on his face, and said in a calm voice. He was not completely destroyed. He said in a deep voice, I just exiled him to an unknown space. No one can predict whether he can find traces and come back. If it's just temporary, he probably won't have time to cause trouble. Harry looked at Aris with mixed feelings. Shock, admiration, gratitude, ecstasy, too many emotions intertwined at this moment. Deeply shocked by Aris's strength. Thank you, Aris. In the end, he only uttered this sentence. If Aris wasn't here today, he would be in danger. If Voldemort was just in a weak state, it might not be a big deal, but Voldemort's previous condition was obviously different from what they expected, and it was very different. Aris looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Can I still watch you die here? He ruffled Harry's hair hard and said, Let's go. Hermione and the others are waiting for us upstairs." Harry grinned, then nodded and followed Aris out. Along the way, he had only one thought in his mind. It's great to have Aris around. This is an unprecedented sense of security. For the first time, he felt that there was someone who could protect him. This feeling is like a father, no, like a brother. If he had a brother, it might be the same. When they returned to the cellar entrance, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape had been waiting there for a long time. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Shafik." Professor McGonagall was relieved to see them return safely, but then she put on a stern expression. "Do you know how dangerous what you did was? What if something unexpected happened?" "I'm sorry, Professor, it's all my fault." Harry lowered his head and apologized guiltily. Aris did not speak. This was related to the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall and the others would soon realize the seriousness of the matter and would not continue to pursue the matter. "You guys." Professor McGonagall kept a straight face and took a deep breath after a long while. "All right, Minerva," Professor Snape said suddenly. "The most important thing now is to figure out what happened." His gloomy eyes swept over Harry and Aris, finally landing behind them. "Where's Quirrell? The traitor, where is he?" "He was possessed by Voldemort," Aris said calmly. "He's dead." "What?" Professor McGonagall gasped, his face pale. "The mysterious man. How could he?" "It seems that Dumbledore's worries have come true." Professor Snape's face also looked a little ugly, and his expression was unpredictable. "Where's the Philosopher's Stone? Did you get it?" Harry quickly pulled the blood-red gem from his pocket. "Well, why don't you let me keep it for now? I think I should go to see Professor Dumbledore later, and I will give it to him." As he said that, Aris reached out and took the magic mouse stone directly from Harry's hand. "What do you want to do with this?" Snape's eyes were shocked, and even Professor McGonagall showed a surprised look. "I told you, I'll give this little gadget to Professor Dumbledore later." Aris looked at Snape seriously. Although he knew that everyone present had no problem, the Philosopher's Stone was a serious matter after all, so Aris was not ready to hand it over to anyone. Moreover, he wanted to study it. How could he hand it over so easily? "I will report this matter to Dumbledore. You two follow me." Snape looked at Aris coldly, then looked at Professor McGonagall and turned around and said. Harry glanced at Aris, then followed Snape cautiously, feeling uneasy. Aris, however, had a nonchalant expression on his face, as if he didn't care about what he was about to face. They came to the principal's office. Dumbledore had been waiting there for a long time. "Harry, Aris." The old headmaster looked at them kindly, but his eyes were shining with a sharp light. "I have heard Severus's general account. Now, please tell me exactly what happened." Harry stammered and told Aris what had happened, looking at him from time to time, as if he was in doubt. Aris calmly added some details, telling the story of how he saw through Quirrell's disguise and how he defeated the remaining spirit of Voldemort. Dumbledore and Snape were stunned and speechless for a long time. "Merlin," Professor McGonagall muttered to himself, his hands shaking with shock. "Mr. Shafik, you actually... How did you do it? That is truly Voldemort's soul. Really?" Dumbledore looked at Aris for a long time, then nodded slowly. "I see, Mr. Shafik. You have done a great job today. Hogwarts and the entire wizarding world should thank you. We can't let him destroy Hogwarts, right?" Aris smiled, and then reminded Dumbledore. "What's the matter with the Ministry of Magic today that suddenly called you over?" "Because..." Dumbledore was about to answer, but he frowned, because he just thought that what Aris said seemed to have a deeper meaning. Thinking about it carefully, there is indeed something fishy here. It is obviously not a matter of urgency, but the Ministry of Magic suddenly urgently recruited him, as if deliberately covering up something. Could it be that something went wrong at the Ministry of Magic? Otherwise, why would the conditions be created for Quirrell and Voldemort? Dumbledore's expression became more and more serious, and he fell silent for a long time. "Professor, you should know that Voldemort is not so easy to be eliminated." Aris' voice sounded again, and his tone became slightly serious. Given his methods, he must have other tricks up his sleeve. "I'm afraid this battle is just the beginning. We must always remain vigilant." "You're right." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, temporarily putting the Ministry of Magic's affairs aside, and then said seriously, "Although the dark forces have been temporarily repelled, the wizarding world is still not at peace. Perhaps Hogwarts should also strengthen its defenses, and other places should also make some arrangements. As for you, Mr. Shafik," the old principal looked at Aris meaningfully. "I think, after this, we need to have a good talk about it, about those magical powers you use that are specifically for the soul." Aris looked calm and composed. "Of course, as long as you want to hear it, but everyone has secrets, don't they? You're no exception, Principal. If you want to share with me some rare spells, can you also show me some of your secret techniques, such as the ancient fairy fire? I'm quite interested in that." He smiled and turned around. "You are such a stubborn person. You are not willing to suffer any loss at all." Dumbledore smiled and waved his hand. "But I think the most important thing now is to appease the students and stabilize the situation. Your friends are still waiting for news. They must be very anxious. Professor." At this time, Snape suddenly spoke, looking at Aris and said, "The magician is with him. I think you should know about this. As for how to deal with the stone in the end, you may need to think about it carefully." "Oh, I thought the thing was in Harry's pocket." Dumbledore lowered his head and looked at Aris through the gap in his glasses, with an inexplicable flash in his eyes. "So, what are you going to do with it?" "Of course I'm going to return it to its original owner," Aris said without any hesitation. "I'm just about to go to Senior Nico Flamel's place. This thing originally belonged to him, didn't it? That won't do." Dumbledore shook his head. Then he waved his hand gently, and the magic stone that Aris had placed on his body suddenly floated up gently, as if it had sensed something. "Professor," Aris was anxious because those were his experimental equipment. "Don't worry, I know what you want to do, but before that, I have to think about it carefully. This little thing is too precious and too important. In order to prevent it from being used by someone with ulterior motives, if you need it, ask me for it again." As he spoke, Dumbledore waved his hand lightly, and the Philosopher's Stone disappeared into his sleeve. That understated spellcasting ability has a kind of elegant and graceful temperament. Okay, Zhao. After hearing this, Aris understood what Dumbledore meant. He knew that the Philosopher's Stone could not be given to him in front of everyone. He would talk about it later. Aris understood it instantly. "I think this is a good idea." Professor McGonagall smiled, then got up and left in a hurry. There were still a lot of things in the castle that needed her to deal with. Now that she saw that the problem with the Philosopher's Stone had been solved, she was too lazy to stay here any longer. Snape glanced at Aris, snorted coldly, and turned to leave the principal's office. He needed to go back to the corridor on the 4th floor and take a look, especially at the three-headed hellhound. That big guy is still in the form of a small toy now, and he needs to deal with it quickly. As for Harry, Dumbledore looked lovingly at the savior who had remained silent the whole time. "You'd better go to the school infirmary now. Madame Pomfrey should make you feel better." Harry Potter had gone through a series of battles before and was in a very bad condition, especially the scar on his forehead, which felt like it was burning and it hurt terribly, and his head was a little dizzy. "And you, Aris, you'd better go to the school infirmary too." Late at night, in the school clinic, Harry, Ronald, and Aris were all lying in hospital beds. In fact, Aris was not injured, just a little tired. But after hearing that he had fought a battle with the soul of an evil wizard, Madame Pomfrey was terrified, so she arranged a bed for Aris without any doubt and insisted that he rest here for a night. "It was so thrilling," Harry muttered to himself, and he collapsed on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes as if he was in a trance. "I thought, I'm really going to die there. It's really scary to think about it." Ronald, who was lying on the bed next to him, suddenly turned around. "So, you really met the mysterious man. What does he look like?" "It's scary, it's evil." Harry frowned, as if he was thinking of some scenes again, and said with lingering fear, "I have never seen anything so scary. I was totally confused at that time. Luckily, Aris was there. You have no idea how calm and cool he was at that time." Harry suddenly turned his gaze to Aris on the other side, with admiration and respect in his eyes. "Of course I think so." Ronald nodded in agreement. like a little fanboy, mindlessly flattering. That's Aris, the strongest freshman in Hogwarts, Aris. Is this the title you 790 came up with? Harry became interested. No. Now the whole school is talking about what happened in the basement. The title of the strongest freshman was given to Aris by everyone. I think it is very appropriate. Ronald explained. Indeed, very apt. Harry nodded in agreement. On the other side, Aris shook his head speechlessly after hearing this title. The strongest freshman? This is the only title I deserve. It's a bit disrespectful, isn't it? Are you kidding me? Are there any strong people among the freshmen? Except for Hermione, everyone else is a weakling. Even Harry and Ronald are only slightly stronger. The title of the strongest freshman is not as good as that of an ordinary adult wizard, right? It sounded good at first, but when I think about it carefully, there are indeed some problems. Harry murmured belatedly. I think Aris's power has definitely reached the professor level. That's right, if we let Aris teach us, it will definitely be more than enough. Ronald still agreed without thinking. Speaking of which, I have a question, Aris. At this time, Harry suddenly seemed to have thought of something, looked at Aris, and then his expression gradually became serious. Well, you say, he responded casually. Why can my blood cause such great harm to Voldemort? Harry was somewhat puzzled and bewildered. I don't understand. What exactly is that power? Aris was silent for a moment before explaining. That is an ancient and powerful magic. Legend has it that it can protect the caster's loved ones and resist any dark magic. Casting it requires tremendous magic power and determination, and at the cost of one's life. Few wizards can succeed, but Aris gave Harry a long look. Your mother successfully performed this magic. She protected you at the cost of her life that night. Haven't you always wanted to know why Voldemort's killing curse rebounded on you? That's why. Harry was stunned. His eyes turned red little by little, and then he slowly lowered his head. SSSTTT. She is a great witch, Aris said sincerely. Her love for you triumphed over Voldemort's evil, and this love will always protect you. So, you have to be strong, Harry, and don't let them down. Yeah. Harry nodded vigorously, tears flashing his eyes, but he was very determined. I will definitely work hard to become an excellent wizard, defeat Voldemort, and avenge them. At this moment, fire flashed in Harry's eyes. There has never been a moment when he knew so clearly what he wanted to do. Very good. Aris smiled with relief. The savior training thing seems to be a game for kids. Okay, it's getting late. Aris said softly, then turned around and left Harry and the other man with a sideline back view, kindly reminding them, go to bed early, Dade. There's still many things to do tomorrow, and the final exam is coming soon. Harry looked at Aris's back and was suddenly pulled back to reality from his previous immersed in the story. Oh, the final exam is coming soon. It's over. We are definitely going to fail the exam. Ronald also let out a wail. But how could the two of them sleep now? Soon, they started talking about what happened in the basement again. What happened yesterday was unbelievable. How on earth could you? Ronald looked very interested and started chatting with Harry at night. It's such a pity that I got knocked out in the wizard chess game and missed all the excitement afterwards. After I woke up, I found out that you and Aris had fought Voldemort. Merlin, I didn't even see such an exciting scene. I'm so unlucky. He scratched his red hair in annoyance. Next time something like this happens, you must call me. DB. Harry opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I hope this won't happen again next time. It sounds scary. Seeing that he didn't respond, Ronald became even more frustrated. Especially Aris. His fight with Voldemort will be really exciting. The next day, when Harry woke up, he felt refreshed. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills were simply miraculous. Yesterday's thrilling experience seemed like just a dream. If it weren't for the dull pain from the lightning scar on his forehead, he would have doubted whether it had really happened. Aris, he's gone already? He glanced at the bed next to him. Harry, Madame Pomfrey said we can leave too. At this time, Ronald just walked in from outside. After confirming that they could be discharged from the hospital, the two rushed to the common room. I heard that Hufflepuff Seeker is injured. Gryffindor will have no opponent in next week's Quidditch match. On the way, and said excitedly. Really? Harry perked up. Of course, he was Gryffindor's new seeker. Especially before the final exams. The last Quidditch match was what he was most concerned about. In that case, the championship is ours. Ronald nodded. Don't be too optimistic. Maybe they will find a substitute. Harry couldn't help but say. It can be seen that he actually wanted to beat the Hufflepuff team fairly on the court. Even if there's a substitute, he is definitely not as good as you. Your flying skills are now better than most of the seekers in the academy, right? It's simply amazing. As they were talking, the two had already reached the door of the Gryffindor common room. At this moment, Hermione suddenly came out in a hurry. She looked breathless, but her eyes were bright. Have you seen Aris? I'm looking for him. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and looked at Hermione in confusion. No, what's the hurry? Hermione waved a roll of parchment in her hand excitedly. Guess what this is? Headmaster Dumbledore's approval. Approval? Harry became even more curious. The Defense Against Magic Club has been approved. Hermione beamed. What happened last night made Professor Dumbledore realize that we must strengthen the study and training of defensive magic. Of course, it's mainly because I think it's necessary, and Aris also thought it was feasible before. So the professor agreed to let me take the lead and set up a club for the whole school, specializing in studying various defensive spells and fighting against dark magic. Of course, if Reese wasn't the leader, I wouldn't be that strong enough to handle the senior students. It's almost time for the holiday, and the approval has just come down. Harry was a little confused. It's mainly for preparations for the next school year. Hermione explained, however, there should be an event in the next 2 days, and you all need to come then. Having said that, she hurried to leave again. Wait, let's go too. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and quickly followed. They originally wanted to talk to Hermione about what happened yesterday, and then go find Aris together. In the auditorium, it was breakfast time. Where is that? I knew he wouldn't miss breakfast. Hermione spotted Aris at the Ravenclaw table at a glance, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Come to think of it, I'm a little hungry too. Harry also touched his stomach. Aris didn't even invite us to dinner. Ronald muttered indignantly. After all, we are friends who have fought side by side and have known each other for life and death. Okay, stop mumbling. Harry rolled his eyes. Over there, Hermione had come to Aris' side. Aris, what are you looking at? Hermione placed the parchment in front of the boy. What? Aris didn't even raise his head, nor did he look at the parchment. He was still enjoying the delicious toast comfortably. The interlayer on top was spread with a layer of honey, and it was not greasy at all. It was very delicious. The Defense Magic Club's approval. Hermione pushed the parchment toward Aris again. Professor Dumbledore has approved it, and it can be established. Oh, Aris responded. Aren't you excited at all? Hermione's face fell a little. Of course, this is a good thing. It can encourage schools to pay more attention to the defense against the dark arts education, which can be considered a blessing in disguise. So, when are you going to start the first event? Hermione smiled again. By the way, we're going to recruit club members from now on. Me? Aris was stunned for a moment. Why would you ask me this kind of thing when you run a club? Come on, you are the person in charge of the club. Heppy raised his nose. Me? What? Aris suddenly had a bad feeling. Except for you, no one else is qualified. Harry and Ronald sat down next to him and said, Yes, that's why I came to you. You are the only one who can be the president of this club. Of course, I will plan and direct the activities with you, but you must be the president. Hermione emphasized, Given your ability, it's absolutely perfect. Aris shook his head helplessly and said seriously, I'm afraid I'm not suitable. Why don't you let Harry come? He also participated in the battle with Voldemort, didn't he? No, I can't. Harry shook his head quickly. Don't refuse. You are much better than them. Hermione stuffed a badge into Aris's hand without hesitation. Just go like that. See you in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom after school tomorrow. Don't break your promise. After saying that, she left in a hurry, leaving Aris with a confused look on his face. He still doesn't know what the girl wants to do. That's really neat. Ronald exclaimed sincerely. Don't be fooled by Hermione's usual gentle appearance. She is more capable than anyone else when it comes to getting things done. Harry also nodded. Aris smiled bitterly and looked at the president badge in his hand. I really didn't think of becoming the president of such a thing. It's really too troublesome. Ding. Triggering social mission. President of the Magic Defense Club. Task requirements. Assist Hermione in organizing the defense club, guide members to practice defense spells, and hold a demonstration against dark magic at the end of the semester. Completion rewards. Points plus 1,000. Personal reputation plus 50. Number of draws plus 3. Tip. A good student should be a teacher. Don't let your skills go to waste. Seeing the task prompt, Aris was stunned for a moment, and then a little surprised. Being a teacher? Professor Aris? The most important thing is a new task appeared in the system. This is not common. It seems that this president is set to take office. But for those rewards, it seems that the problem is not that big. About 1,000 points and 3 lucky draw rewards. As for personal reputation, Aris has not yet figured out what it is used for. The next day, Aris arrived at the defense against the dark arts classroom at the agreed time. Surprisingly, Hermione arrived earlier than him. The girl was busy setting up the venue. When she saw him coming, she went to greet him with surprise. The great Aris, I was worried you might stand me up. Aris chuckles. If I stand you up, will you bite me? What are you talking about? Hermione blushed. I'm not a puppy. Having said that, he turned around and continued to work. Seeing this, Aris was not idle either, waving his magic wand to help. The two worked for a few minutes, and soon the classroom was brand new. A banner with the words Hogwarts Defense of Magic Club was hung on the podium. The walls were covered with introductions and diagrams of various defensive spells, and there were several dummies on the ground for practice. It's great, Aris praised sincerely. With these facilities, learning will be much easier. Of course. Hermione raised her head proudly. I put a lot of effort into it. By the way, have you thought about what to talk about in the first lesson? It's a secret. You'll know when the time comes. Aris blinked and kept it a secret. In fact, he himself hadn't thought about what he was going to say. The key point was he had no experience. If it weren't for the system reward, he really didn't want to come. Hermione pouted in dissatisfaction and was about to say something when the classroom door opened. Students came in groups of 3 or 4, all with a hint of curiosity and inquiry on their faces, and many of them had excitement on their faces, as if they were here to see something exciting. After these people entered the classroom, they immediately looked at Aris. Then, a small number of first- and second-year students shouted, "Good job, Professor Shafik." As the voice of Professor Shafik rang out, there was also laughter and discussion among the crowd. Look, it's him in the basement who is said to have had a big fight with Professor Quirrell. Merlin, I heard that Professor Quirrell was possessed by the spirit of a mysterious man, and he defeated the spirit of a mysterious man. I really want to know what kind of magic he used and how he did it. It must be a rumor. Isn't the you-know-who dead? And Potter is still alive and well in school. I think so. Professor Quirrell doesn't seem to be very smart, so it shouldn't be difficult to defeat him. What I want to know more is why Professor Dumbledore agreed to let them set up this club. This has never happened before. Amid the discussion, everyone looked at the two people on the podium. The gazes may be admiration, jealousy, or suspicion. Aris looked normal, while Hermione coughed lightly, then blushed slightly and spoke with gritted teeth. Welcome everyone to the Magic Defense Club. I'm the Vice President Hermione Granger. I'm sure everyone has heard about what happened in the school basement yesterday. So, Dumbledore made an exception and allowed us to form this club. Aris was a participant in the basement battle, and it was he who successfully defeated Professor Quirrell and the mysterious man's soul and saved the entire school. So, we should all be happy and honored that he can come and teach us how to use defense. When they heard the name, many people present gasped and the discussion became louder. What a joke. Is it really the soul of a mysterious person? I didn't think it was just a rumor. The professors didn't even come out to explain or refute this rumor. I guess it's true. How is this possible? Isn't the mysterious man dead? And what about Quirrell? How did the two of them get together? This is too unbelievable. I want to know now how Shafik defeated Quirrell and the mysterious man. It sounds incredible. As the discussion began, some panic inevitably appeared in the crowd. This was obviously what Hermione had expected. She did not panic, but raised her voice and continued. But don't panic. We hold this club in the hope of helping everyone learn how to better protect themselves. Next, let Aris show you how to do it. With that, Hermione took a step back and gave the stage to Aris. Aris glanced at the little wizard below, sighed softly, and then walked to the front. Then he waved his hand and golden light shone instantly. An armor-like shield formed around him, wrapping him tightly. See it? This is iron armor, the simplest and most effective protective spell. Aris knocked on the golden shield that was almost out of service. The faint voice seemed to have magic, making the room quiet. Next, please 2 students come forward and attack me with spells. Any spell will do. This way, everyone can see the power of the protective spell more directly. The students looked at each other in surprise. Some senior students looked even more confused. The ordinary armor spell seems to be just a layer of faint white light. Why does Shafik's armor spell seem a little different? The golden light looks so cool. I have to say, this spell is really great for showing off. Even Hermione's eyes lit up, but this was obviously within her expectations. No one knows Aerys' strength better than her. On the other side, Harry and Ronald had just walked into the classroom. Looking at Aerys on the stage, they found a seat and sat down excitedly, then looked around. After a commotion in the audience, 2 brave boys finally stood up and attacked Aerys. Fainted. Everyone is petrified. A beam of red and white light suddenly shot towards Aerys, very powerful. It could be seen that the 2 senior members have learned the spells well. However, as soon as the 2 spells touched the shield, an incredible scene happened. Ding ding. 2 muffled sounds spread as if they were real. The stunning spell and the petrifying spell were actually bounced off by the golden barrier and reflected onto the ceiling. Oh my God, he's fine. This golden armor is so powerful. Why do I feel it's a bit weird? Is this the armor spell in the textbook? This Shafik is really capable. No wonder even gods dare to provoke him. Is there anyone else? Come on, I just can't do it. I can't break that shield. After hearing this, Aris said calmly, if anyone still refuses to accept it, you can continue to attack me. Anyone can do it. Don't worry that I won't be able to handle it. As he spoke, his eyes swept across the audience. At this time, more people could no longer sit still. Even Harry and Ronald stood up eagerly, holding their wands as if they wanted to cast a spell. Soon, more magical lights shot towards Aris from below. Perhaps it was because the young wizards had never had such an experience before. They could cast spells superior to others without any worries and without worrying about anything going wrong. There was simply nothing more enjoyable than this. More and more spells were fired at Aris. The golden armor spell was like a barrier, firmly protecting Aris from behind. All the spells were bounced back to the ceiling. Aris seemed to do it on purpose. When some harmless little spells were fired at him, he bounced them back the same way he had cast them. Suddenly, exclamations rang out in the classroom. There was a little wizard whose hair stood up after being blown up by a firework. Well, that person was Seamus Finnegan from Gryffindor. There was also a little wizard who was hit by his own levitation spell, floated up from the ground, and then fell down again. More flames continued to bounce around in the classroom. Although they were not very powerful, they caused a burst of exclamations. Okay, it's time to end it. Suddenly, Aerys' voice suddenly rang out at 1.4, a sound amplified by a sound amplification spell, instantly stunning all the little wizards. A pair of eyes sparkled, looking up at the stage with excitement. At this time, the little wizards were all shocked. Aerys cleared his throat and pretended to be serious. You should have seen the power of the armor spell. Of course, it's not easy to cast an iron armor spell like mine. Not only do you need to understand the knowledge in the textbooks, but more importantly, the elemental energy. The reason why my iron armor spell is golden light is because it is blessed with the energy of the gold element. Iron armor is not infallible. It also has flaws and limitations. For example, if the caster's own magic power is insufficient, or if they're attacked by a powerful spell, the shield may be broken and the protection may fail. Besides, this is a very common thing.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.